mean, I don't know what that. Thank you so much, whoever that was, for. I don't know. What are we at? The 600 blown pass, 666 blown pass. Somebody is such MTD. I've got no idea what's happening. I have no idea who that is. Thank you so much, whoever that was. I'm just a guy that's trying to stream. I'm 16 and a half hours in. It's 3 in the morning. I cannot handle this right now. An anonymous cheer! A 1 bit! Is that you? What? What is happening? That was just a bit of. Is that the same person that just put an anonymous bit just to mess with me? Oh my gosh, Anonymous is teasing with 1 bit, with 1 penny. Oh my gosh, holy moly. So VOD channel? Yep, there's now gonna be a VOD channel, and we're gonna do a Gothic Outlast stream apparently. Stream, not playthrough, stream. And I'm not gonna lie. $10,000 bits? Oh my gosh! 10,000? What? Oh, Lord's Annan! What? Anonymous! Whoa! Blessed be Annan! Blessed! Holy moly! Thank you for the 10,000 bits! 10,000 bits! 100 subs! I drank a shot. I cannot handle this right now. I am working. My stomach is 1 Pop-Tart. 1 Pop-Tart, 2 pieces of pizza. One of them had G Fuel on it. Thank you so much. I cannot handle this right now. Thank you so much for the 10,000 bits and for the 100 subs. 100 subs and 10,000 bits is absolute insanity. Absolute insanity. Thank you so much, whoever that is. Can he turn into the white Valentino bag lady? In my Valentino bag? Lipstick? In my Valentino bag? No, it's just I can't even thank anybody. It's the worst. It's the worst. I don't even have somebody to fuss at. There's nothing. Thank you so much, whoever Anonymous is. Could be 1 person. It's probably 1 person. Could be 2. I'm just gonna assume that it's 1. Making it rain. You don't know what a difference this makes for me, my friend. I thank you so much. On a birthday with a big celebration. I so appreciate it. We've blown past any. Oh my gosh, it's 2 bits. You don't know what it means. You don't know what it means because gosh darn, I don't even have words. I don't even have a way to thank you. It's just like, man, I hope that if you're a viewer that views a lot, I hope that you so enjoy. I hope that you so enjoy and you just get to hang out and you get the best vibes, and I hope that you get whatever you can get out of the streams. Thank you so much for just watching over from the shadows, whoever you are. Thank you so much for just backing me up from the shadows. I can't see anything through the smoke, but I also can't see who that is. So thank you so much for the 2 bits and the 3 bits. I so appreciate it. Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. I'm just a guy eating ramen almost every night or nothing. Thank you so much. Dang. Now I'm sitting over here with ridiculous subs and ridiculous bits and drinking Topo Chicos like a little king. You guys are so sweet for making my special day special and for celebrating my birthday. Celebrating my birthday and my life and my streaming or whatever the heck you're gonna talk about. Did something insane happen right before you joined chat? Shiny, that's an understatement. Annan gifted 100 subs and 10,000 bits. Gonda, good morning. Hey, how are you doing? Gonda, what's up? Welcome to the chat. How are you doing? Goodness gracious, what a party this has been. This is madness. This is mad. I'm gonna turn on the strobe for a second. This is madness. Madness. What? With the 50,000 bits? What? Hurricane Annan returns. No, Hurricane Annan. Oh my gosh! Thank you so much for the. What is reading? Thank you for the 5,000 bits. 5,000. Insanity. A huge. Dead.
Mommy shark do 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 do. Mommy shark do 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 do. Mommy shark do 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 do. Mommy shark.
Daddy shark do 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 do. Daddy shark do 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 do. Daddy shark do 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 do. Daddy shark.
Thank you so much, yo. Thank you for the jams, Gonda. I appreciate it. Hurricane Annan bringing the storm of gift. Emo Kitten, welcome to the chat. Your friend of Ian K's. Hey, I see those Ian K emotes. Welcome to the chat, Emo Kid. You're welcome here any old time. I love Ian K. They've given me some raids in the past. I think that I've raided them a couple of times. They're super sweet beans. They are super duper busy and super duper cool, and they're always doing cool stuff. Thank you so much, Emo Kid, for jumping in the chat. I appreciate it. That'll scare Annan away. Annan has done far too much. 42, the meaning to the universe. Anonymous is still hanging out in the chat. What the heck? Thank you so much, whoever you are. Whoever you are, for being an absolute insane bean. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's a birthday. It's a birthday that's got big celebration. Big celebration! I have no idea who this is. I'm even looking at the chat and I'm looking for the regular suspects. I don't see them. I don't see any regular suspects. I don't even know. The suspects, they gone. They gone. There ain't no suspects here. This is a tough case to crack. It's a tough case to crack with no suspects. No suspects. Laura, yo!
Birthday party.
I swear, if this is part of the 100, this thing is gonna be lit. This thing's gonna be lit if it's gonna include that. I don't know. I don't think it did. Oh my gosh. I think that's just from the bits. That's only from the bits. If that was the 100 subs, this sucker would be at like 1,000% or something. Cashman Gaming, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Oh my gosh. Thank you for the 100 bits and happy birthday. Anonymous Cheerer, thank you for the 7 bits. I don't know what's happening. Laura, thank you for the 100. I appreciate it. Annans don't count towards Hype Train. Oh, that makes sense. That's probably a good call. Patrigan, thank you so much for the 10 bits. Thank you so much. Anonymous Cheer with the 7 bits.
Hey, that's illegal.
Laura Cinta. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Laura Cinta's popping off. What the heck?
Heart.
Laura Cinta with 10 gifted subs for Kenneth the Human. What? Is that Kenneth? Kenneth, oh snap, that's my name. Hold on. Is Kenneth the human in this chat? Dr. Inhibitor, Vanilla Ice, Vanilla T Ice, CJ the Miner, I am Poison, hello. In 5, Leia Guest, Jin Moon, Turtle Forgets Password, and Anna Banana. Is that what that says? Oh my gosh, Laura, thank you so much for the gifted subs. Whoa, wow. Drink, you don't have to tell me twice. I need to get some water, holy moly. Level 5? That's level 5? Oh, that's Pog, we made it. Holy moly. Somebody wake me up whenever we get to 800. The 800, even if it gets reached, we're gonna wait till sort of the end of the stream for that. Just fair warning. Oh man. I'm just trying to manage.
Oi.
Speaking.
Laura's enter tip $30. What? You thought that you'd get through your birthday without some wholesome bullying?
Son?
We ease up. Never. The love and support shall never end. Also disclaimer, the anonymous support wasn't me.
The anonymous support wasn't me. The reason why I would never guess that, Lord Zeta, is because an anonymous gifter, like, why would they do half anonymous, half non-anonymous? Like, I'm guessing that there's somebody that hasn't given anything. Thank you so much, Lord Zeta, for the $30 tip. This is a ton of wholesome bullying. This is by far the most wholesome bullying that I've ever received, ever. We are way past any record that I've ever set for anything. This is way more support than I've ever received for any stream at any time, by far, 100%. A million %. You guys, I don't even know if I want to release any of these numbers for how ridiculously far y'all are going. You guys are going to an unnecessary, unacceptable extent. You guys are seriously breaking down the things that are binding the stream together.
Oh, yeah.
Nicalia gifted a tier 1 sub to Patrigan. This is their first gift sub in the channel.
Patrick, yo, you got a gifted sub. Thank you so much, Nicalia. Yo, that means, Nicalia, you're going on the board. You're 100% going on the board. Let me see if I got some more gifted subs so that I can write something down. This is so crazy. The more that y'all support, almost like the more tired I feel, but then I'm also like, I'm more energized because I want to go, 127%. Let me put in gifted subs exclusively so that I can see anonymous with the 100 gifts. Laura Zenta, and then Nicalia. Hello. Hello, Nicalia. Would you like to be on the board? I'm pretty sure that you're not over there, so I'm gonna put you over on the board that you definitely can't see because it's so smoky in here because people be popping off. So let me just really quick. Let me just pop this over here. Let me just write this down. Nicalia, thank you so much for the gifted sub that you just gifted in the chat. Nicalia goes on the board of birthday beans. Hey, thank you so much, Nicalia. Boop. I've got your name right here. Gonna slap you on the board for being a sweet bean. Now oh my gosh, the hype train was a success. Thank you so much for the hype train, you guys. You guys are absolutely nuts. I'm taking it right here. I'm taking my favorite color, purple. Taking my favorite color right here, purple. I'm going right down. Annan's going on this paper. I don't know who this is. I've got no idea. The person that I thought that it might be is not in the chat right now, so I don't even know if it could have been them. I don't know if we're talking about a Smurf account. I don't know if we're talking about an alt account. I don't know if we're talking about somebody that just isn't chatting. I don't know if there's a... I don't know what this is. I have no idea who is being so ridiculous. But I'm putting Annan on the board. Don't know who you are. Don't know if you're already on this board. But you are absolutely off the walls, crazy supportive, and thank you so much. Boom, this is love for you because you got to be on the board. I don't know who you are, but you're going up there. You're going up there. Annan's my mom. What? Oh my God. What? No, that wasn't bait. is not bait. $10,000. 10,000 bits. How dare you? Bill Gates, get out of my chat! Get out of my chat, Jeff Bezos! How dare you? Thank you so much, Elon Musk, for the 2,000 bits! For the 10,000 of them, holy moly! Thank you so much. That goes towards the thing that's on the board. Thank you so much for the insane support. I don't know what to say. Thank you. Let me scroll up and see if I can find words. Let me see if I can find words somewhere in the chat. Let me just scroll up a little bit, find some words. Ollie Metalheart, how are you doing? There is some wholesome bullying that is totally off the wall over here. How are you doing, Ollie? Let me go up. You're back. You literally just woke up. Good morning, A-Star. I hope that you're having a wonderful morning. Get yourself some coffee or get yourself something delicious to eat. Let me scroll down. What's happening? What's happening? A-Star is back. Hey, how you doing, my friend? I'm holding it together with twine and twine and duct tape. You're half asleep, so I'm gonna leave the stream on in the background. Oh, he's not even here right now. He's hiding in the background. Annan, yes, sweet bean. I think that this has escalated to wholesome warfare now.
Whoa! Yeah!
Wholesome warfare. Ragamuffin Pirates here. Yo, Ragamuffin, thank you so much for the gifted sub. Boom, I gotta put you on the board, my friend. What color are we talking about? Oh, you're still here? A-Star, hi. Ragamuffin, thank you so much for the birthday sub. I so appreciate it. Thank you so much for that sub. I appreciate it, my friend. I'm gonna slap you right over here. Hang on. Let me get that Ragamuffin Pirate on my board. Let me get it over there. Anonymous is dropping wholesome nukes. Wholesome and extremely dangerous nukes. Okay, I'll put Ragamuffin. Yeah. I'll put your whole name. Thank you, you guys. Y'all are totally waking me out of my my slumber. Goodness gracious. Ragamuffin Pirate, thank you so much for the well wishes and for the birthday wishes. I'm putting you on the wholesome bean board. The wholesome bean board. Thank you, Ragamuffin. Boom, we're putting it up there. Calico, shush! Don't talk like that. How dare! Anonymous has done way too much. Don't talk like that. That's not nice. That's not nice, Calico. They've already gone so ridiculously far and given so much and so much support, and I'm so supportive. I'm so appreciative. A single sub is so appreciated for me. Nothing else is expected. Nothing else is needed. You guys are going way above anything that I would ever need. Thank you so much. And there is no pressure to do anything else, for heaven's sake. Goodness gracious. We can just chill out and hang out. Let's just hang out and look at some Pokemon.
Nice.
Goodness gracious. It's all right, Calico. It's all right. It's just something to learn. It's not a big deal. I just thought that I'd say it. It's a good thing to be said. General Ascana, hey, what's up? General's here. Hey, General Ascana, what's up? Yo, it's me, the Earl of Swords. The Earl. Hope you're having a wonderful day, my friend. We are still vibing here. I still got 7 hours left of this stream. Thunder Kebab. I thought that said Thunder Kebab, but Thunder Kebab. Thank you so much for the follow. What's up, my friend? Hope you're having a wonderful day. Boom. Beautiful photo of a beautiful onyx. Was that a yeet? Did I just hear yeet? No, he said Enat. That's what it was. Pokemon. Yeah, we're taking some pictures of Pokemon. They're so cute. Oh, sure. Thunder. Thanks so much for jumping in the chat, my friend. What's up? Hope you're having a splendid day. Are you just checking out Pokemon Snap? Interested in the game? Ever play any of the previous games? What's up? Boom. I'm going to turn on the smooth lights. We'll turn on some smooth lights. Hey, you love some Pokemon, Emo Kitten? Oh, you don't like the new one? Oh, so you're a fan of the classics, eh? I never got to play the classics. Ah, you didn't buy it.
That's illegal.
Laura Santa. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs. For Gamerite, for Neon Inkling, for Kelgreens, for Aether, for Bethicus, for Stoner, for Jake Bear, for Rose, for Flamingo Tower, and for Airmac. Dang. Thank you so much, Laura Zeta. Boom. How far have I gotten? Not very far. Because I keep getting interrupted. Emo Kitten, I'm a little bit distracted. It's hard to make progress. Then again, this game's probably too boring to not have your focus off of it. If I had my full focus this entire time, it'd probably be a struggle. Thank you so much, Laura Zent. I so appreciate the big 10 gifted subs. Holy crap, we're almost up to 700. What is 700? What did I promise? I don't even remember these. Help. Do YouTube video. No! Why is that not 1,000? I'd rather get a tattoo than do a YouTube video. By far. Why didn't I switch those? I think I put it at 1,000 because people would want that. And people probably don't care about a YouTube video. Help, no. Stupid Kenny was smart. Darn it. Not to be trusted again. You love Pokemon? Oh, you remember playing it as a kid? Oh. Okay, let me scroll up a little bit. What? Thunder Kebab. Okay, so you didn't buy the new game. So you like the old classic? Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying? Thunder Kebab? You like the classic on the N64, or you don't play these games at all? Oh, I forgot to ask. Have you seen SnowRun yet? No, we haven't gotten to any icy areas. Oh, I'm right? Oh, yo, I haven't gotten to play the N64 version. I completely missed it. So this game is interesting me in it, honestly. Now I'm interested in trying out the original one. But hey, you just hitting up Twitch so that you can kind of watch the gameplay. Nintendo, the classic was what I liked. Hey. What's your favorite thing about the classic that's different from this game? Like what's one of the big things that you're like, meh. Me no like new game. Me want old game. I hate this thing. This little part just bothers me. I'm gonna go back to the first part, shall we? Let's go. Hey, Felix, you're here. Felix. Whoa. Oh, General Ascana, yo, thank you for the sub. Oh, thank you so much. And Darkwing is here. Darkwing, hey, hello there. I love seeing that. I love seeing the purple monkey doing the wave. Felix. The baby. We have the baby.
Hello, baby. It's Marshall. Marshall has been acquired. Marshall is within our grasp. We have a Marshall.
We have a Marshall now, and it's sitting behind me. Boop. Marshall baby, hooray! We got it. It's a Marshall plush. It was sent by Lupus. I've got the baby.
Whoa.
General Oscano, what? You're not allowed
General
to.
Oscorner gifted a
my
tier 1
gosh,
sub to
General!
Rageful
Thank you so much
Vixen.
for the gifted subs as
Whoa.
well.
Yeah.
General
Oh
Oscorner
my
gifted a
gosh,
tier 1
General,
sub
you're
to
going
their
on the
rare guide
board. What kind of
100.
color name do you want me to put on it? General, thank you so much for the sub. For your own sub. For 3 months, continuing on a 3-month streak. What the heck? Thank you so much for the support. And then boom, what do we got? 2 gifted subs. General, how can I put down your name, please? You're a big fan of blue. I bet you are. I can see it. I can see it. So I've totally got it. I've got the hearts of every kind of color. I got you, General. Boom. We're going to put it right here. Let me put you on this board, on this special subby board. I think I'm going to keep this up for maybe a couple of weeks or something. I hope that I spelled this right. Let me see. Oh, this is really easy to spell. General Ascana, thank you so much for the gifted sub, my friend. Boom! 2 gifted subs. Easy peasy, slapping you on the board. Thank you so much for the love. You're going on the birthday beans board. The board of birthday beans. I'm gonna have to put you kind of on the side, but that's how it works. You're actually. You are directly next to Human One and Odie's. You're right next to Human One and Odie. So wholesome. So wholesome. Thank you so much. That's so generous, General. Thank you. Thank you. Making birthday a little bit more special. How dare. Wait, Marshall can hang around your chair? I know, look at him. Cute. He's up here. He's up there. Ah, it's your birthday. I wish you a great life. Oh, thank you, Thunder. I appreciate it. Thunder Kebab. What a sweet bean. You said, I tell you so. The new one has more options. The new Pokemons too? You don't know the new Pokemons. You just know the ones up to 151, the OGs.
Hey, that's illegal.
Oh my God. Darkwing with the 5 gifted subs. Whoa! With the 5 gifted subs. My smoke machine's out of smoke. Smoke machine's out of smoke. That's all of it. For now, Darkwing, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. For Shag, for Weird Dog, for Username, for Wolfmaster, and for Ronnie. Dang! Darkwing with the giant sub gifts. Thank you so much. Oh, and Lorazinta, you've got, oh, that's so cute. You've got the antlers emotes. I love them. The antler emotes. Yes, yes, yes. Hey, EX, you're still here. Yo, goal 700 is reached. Blessed. Hashtag blessed. Holy moly. Are you exhausted yet? I mean, like, nah, not really. Not really. We still got like, we got 7.5 hours. We got this. We got this 100%. No problemo. No problemo. Thank you so much, Darkwing. For the 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much for making the birthday even more special. Thunder Kebab, you said, Mew is the last Pokemon? You don't know. You just don't like the new ones? I mean, they take some serious time to get used to, for sure. Like, if you... Yeah, I mean, it takes a little while, for sure. Like, until you're associated with them and comfy with them, hey, I understand being a little bit uncomfortable with something new. Good night, everyone. Glad to be part of the birthday stream. Hey, your dirty dishes. Thank you so much. This has been awesome. Thanks for letting us share this day with you. Of course, of course. In fact, my mom already knew that this was gonna happen. My mom was like, "Yeah, you got your birthday coming up." She was like, "Are you gonna work on it?" And I was like, "Heck yeah, man." You bet I'm gonna be working on the birthday. We're gonna be hanging out with the homies. The family can wait. The family can wait. I'm gonna hang out with my friendos for the birthday. Birthdays for the friends. We can always do something else with the family later. Hello. I'm just gonna snap some pictures and let's keep our eyes peeled for anything fresh. Got a Dodorio getting a little bit of sleep over there. Ooh, they're cute. Oh my gosh, they made a face. They made a face and they said hello. Oh my gosh, it's so cute. The Pichu and the Grookey just run around the whole time. That's like this. That's this whole map. This whole map is just those two being adorable. I'm gonna try to get a good Emolga shot. I think it flies straight towards you, if I'm not mistaken. And it looks like I am. Oh, zoom! Oh, there was another one that flew straight towards you. Okay. Well, I am prone to staring down my iron sights for too long. Oh, there's one there too. There's 2 of them. That's tricky. They're so quick. They're so quick. They zoom. Turn around, Emolga. How dare you? Emolga doth zoom and care nothing for photography. cares nothing for the photography. Taylor, vibing over here. And look, there's Grooky. Grooky, eat some food. Nom, 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 nom. Grooky and Pichu are hanging out. Donario, zoom. Let's see. Oh, there's a little duck. Cutie duck. Ducklet. Little baby ducklings. Hello. They're just ducklings. I just heard another noise. What is that noise? Is that a Bidoof? Give him a little bonk. Let's see. Oh, they're working on the dam over here. They're working. They're basically dogs mixed with beavers. They're beaver dogs. Wait, you've been playing this game for the entire time since I slept? I mean, playing is a rough approximation of what's been happening. Was that thing rolling down the river? I've been pretty distracted, admittedly. I've been a little bit distracted during this stream. I don't know if you'd be able to imagine why. So I've barely even made it through this game. Honestly, my watch time is gonna be so jacked. I mean, my play time. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Oh, Calico Doodle, you're gonna call it? Hey! You're gonna call it happy birthday. Thank you for a wonderful stream, of course. Calico, you sweet bean. Calico Doodle, get some rest. Thanks so much for being here, my friend. Hey, Calico, you get some good schlep. Okay, I'm gonna play some jams. Let's see if anybody likes it. Bird likes, oh, the bird danced. I saw that. I saw a dancing bird. He danced, he put up his little legs. He's doing a little dance like a parrot. What a cutie. Oh, do you like music? Any of y'all? There's comfy. All the little garlands. Look, there's Pichu. Pichu zoom. Pichu is just baby Pikachu. They're giant beavers. That's pretty much true. They play. Oh my gosh, they're doing flips. Zoom! Go, little babies. Eat apple. Happy Talo. I know, that's so cute. Doing a little dance. Ah, we're already to the end. You know, we need to be thinking about what game we're gonna play next. Because I don't think that I can play this for 7 more hours. I mean, maybe. You're staying up at 24 hours before your birthday and going to immediately crash in your bed when it's your birthday. Today is my birthday. Yeah, today's my birthday.
Yeah,
Baby Yaga, Baba Yaga.
Baba Yaga
Thank you for the gifted sub for X.
Tier 1 sub to EX500MT.
Dang, thank you so much,
This
Baba.
is
I gotta
their
put you on
first
this
gift
wall
sub in the
then.
channel.
You gotta go on the wall, my friend. Hey, EX, I hope that you enjoy that gifted sub. No ads. All the emotes and movie night if you want to hang out. Thank you so much for the happy birthday, sweet bean. Play some Splatoon if you got it. That's not a bad idea, Flarestar, actually. That's actually not that bad. That's not a bad idea. I have Splatoon too. Oh my goodness. Okay, here we go. Here we go. I'm gonna put Baba Yaga right here. Thank you so much for the birthday wishes, my friend. I appreciate it. It means a lot. I'm gonna put you under special board. Special board. Boop. There's a little heart. Little heart for you. Baba, thank you so much. I put it over here. Big board full of beans. Oh wait, right? It's already day switch. Sorry, time zone messes with my brain. No, it's all right. Don't worry about it. Flarestar, how are you doing? I hope that you're having a wonderful day or evening or noon or night or whatever's going on. Random question: what's your favorite dessert? I'm not a super big dessert guy, but I do love candy. I love candy, and I also love non-milk frozen treats like Italian ice or like sorbet or something like that. So normally it'd be one of those, some kind of like frozen fruit treat sort of thing. Those are good. That's tasty. That's delicious. Almost suggested some Matchbox or something, but those games aren't wholesome or PG. Matchbox? I don't even know what that is. I don't even know what you're talking about. Your favorite is apple crumble. Ooh, you know, I do like a pie. Have been known to like a pie. This is a level 4. This is a level 4 Pichu thing, playing with a Grookey. And Grookey, I've only got a level 1 of him running away. All of my pictures were of Pichu. These are both bad pictures. Love you some pie. Pie's really good. Pie and cobbler are big yum. I like a little bit of fruit associated with my desserts most of the time. You're more of a pastry person? Yeah, I'm not crazy about pastries, but they can be pretty good. You like cherry pie. Nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom. More cherry pie. Cherry pie is delicious. I like cherry pie, lemon pie, apple pie. Just the fruits. Delicious fruit pie. Some Swan pictures in here. Okay, this is the one. This is the dancing feet. Sweet. The cute little dancing Talo. Adorable. Wait, does your birthday cake contain milk? If you're allergic to milk, no milk on mine. No milk on my cake, thank you. Did I miss a picture? This is a thing? This is a crystal bloom? Oh, yeah, I was in the corner. I didn't even notice. KJP, hey, KJP, Felix, Rurian, Golden Bear. Oh my gosh, we got all sorts of sweet beans in the chat. Let's see if we get some sweet points. Let's upgrade this. Let's upgrade this building. Oh, we gotta keep the originals. That's not nearly good enough. What do we got? We're gonna just keep the basic photos. We're just making a little bit of money, you know. That's a golden. It's a nice golden. This is brand new with gold star. Gold star, 4 stars. Spicy. Woo! Dino raid. Ah, little dinos. Cute. You're excited for the Outlast stream? You cried playing that? Oh man, I played a little bit of Outlast like months and months ago, and that game is jump scare central. It's the worst. I wouldn't blame anybody for not watching that stream. That's gonna be a dead chat, man. That is gonna be a dead chat. None of these poor beans are gonna want to watch that horrible game, but I'll suffer all the same. And also the big thing that I was excited about is that it's called I called it a goth. Oh, this was good. Oh, it's silver. I called it a gothic Outlast stream. And that's because I want to put on some really cool makeup. I want to work on a little bit of makeup and kind of go crazy with it. Kind of want to go crazy with it. I bought some for a cosplay that is going to happen in the future, but it could totally be used for some cool gothic makeup. Maybe was it the eyebrow ring that really got me to do it? I think it was because of the eyebrow ring that I was like, okay. I think we gotta practice this makeup for fun. Don't worry, Kenny, you won't suffer alone. Magikarp uses Splash. It's true, Magikarp, the most powerful of all. Ellis, good morning. Hey, Ellis, hello. You'll try, but you're not good with jump scares. It's bad, Alchemic. It's bad. I would not blame you, my friend. I would not blame you. It is big oof. Because it's all scripted. It's like most of the game is not like it's not like Amnesia, where you can kind of avoid the bosses and you don't know if you're gonna see any of it. No, it's got jump scares that are purposely put in there. Probably can't do Outlast. That's all right, Jedi. I don't blame you. You don't like Phasmophobia, so I'm not surprised. Phasmophobia is pretty tame, in my opinion. Especially if you've watched a little bit or played a little bit of it. Like, Phasmophobia doesn't even make me flinch. I don't even think that there's a single thing that surprises me in that game, just because I played it enough. If you play it enough, you just kind of know what to expect. Goth Kenny go roar! Oh my gosh! Goth Kenny! You love watching scary games because you can't play them? Hey! I will feel a lot more strong by having y'all in the chat. Y'all will help a lot. I could never do it without y'all in the chat. Let's go on a night run really quick. Goth Kenny! I might have to figure out. So how similar will Goth Kenny be to Halloween Kenny? Halloween Kenny had no makeup on. Yeah, Halloween Kenny didn't wear a scrap of makeup, I don't believe. Right? Didn't I? I don't think that I did. I think it was zero makeup during Halloween. Oh, look, Pichu! What's Pichu doing here? It's nighttime. Boop. Boop. Zoom! Oh my gosh, the face! Whenever they close their eyes. Oh, you changed the light for that, didn't you? Oh yeah. I just used lighting tricks for last Halloween to make it easier. I actually did do vampire makeup, but I didn't like it. I didn't like it, so I didn't keep it. But I did try the makeup, and I probably still have a screenshot or a clip of me doing it. But I did never keep it. Did never have it on stream. I'm gonna wait for this to be like the right size. Boop. Is it Pokemon abuse to throw Pokeballs at their face? No, not at all. We got some Murkrows hiding in the bush. Wurmple. Felix, the Pokemons, they love it. They love it. They want to wake up. They missed their alarm. They need our help. They need our help, Felix. Don't let these poor Pokemon down. Somebody has a random question. Let me see. Weird question. If you were to wear a shirt, what size would it be? Large. Large is my size. I'm a large boy. I'm a big boy now. My mom tried to sucker me into using XLs because she was like, they're more comfy. I'm like, Mom, you can't just like influence somebody into using a size too small.
Laura's enter 1
That's not how it
2
works.
2 3
Laura's
8 4
enter
gifted
with
a
the
tier
4
1
gifted
sub to 7
subs.
8.
What? Yeah.
Laura's enter 1 2 2 3 8 4
You get a
gifted a
pity
tier
puff.
1 sub to 01 Ghost Cuff 01.
Thank you for the 4 gifted subs. Yo. Okay, I can't
Laura's
see. Hang
enter
on.
1 2 2 3 8 4 gifted a
Laura's
tier 1
enter,
sub
thank you
to
so
Chen
much.
Yo.
Oh my gracious. 4 more gifted subs. Is that for a number? What's happening? Have you seen Cloyster? No, Cloyster's not shown up yet. We haven't seen any shell Pokemon, I don't think. That might be on the beach. Thank you so much, Lorizenta. 710. Miss Jonin, hi there. What's up? Welcome. Aw, Bidoof sleep. Sleepy Bidoof. Sleepy duck. Cute little sleepy duck. Even the Magikarp's sleeping. Oh, sleepy mama. Sleepy mama. Is that? Oh, I thought that said Naraya. It's Rurian. Also, Sylveon is here. Wake up, Sylveon. I want to see your face. I feel horrible. Wake up. It wouldn't wake up, please. I wanna take a picture here. I wanna take a picture of your cute face. Just throw apples at it. Hoot hoot. Owly time. Sylveon does not want your presence. Sylveon is sleeping. Thank you very much. Use R to wake them up. Oh yeah. I forgot about R. Hoot hoot loves it. Hoot hoot loves it. I forgot about the music and dance. It dance for me. Oh, what's going on over here? Wake up. Wake up. Hello. Torterra don't mind. Torterra's like, thanks for the lullaby. Appreciate it. Kim's here. Hey, Kim, you're back. Hi there, Kim. Cute. Do you like the music, Combi? Combini. The flute. The weirdo. Combini. Cute score bunny chilling on a Torterra. Adorable. Dang it, I should have woke up Sylveon. I forgot that you could do that. You've been here earlier, though? I know, but you're back, Kim. You're back. To be or not to be? That is the question. It's so funny that all these Pokemon don't care about being pelted with stuff. I know. You just like chuck apples at them and they're like, me. They're just like, meh, me sleep. All right, all of these are boring. By that, I mean that we've already gotten all these shots. But you know what? We'll just pick the best shots and we'll make some extra money. You know, we do be making Pokebucks. But we do have some new Tangrowth pictures. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up, America. We got a beautiful swan right there. We got a burb. Beautiful burb. The closer the burb, the better. This boy's looking nice. Score bunny. Got some classic photos. Caterpie scooting through the grass. Got some ducklets. That's the best one. I love that. Sylveon. That's a fresh new look. That's the fresh look of Sylveon. Sleeping. Looks dead. Totally just sleeping. Hoot hoot. We got a new thing. Dancing to the music is cute. Oh, wait. Oh, that's just one. No, the dance was exactly the same. The dance was number 3. We've already done that. It's just the boring burb. All right. Sylveon needs beauty sleep. I think Sylveon looks beautiful no matter what. We'll do that one. And then Crystal Bloom. Boom. Give me some money. Give me some money. Come on, buddy. What are you going to pay for these photos, huh? You got some money? Oh, what? Just silver? Ridiculous. Gold? Splendid. The faster the better. Oh, it's diamonds. What have we got for me? Silver. Oh, this is new. Hang on. Ooh, gold. Gold for triple A. Yeah, if only we had spruced that up a little bit and got that sweet diamond. That's a sweet diamond. Get that diamond, baby. All right, little crummy bronze. Oh, nice. Ooh, fresh photo is diamond, baby. Woo, new duckling. And it's, look at this, straight diamonds. Straight diamonds for the BB Ducks. BB Duck with Mama, BB Duck alone, BB Duck in Splash. Now we need Baby Duck. I don't know what's next. Who knows what these baby ducks are gonna do next? They're unpredictable. Score bunny. You know, it looks, it actually looks good. That was good. Torterra, what do we got? Spice it up. Hey, silver, that's a new record. Nice. We're gonna upgrade it. That is a better photo. Low-fat Pokemon, butter-free. Ooh, diamond, nice. Hey, check it out. Oh, check it out, baby. Delicious. Give me that. Give me those diamonds. Give me those diamonds. The diamonds. The gift that lasts forever. The Dallas Jewelry Exchange. Diamonds. Carrots. So many of them. Worth nothing, technically. But still awesome. Hey, Monster's here. Aw, yeah. Of course Monster's here. Yeah. Oh, yeah, we got a special request right there. Special request done. Bleep, bloop, bleep, bleep, Ine. There's our new Hoot Hoot. A new silver Hoot Hoot. Combi's gotta be. Oh, it's not better. The other one was diamond? Since when? That looked like a crappy photo to me. I actually like this one that I just took better. It looks really good. Looks really clean. Gives you an idea what the heck you're looking at. What do we got for our nighttime park? Is this gonna be an upgrade? We took a lot of pictures, but oh man, that takes some serious XP. Holy moly. Oh my gosh, we're nowhere close to that. I don't think that we can do that. Heck no. Diamond carrots, yummy. I prefer golden carrots myself. Diamond carrots, the gift that lasts forever. Diamonds. You can't eat them. So I think that we've pretty much covered a lot of this, and I don't really want to grind this game too much. So we might be ending we might be getting towards the end of playing this game. Oh yeah, I can't see how much I played it. Played for a little while, eh? Is this what this is gonna say? Played for a little while, you know, just a little playtime. Just played for a little while. Yeah, you know, just a little bit, just a little spritz, a little sprinkling, little tiny bit of this game. You're me, isn't it beautiful? Beautiful and handsome. It looks exactly like I used to look. This is what I used to look like. Eggy. Yeah, I used to be an egg. I shave my head bald for New Year's, and I also shave my eyebrows, and I shave my beard. It was incredible. Egg, frying an egg. You can eat diamonds, you just shouldn't. You can't process them. You can't Woo! Mamma mia, Papa Pia. Mamma mia, Papa Pia. Oh no. Oh no, Super Mario, stop playing the game. Just a little while, just the sprints. I wonder if we can upgrade one of these. Hang on. This is my question. This is my question to you, Pokemon game. Can I double check which regions just need a little upgrade? Pokemon, let's look at the map. Let's look at these maps. What can we upgrade here? Does it show me? Oh, it does. Yeah. So we pretty much got Jungle Day. Oh, Jungle Day would be tough though. That's still a lot of juice. Still a lot of juice. Getting past level 2 is that's a tall order. Get past level 2. If you're on level 3. Whew, we've been out in that water a lot. Level 2's over there. That's not even close. It's coming along. What do we got over here? Sweltering Sands. Yeah, okay. I mean, it doesn't look like we're too close to anything. What about the missions? What kind of missions are we supposed to go on? I still don't understand how these Pokemon work either. Look at this. It's like photos registered, Pokemon registered. I guess that 76 is what we gotta look at. How many Pokemons are in this game? 300? I thought that somebody said 300, right? Sorry for the bad pun earlier. I should have kept my mouth shut. That's a rough one, KJP. Why you gotta do this? Why you gotta do this to me? Come on now. Come on now. Oh, thank you very much for the sip. Hey, this within the sound of silence. What's the beginning of that song? Do 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 do. And the bubba that was planted in my brain still remains within the sound of silence. Thanks a lot for the beautiful puns. KJP, you're in big trouble. Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with you again. I do. Am I the only one that likes Disturbed? I mean, no way. There's no way that I'm the only one that likes the Disturbed cover. The Disturbed cover is a big upgrade, in my opinion. So I was gonna look at the missions, right? Whoa! All requests. Oh my gosh, what the heck? These are requests? Wow! This is a lot of sauce. Holy moly. Bruh. I actually like a lot of those like redone covers. Like I like Marilyn Manson's version of Sweet Dreams. I like trying to remember that the there's a few of those. There's a few of them. I like the new the one that was done by Johnny Cash. Johnny Cash's Hurt is better. Yo, Kite's in the chat. Yo, Indoor Kite, what's up? Yo. Indoor Kite. Yeah. It's you. Hooray. Kite's here. Everybody, please welcome my friend Kite. How are you doing? What's up? Stream friend Kite. I didn't even do the I didn't do that. That was it did it by itself. It did it by itself. I didn't even tell it to do anything. Kite, much love. Much love to the adorable kite. Hooray. I was just looking at these missions. Holy moly. Can I just say like not completed? Yeah, can we just say completed or not completed? What's going on here? Yeah, let's not look at the completed ones, can we? David Draymond literally had the flu when he did the original performance on Conan. It's freaking incredible. The performance on Conan is amazing, Jedi. I've watched that. It's so good. You like both versions? Yeah, the Simon and Garfunkel one's not bad. It's not bad. I just like the other one better. Boba shortage in Toronto? What? You went to make taquitos. Hey, taquitos. That's the kingly snack food. That's the snack food of the gods. The gods eat taquitos every night. Kangaskhan's parenting. You guys, can we just talk a little bit about... You guys, it's been a tough year, but you know what? I think even though all this trouble, all of the trouble that we've gone through in 2020 and 2021, listen, there's been a lot of scandal, there's been a lot of difficulty, but I think that it's time for us to talk about Kangaskhan's parenting because there's a lot to say. Kangaskhan only feed their young if they feel the area is safe. You don't see it often, so keep your eyes peeled. I've already seen this. I've already seen so many of these. I wish that they would not make me do these missions again because I've already like taken pictures of that. Roll and stop. What is this? Have you ever seen a stand true come to a stop whenever it's rolling? It looks really cool. What, do I have to throw a brick at it? Kangaskhan, it's doing its best. I suspect a trap pinch is hiding somewhere in this area. Do you think you can find it? I already found it. I took a picture of it. What are you talking about? Okay, let's just go there really quick and try to get these night stuff done. I don't know about the rolling stop, but I know where Kangaskhan is, and I know where the trap pinch is. I think that I accidentally threw an apple at it instead of taking a picture of it. Yeah, let's go to the sands at night. I got like a couple of things. 7 more hours and then he'll be in bed, I hope. What? 7 more hours? Yo, should I hit some more? Wait a second. I haven't had barely any caffeine so far. Should I get some more? You know that I bought all of my drinks that keep me up at night and I just haven't even drank them. Silly Cobra is right at the beginning. How dare? How dare thee? I can't believe. Did you just see that thing? Did you just see that thing slither? Did you see that sucker slither down? Oh, Kangaskhan's up there, bruh. Hello. Okay, hang on. Watch this. Watch this. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm armed with my camera. Oh yeah, there they are. Zoom! There it goes. Oh my gosh, look. It's right there. It's sleeping. Wake up. Is it time for focus aid? I think so. Oh my gosh, that was cool as heck. What just happened? Why does that happen every time? It's like vibrates and I hear a big noise. You could go for some coffee about now. I won't get any coffee till it's like what I would call morning. Emo Kitten, it's so nice to have you here. You put so much hype in the chat. It's fun. It is fun. Thank you. That was so cool. I know the slide. Fancy. You looking kind of spooky there, Mr. Scorpy. Mr. Scorpy, I don't know what you're doing, but I don't like it. I'm just gonna throw these apples everywhere. Oh wait, something's about to pop over this hill. Oh yeah, I think that there's a hidden gem fruit. Whoa, over this edge. KJP, thank you for the gifted sub for Emo Kitten.
Gifted a tier 1 sub to M0 Kitten 110.
Oh my gosh,
they have
KJP,
given 9
thank you so
gift
much.
subs in the channel.
You've gifted 9 gift subs in the chat. Whoa, KJP, thank you so much. I gotta put you over on that board. Are you already on the board, KJP? I see Felix. Felix is one of the only people that got a face. Oh, KJP is on the board. You already gifted a sub. Oh my gosh, thank you so much, KJP. Boop. There we go. It's so unusual to watch me while eating breakfast. Hey, Ollie. Thanks for being here, friendo. Whoa, I almost missed it. Ollie is the friendo that won the Discord Nitro. Aw, yeah. Discord Nitro, baby. Look at them with the closed eyes. That looks kind of like Felix. You see those eyeballs? Shut tight. Shut tight. Hello? Hello, Lycanroc, you beautiful being. Honestly, you missed the original. Uh-oh, under pressure. Boop. There you go. Got a picture over there. It's a hippo sleeping. This guy. Emo boy. Emo boy over there. I saw something. Giving me childhood flashbacks of the original Pokemon Snap. Did you play it whenever you were a kid? Indoor Kite? I totally missed out stuff like this. I totally missed out on video games back in the day. Me mom thought that they were from the devil. And you know what? They are. Thank you, Satan. Yeah, Lycanroc's pretty cute. Oh, this is where the flower is. I think I got it. Not sure. Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa. Hey, 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 hey. I'm looking for the blue one. That's what I want. Bloop. Looking around, looking up. Oh, look at that. Cutie. Cuties, they're playing. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. My Nan was pretty dope and got it for me. Aw, yeah. Nan knows what the heck is up. Nan knows what the heck is up. Go, Nan. Go, Nan. Bloop. I'm just gonna take a picture of Felix. It's so cute. Such a cute emote. How dare they? I wanted to take a picture of that blue one, but I don't know where it's actually. Oh, there it is. There it is. Felix? Oh, is that a perpy one? Ooh, violet. Violet. Ooh, violet and blue. You're an Onyx? No. I said that that emote was cute. What? What's happening? You love the Pikachu hoodie? Oh, thank you. It's yeah. I've got the big old Pikachu onesie. Comfy, comfy. I said 6 hours, but I think I'm just gonna wear it. That was a good run, you guys. I think that we got some serious sauce going on there. I think that we got some serious juice. I'm not sure if we finished all the missions, but I'm pretty sure that we got 2 done. Good morning, kitty! Ritzelgut! Hello! Have you found Glalie yet? What type of Pokemon is Glalie? I don't know if it's in this game. I think there's only like 300. Lurkies for Brekkie! Hey, go get some Brekkie! Oh, Poggies! Poggy claps! Oh, thank you for the hyper claps! It's amazing! Ooh, look at the baby! Awaken my masters! Does anybody know if that JoJo music is gonna be like copyrighted? Because I really want that Awaken My Masters meme. Look at Kangaskhan. Hashtag lonely. It's a snow run evolution? Oh, well, we haven't found any ice areas, so I'm not sure. Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with you again. There's a little fellow over there. All right. I'm gonna get the one with its eyes open. Aw, Onyx sleep. Sleep, sleep. Schlep, schlep. Very cute. We need a number 2. Ooh, roll. Roll, you cutie. Ooh, what do we got? I might actually get this game. It's very amusing. Oh, yes, because I feel very good. Amusing. Oh, 4-star. 4-star, yes, please. Yes, please. I will take one of those if you don't mind. Mandibuzz, boom. We just snapped some pictures for some extra moosh. But I also got a oh, this actually looks like it could be good. That could be good. Of course he's found a Glalie Kite. I'm right here. You know while you were gone, Shiny, somebody, I'm trying to remember who it was, but they said, is Shiny awake? I think it was A-Star. A-Star was like, is Shiny awake? And I was like, I don't know. And then they said, say Dark Souls. Say Dark Souls. And I said it one time and they were like, nope, Shiny's asleep. Ooh, Silly Cobra.
Nice timing.
Nice timing. Oh, you weren't here? Oh, it wasn't A-Star then. Sorry. It was somebody. Maybe it was Lupus. I'm not sure who it was. Not sure. Oh, that's Pog. That's Pog. Oh, we got the new Pokemon. New Pokemon with a sweet shiny. Oh. Go. All you have to do is say, I don't think I'm gonna die this round. And Shiny will be there to watch you fail. Shiny will watch. Shiny will watch. Shiny will laugh. And then Shiny will tell you to try again. Request complete. Boom. But it was a bad picture. What do we, oh, upgraded Scorpion.
Nice timing.
Nice timing. New upgrade. New upgrade, making it look a little bit fancier. And the Onyx is, ooh, absolute pog. This was an incredible photo. That's a good photo right there. Diamond. I said in the previous stream that I thought that it was hilarious that anytime that it's mentioned, Shiny freaks out. Thank you for saying it's. I appreciate it, A-Star. Keeping it calm in the chat. Thank you. This is like silver. Oh, it's bronze. Oof. Wow. Such a pretty picture. Eighth is in the chat. Eighth, what's up? Eighth Recluse. Oh my gosh, like all of my streamer friends have come out to say hello. Eighth is here. Hello. Hey, what's up, my friend? How are you doing? Did you get to play any of Snap? Did you get to play it yet? Man, we've been playing a lot of Snap tonight. I'm so sorry to anybody that thought that we might do something else. Also, 7-Eleven. 7-Eleven, oh, thank heaven. Hey, I'm doing fantastic, my friend. It's a crazy birthday stream. We do be vibing. We do be vibing as best as we can. It's getting a little bit spicy late, though. Whew. Stream's been going for 17 hours. We're holding it together. Oh, that's Pog! That's a beautiful. Oh, look at him. Looks like it's doing. Looks like it's about to dance to Thriller. It looks a little bit. I don't know. Manda Buzz. It couldn't possibly be better. I told you. Fan hands. No jazz hands over here. Nothing but big old fans. You could keep an Egyptian pharaoh cool with those hands. Just wave them around. You don't even need a stick with a leaf on it. Incredible. Whoa! Yeah. What's up with the 2 months? Hey, thank you so much for the resub, Eighth. Gee whiz, what the heck? Hey, thank you so much for the support. Yo, that's a streamer friend of mine. Can we get a shout out for Eighth just for fun?
That's illegal.
Wow! Eighth! Oh my gosh! Eighth! Birthday hype! Hey, yo! Thank you so much for the gifted subs! Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Goodness gracious! Wow! Hey! Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs with the birthday hype. Yeah! Awesome sauce. Thank you so much. Goodness. You were last playing Genshin Impact? Oh yeah, because of the update. How was the update, my friend? I hope that it was a fantastic stream. Oh my gosh, Eighth is such a sweet bean. Such a sweet bean. Plays lots of Pokemon, so if you love Pokemon, boom, you gotta go check out Eighth. You gotta go check out Eighth because they're playing Pokemon, and then they're also playing the game that I won't play, which, so if you want to get your fill of the new Pioneer Town Harvest Moon, you should go check out my friend Eighth. They've got some gameplay for you. Me, I deny the gameplay. I'm a horrible streamer. My friend Eighth, they got it all. They got it all. The picture was cool. Yeah, the lichen is super duper cool. Do. Sans Night was a good run. They added a housing area in Genshin that's like Sims. What? That is a huge upgrade. Oh, it's Story of Seasons. You're right. 100. Jedi Aurora is 100 right there. Now that we've got that Crystal Bloom info, I've got something to report. What? The info? Whoa. What are we? Oh, I'm excited. What the heck are we talking about, sir? What do you mean, my good fellow? So do I need to take a picture of all of the Crystal Blooms? Is that what the deal is? Should I have taken pictures of those like over at the docks? Or over at the water? Is this gonna unlock the fire area so that I can finally take a picture of Charizard? Still the same devs as the OG Harvest Moon. Yeah. I remember that it's like all complicated and stuff. I finished analyzing the Lumina phenomena as it occurs on Voluka Island. So without further ado, here you go. Illumina orbs from Voluka Island.
頼んだよ
Use them to take your research even further. See, what the heck are they? What does this even mean? They gave me this earlier, but I don't know what to do. You're supposed to be able to throw the orbs, but how do you do it? I couldn't figure out how to do it earlier. There's like another button. There's like another button that I wasn't pressing. Should we try to use it? I don't know how to use it. Next research level is 25. Let's try all the buttons and see if we can throw this sucker. I want to throw it. I want to throw the magical orb and turn the Pokemons extra pretty, but I don't know how to do it. I gotta press all the buttons until something happens. Oh, I see the button. It's that one. What the heck? Oh, you have to like nail them. Boom, Grookey, you just got. You've been struck by. You've been hit by. A smoke criminal. Bam. What do you think about that, buddy? Now you're all shiny. Oh, wait. What does this do? Oh, cute. They went, ow, ow, ow. Okay, who else is gonna get the brow? You get hit in the face, and you get hit in the face. Baby. Aw, cute. Run away, children. Bidoof. Bidoof, zoom through the water. Okay, I'm gonna see who we gonna. Boom. Grab a little extra picture there. Boom. There we go. Magical Wurmple. Look at the power. The power that was dwelling within the Wurmple has been released. It has been released, and it is the most powerful. Ow! Emolga! Scared the crap out of me. Scared the crap out of me and all the kids. Oh, wait. The Emolga picture missed. Oh, no. Aya! Got him. Kind of. I don't know if that's going to count, but hey. You got to chuck this magic ball at that Wurmple. Take that, Wurmple. Hello? Bird? What are you gonna do whenever you get hit by magic? Whenever you turn into a magic bird, how will that change your destiny? Dodorio's gonna eat those birds. Goodness. Dodorio, take a chill pill. These birds mean no harm. They're a little weird, but that's not their fault. Turn these guys magical. Magic duck. Magic duckling. Whoa! Holy moly! Magikarp doth leap. Oopsie, it's 5 a.m. Good night, everybody! KGP, we'll see you later. KGP, get some rest. What the heck were you doing here? 5 a.m. Holy crap. KGP, enjoy your sleepies, my friends. I guess we won't see you at the end. You took a picture of an Emolga? I did thankfully land a picture, but it wasn't very good. It might work. Badoof. Bleep bloop. Okay, let me see. Magic fish. Look at these ducks. They're interested. Oh my gosh, they're so cute. I already got a picture of them, but I gotta go for it again. Ooh, that Magikarp was like, I'd fly for that magic. Oh yeah, there's no pincer on this level. But there's a butterfly. Oh yeah, I haven't been playing music either. There's music and there's this thing. There's a lot of experimentation to be had. Hello. Magic bird. Ooh, I don't know if I've gotten that pose before. I'm not sure if it's anything. Whoa. Whoa. It's zooming. Oh yeah, and there's that plant thing that I haven't taken a picture of in a long time. That plant thing over there. What the heck is that thing? It's weird and frightening. Zoom! Go, Pichu, go! Hey, I was making sure that I would stop by for the birthday stream, so here I am. It's 5 in the morning. What a raid! Right now! Oh my gosh! Lucilia, holy moly, thank you so much for the raid. It's the piglets. Oh my gosh, the piglets are on that. Have just jumped into the chat. Yo, thank you so much for the big raid. How are you doing? Whoa, thank you. For jumping in during our subathon, subathon spectacular in celebration of birthday. Thank you so much for giving a shout out in the chat for my new friend, Lucilia. Thank you so much. You were playing Pokemon Snap. Oh, sweet. Another Pokemon Snap. You just playing some games? What, have you played it before, or were you continuing it? What was going on? Thank you so much for jumping in the chat. Hi there, Raiders. Hi. I'm the Earl of Suds. We're hanging out. We're hanging out on this stream, having a good time together. It's all good vibes and comfy community over here. So you are welcome if you want to vibe. Let me take a look. Thank you so much for. Oh my gosh, Lucilia. Thank you so much, Mr. Max. Thank you for the raid. Hi there, Needle Fillet, Wheel Boy, Lens 89. I think is the way to say that. Needle Fillet is a fantastic name. Piglet Raid, Lucilia, thank you so much. How are you liking the game? The onesie? Yeah, I've got to. They suckered me into wearing the onesie. That was one of the goals. So I had to do it. I had to do it. It was supposed to be 6 hours, but you know what? It's more comfortable than I thought, so I'm gonna have to stick around with it. First time on the new one, but you've played Snap before. I've never played the original Snap. This is my first Snap that I ever played, and I mean, you could ask. I've been playing a little bit. I've been playing a little bit too much. The Grookey, it's so cute. Oh my gosh, look at the babies. Oh, look at the babies. The sweet babies, they run. You be vibing. Hey, Empress Sayana, thank you so much for jumping in the chat. Hey, I hope you Raiders enjoy your stay, of course. And yeah, if you need to go to bed, Lucilia, I totally understand. Get yourself some rest. Get yourself some rest, recuperate, get some water, get some food. I totally get it if you got to raid and run because you just finished the stream, my friend. I hope that you had a wonderful time, but you're welcome here if you want to hang out, if you want to just vibe and just enjoy the games. I've been kind of playing so much of this. I was trying to get away from it, but I couldn't do it. Thank you. It went well aside from some stream issues. Oh, those are the worst. I hope that it wasn't too bad. We found a new thing. Okay. We hunted out a little new Tailo thing. Oh, it's for this too. It's for throwing a thing. You like my Pikachu onesie? Thank you so much, Empress. You're very sweet. You're very sweet. Thank you for the compliments. Y'all are very nice. This stream has been way too wholesome, and I have been. I mean, it's something that our community would call wholesome bullying. I was definitely not the one that came up with that, but definitely almost too much kindness to the point where it's almost bullying. Golden Bear, welcome back to the chat. Yo! Thank you very much for the lurk. I appreciate it. It's very, very supportive for you to be hanging out in the chat and just doing a little bit of a lurk. The wholesome bullying. I thought that this would be new, but it wasn't new. I'm just trying to make a little bit of extra money. Just a little bit of extra money. Try to upgrade this area and see what happens. 4-star. We might be able to upgrade this one. I'm not sure. That seems like it's a better picture. Ooh, it's cute. I'm gonna do the 4-star because I like it. It's a beautiful picture. The Bidoof. And we got some Bidoofs running away. All horrible pictures. I was so busy trying to look for new stuff. Throwing everything. Such a wholesome, it'll make you break down and cry. That's exactly right, Empress. That is exactly what I'm talking about. Too much wholesomeness that you suffer. That there's been way too much generosity in this chat. It's been madness. It has been madness. Okay, I'm gonna just kind of schmoove through these and try to make a little bit of extra money, you know? Oh, a diamond, nice. Dang, a fresh new diamond look upgrade. Thank you very much. The Dodorio, no reason to expect anything, but look at that. We got a new look. Wow. Diamond for extra points. I mean, you get more points anyway. You want to get the best pictures all the time, but I'm being kind of lazy with this. Oh, silver's only. Dang it. Empress Sayana, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Sorry to raid and dash. No. You got it. Go get your stuff done. Go get your stuff done. Enjoy the rest of your evening or the rest of your day. I don't know what time it is where you are, but thank you so much for the follow and for hanging out and for the raid. I so appreciate it, my friend. It means a lot whenever I'm doing like a gigantic 24-hour stream. Sit here for 18 hours so far. It means a lot. Thank you so much. You're very tired. All right, so I'll say good night. There you go. It was included in the message. Nighty night. Thank you for being here, and thanks for joining in. Get some rest. Diamonds, the jewelry that lasts forever. Diamonds, the only way to tell somebody how you really feel. Amy, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. You're an awesome streamer. What? You really care about your viewers and make us feel warm and welcome? Empress, you're too sweet. Shush. 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 Otherwise, I'm going to be replaced by the real streamer back there. By the real streamer. If y'all don't stop being so wholesome and sweet. Hey, Earl. Long-time Sudzer, first-time caller. Is this the onesie temperature hot? Asking for a friend. Well, I mean, it's not too hot. It's a little bit warm. I definitely don't want to be doing any pull-ups in this suit. Gene, how are you doing? So you say that you're a follower, or are you a royalty soaps fanatic? What's happening?
Nice timing.
Oh, we actually got a picture of Emolga. That's the new record. Nice. We're doing our best. We're doing our best. We're trying to get some fresh photography. Fresh photography where I got out here with my mirrorless camera and I've been snapping photos of Pokemon for like 3 hours. Oh, that's a bad picture right there. That's no good. That's no good. I don't like that picture. All these ducks. Baby ducks. Baby ducks. Do. Baby. Ooh, fresh and spicy. You enjoy suds, but it's great to be here. Hey, Gene, nice. Sudsy times. Spicy sudsy times. Delicious sudsy times. New pose, baby. How long has the onesie been on? Unknown information. About 4 hours? Oh, that's all? I'll probably just wear it for the rest of the stream. And Safa. Safa. Safa as the fools do. That's a horrible picture. Only silver. I'm disappointed. Hi-ho, silver away. Some nice selection of pics. I know, but almost nothing new. But can we get a little bit of... Can we get a... No, not even close. Not even close. Goodness gracious. What kind of grinding does this game require? I guess it's more like searching game, huh? You were gonna say that the reward said you only have to wear it for 8 hours. Did it? It says 6 hours. 6 hours, even smaller. What? I didn't say to do anything. Okay. Now, potentially, I'm not saying that we're quitting this game. But potentially, if we wanted to play a new game, what would we play? I'm not saying that we're switching games. I'm just saying, potentially, hypothetically. Hypothetically, if we switch games, what would we play? I don't know. It's a tough call. Oh yeah, somebody mentioned Splatoon 2. That would be kind of fun. Just Dance. Oh yeah, now that's a great way to wind down from a 24-hour stream. Just a little bit of Just Dance, just to make sure that you're feeling nice and loose before you perish. See, what have I got here? Bomb chicken. What? So, just a little bit of Celeste. Just a little bit of Celeste should keep it nice and spicy. You think this is a lot of games, Felix? You think this is a lot of games? You should see my Steam library. Stencil Monkey. Oh, whoa. How you doing, Stencil Monkey? Oi! You're not a monkey to me. You're a god. Oh, isn't Just Dance concerning for DMCA? I just delete the VOD and delete all the stuff. Ring Fit to finish the stream. Nice. You guys, guess what? I just finished Ring Fit and I feel great. I played Ring Fit and I feel great. I'm glad that I did because I feel better than ever. In fact, I don't think that I'm gonna perish. I think that I am stronger than ever, and that's probably because of Ring Fit, which is a great game. Thank you so much for the suggestion. Indoor kite, I can't wait. Spelunky? Spelunky for 7 hours. 7 hour Spelunky session? Could we please get some more Spelunky? We've been waiting for Spelunky. Where is it? Where is it? The Spelunky streams were promised and we've never received them. Time to play Outlast, you guys. We're starting right now. Just kidding. Spyro's pretty great. We played the first Spyro, but the second one gets way too spicy hot. It gets way too spicy, and it's also kind of boring. That's one song that gets struck for YouTube in Just Dance. Only one of them gets struck. Revan!
Whoa. Yeah.
Thank you for the gifted subs!
Revan 363 gifted a tier 1 sub to Nicole
Thank you for the
Marie.
gifted subs for Nicole Marie and also for Supreme Dad.
Revan
a beast. Oh my gosh, hang on.
gifted a tier 1 sub
Hang on.
to Supreme.
That means you gotta go on the board. Revan! Are you on there? I'm sorry, Marshall. There we go. Actually, you're already on there, Revan. I think I just saw you. I think I just saw you on there. Are you already on there? I'm confused. No, I think I read Rosera. Revan, thank you so much for the gifted sub. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm gonna slap you on this board. I'm gonna slap you good. I gotta put Revan on this board just real quick, you guys. Let me just write it down here. Revan. Boom. Thank you so much for the love, my friend, and for the support. I'm gonna go put this on the board on the Birthday Beans board. Birthday Beans, you are now officially 100% Birthday Bean. Totally approved, totally real. Indoor Kite, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. Birthday Bean, 100% approved. 100% approved, Birthday Bean. Marshall staring me down? Oh, he's still looking at me. That cute boy that cute boy in class 2B is looking at me. I don't know when he's gonna ask me out. He's been staring me down forever. He's been staring me down for weeks and he hasn't said a word. I can't tell if he hates me or if he loves me. Should we do submissions? Hang on. I really wanted to unlock another thing. A crystal bloom on the lentil sea floor. Lentil sea floor over here? Okay, hang on. We got a plant that we gotta take a picture, you guys. We got a plant that we gotta get a photo of. Let's take a picture of one beautiful plant. Thank you so much for the follow, Unicorn Tracks. That's an awesome name. Unicorn Tracks, thank you so much. Hey, welcome to the chat. We're vibing, taking some pictures of some Pokemon, of some Pokemonsters, of some poking monsters. Look at the Zoom. Hearts? Oh my gosh. Unicorn Tracks, you sweet bean. Welcome. Hope you're having the best of days, the best of nights, best afternoon. I don't know what's going on. I don't know where you are. Just happy time zone in general. It just generally happy, brain empty looking fish right here. Wait, oh, I can't throw it. I can't throw my stuff over here. Hang on. Hit the fish with an apple. Boop. Hello, friend. Oh, yeah, I'm supposed to get another picture of this crawdaddy anyway. This crawdad's got to get some photography. Bloop. There we go. By the way, I love everybody here. Revan, hooray! You're using the new emote. The brand new emote, the Kinney heart. Baby. Corsala is sneaky. Sneaky baby Corsala. I see you. Well, what was that? What was that pause? Was I supposed to take a turn? Took a turn for the worse. Look at this Cradilly. I'm gonna try to sucker this thing towards me, and then I'm gonna take another good picture. Here we go. Hello. Bloop. Whammo. Look at me. That's right. Look at me. Nice. Looking around. We got some ancient beans over here. Can I scan something? Love disc. Finian's over there. Ooh, something to scan right there. Oh, there's the bloom right there. Thank goodness I scanned. I didn't even see that sucker. Okay, how do I get a photo of this? It said that there was something behind it. Maybe it's not ready. You love it? It's so cute. It's your new favorite emote. It's so adorable. I love it. It was dropped on me with no warning from my emote artist. How dare. How dare. No warning. My heart couldn't handle it. My heart can't handle that kind of cuteness. Unabashed cuteness. Bloop. Hello there, love disc. Whaler. Oh yeah, I can play music. Maybe we'll play a little ditty for these fish. Excuse me, Whalmer, could I get your autograph? Your automatic graph? Where are you going? Where are you going? Come back here, you coward. Finish what you started. Boop. That's cute. Bloop. Oh, apple fell down and hit this Whalmer. Oh, flip? I've never seen a flip before. I wonder if that counts as a behavior. Whale. What do we have here? That's pretty good, Rurian. I don't actually mind that one. That one gets a free pass. Please don't eat. Please do not eat the Pokemon. Please don't eat your friends. That backflip is cool as heck. Oh yeah, 2 sips? Okay, I'm gonna go get some more Topo Chico. That's why I bought so much. Whalelord Riot! That's not a Whalelord. Whalelord's on a different level. God, that's shush. There's gonna be no Whalelords at the bottom of the screen. Those are the worst. They're too big. Also, I love this guy's. They've got like little shrimpy minions. They look like motorcycles with the sidecars. They look like little sidecar shrimps. In fact, I'm gonna call them sidecar shrimps from now on. Bloop. Cool fish. Hey, Desi, how are you doing? Good morning. It's so funny to see people that were in the chat earlier and now they're saying good morning. Listen to the jams. Why so puffed up? Unpuff thyself. You silly pufferfish. What are you so sensitive about? I think that I missed my opportunity. I think I may have missed my opportunity to take a picture of that plant that I wanted to take a picture of. Oh, that's too bad. Hello there, Magikarp. I love you, Magikarp. Though you are so worthless, still you've won my heart. Oh, excuse me, Tentacruel. Let me just take a little snap. Take a little snap. A little snap. Oh, hey, zoom. Cute. Now, can I find that plant? Is there a plant up here? Oh boy, we're about to escape. Oh no, there's no plants over here. Dang it. Dang it, we finished the level. I wanted to not finish the level. I wanted to find that plant. Why'd they hide it so well? What is this, hide and seek? What is this, I spy? Unacceptable. I saw where it was, but they wouldn't let me take a picture. There was a silly old, oh, we probably should have woke up the Pokemon. We probably should have smacked it with an apple. I didn't even think about that. We should have yeeted an apple at that sleeping Pokemon and given it a rude awakening. Love disc. My original photo is beautiful. I don't want to update it. I already love what I have. Ooh, this might be better. Maybe. Hello! The glitch is in the chat. Oi! The glitch is here. How you doing, my friend? Oi! Oi, oi, oi! How are you doing, glitch? Hope you're having a wonderful day. Aw, the baby is sleeping. The baby's sleeping. Shh. Don't wake the baby. Mantine. Get a little bit of bonus in there. Boom. Get a little bonus in there. Kim, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I think that this might be better. Whalmer. Looking with a handsome flip. We've got 1, 2. Oh, we've got 1 and 2. Well, we've already done it. Can I get a better photo in here? I feel like this is way better, right? Desi, am I tired? Yeah, I'm tired at this point. I'm gonna get a sip. Gonna get a sip, and it's gonna have some caffeine in it.
Yes.
All right, let's make some money. Got a little silver. I knew that it wasn't gonna be good there. The Finion's not bad. Magikarp upgrade. Ooh, new record. All right. Top Magikarp photography. Clawitzer, that's a tough win. Oh, just barely lower, but still a lot of money. Oh, new record, the Corsala. It's still not top stuff, but it's cute. Credilli, got a new photo. It's a new pose anyway. Automatic winner with the diamonds, nice. Lumineon is lower? Yeah, just gold. Host naughties turned off. What? Host noties are turned off? Do I have host notifications turned off? What? Did I turn those off? Oh my gosh, are you hosting me right now? Thank you, OT. I need to keep that checked. Why do I have that unchecked? OT, how are you doing? Thank you so much for the host. Let me see, I just turned on host and I still don't see it help. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Odie, what's up, my friend? Hello. What are you still doing up? Only unsensible people would be up at such hours. Charlie's is here, yo. I just heard like a bang in the kitchen. I wonder if my roommate just woke up. You're looking swell today. Looking swollen. How are you doing? Charlie's, what's up? You are looking beautiful today yourself. Ooh, new look. New look, new Pokemon, new pose. Fancy. Oh my. The Earl said it. I'm great. I'm glad to hear it, Charlie's. Hooray! Ooh. Is that an upgrade? Nah, they're about the same. They're about the same. We made a little bit of moosh. Yeah, I'm wondering if my roommate just woke up. But I need to get myself a drink really quick. And then I'm trying to think about what we're gonna play next. It's 4 in the morning. It's 4 in the morning. We still got 6 hours of stream left. We gotta play something spicy, you guys. We gotta play something spicy to wake up. We gotta get something going. How am I still awake? I mean, it's like you just gotta keep your eyeballs open. If you could just do that, then that's half the battle, Odie. That's half the battle. You've already won the war if you don't fall asleep. You just gotta open them up. Just open them up. Keep talking. Keep playing games. Never stop. Never stop playing games. Go to bed. Stream's over. Odie said so. Odie said I have to go to bed. Sorry, guys. Sorry, guys.
よろしくね。
My mom said that I have to go home. Mom said I can't stay over. It's nothing new. Odie's done 24-hour streams before. Odie likes to pretend like things are shocking when they're not. Ooh, look at the pretty butterflies. Okay, I think I'm gonna go grab some caffeine really quick. This will be the second time that I've drank caffeine, or third time, I think. You suggest Spelunky for the excitement? Is it considered excitement? What's a lurk? Emo Kitten, lurk is whenever you just like leave the stream running, but you're not really like at the but you're not at the computer, so you can't like respond to anything. Your mom? My mom says I have to go home. Kim, I have not. What? The 24 OT stream, I remember it. Odie's for 24s. Okay, give me a second, you guys. I'll be right back. You dying a lot is exciting? Jedi, I'm just gonna take that as you saying that you want your opinion to be nullified. I got you. All right. I'll be right back. Excuse me. Going, little guy, huh? All right, boom, the real streamer's back. Hello, I am the real Pikachu. The real Pikachu has arrived. Thank goodness. That imposter got to sit in that chair for far too long. I apologize. Very rude, unacceptable. Cannot believe that they were allowed to pass like that. Oh, this Pikachu talks. Bring back the other one. He shouted his mouth a little bit more. I like that old Pikachu better. I'm sure the real streamer's back. Oh, bring us back, Pikachu. Give us the real Pikachu. Not this bearded Pikachu. Pikachu doesn't have hair on its face. It has fur and floof. Chair streamer is best streamer. Exactly. No Pikachus, period. I just want to be able to look at the freaking Secret Labs logo the whole time. Pretty good. So I think I was coming up with like a couple ideas. Ideas on what we should do. I'm thinking like maybe right before we end, we could play a little bit of Getting Over It. Hey, Katie, have you been playing Pokemon Snap this entire time? I mean, playing Pokemon Snap is very strong words, McGeaney. I wouldn't say that I was playing it really. It was mostly being interrupted by chat the entire time. Yeah, I definitely want to play some Getting Over It if I can. And maybe I would play, what would I play other than that? I mean, just like a little spritz of it, like nothing too big. Somebody mentioned Splatoon, and now I can't get it out of my head. It's so frustrating. I kind of want to play Celeste. Celeste is too spicy, though. I don't think that we could play Celeste right now. Blame it on us, of course I am. I have to. It's a requirement. Whenever I signed the contract, Jedi, it was a requirement. They said that I had to do it. I wasn't allowed to do it. Unable to connect to the what? The internet? Oh, there. Do you like playing rhythm games? What, like Muse Dash? Like Muse Dash, Felix? Is that what you're talking about? You also suggested a poll? Polls don't work. Polls don't work for games. What games will we put as a poll? Yeah, like Muse Dash. I'm not good at it like you are, Felix. I watched you playing the other day, and you are very good. Polls. The real question about polls is what are you gonna put in the poll? That's the difficulty. And I've found that people don't want to vote. People just want to be told what to like. My experience, people just want to be told what they're gonna watch. Wait, you were there? Yes, it was me, Felix. I was in your chat. And I didn't say a word. Oasis buddies. What? There's little babies next to the Oasis? Where did the fluff fruit go? I give a fluff fruit to a Pokemon inside of a tornado, but it just flew off with it. I wonder why. What? There's like missions in here that make no sense. What? I did this Kangaskhan parenting. I found it. Found the king. Schrodinger's Kenny. Kenny is both in my chat and not in my chat. Unless you're watching over here, the one thing that I fear, Felix, as a major lurker, the one thing that I fear is the people that actually check who's in the chat. Oof, those are the worst. The worst whenever they're like, aha, I see the Earl of Suds in my chat. I'm like, meh, how dare you expose me? I'm gonna use a Smurf account if y'all keep bothering me. What was the other game that I was thinking about? We could technically play marbles, but do we really want to play marbles? Maybe not. I mean, I said that we might. But if I can get away with not doing that, that would be awesome. Marbies! I don't think that we can't play Marbies for 6 hours, though. That's crazy. That's freaking crazy. I mean, could we? Sure. Are we going to? Absolutely not. Zombie Javi, it's so cute. That is cute. Thank you so much for the adorable bearded Bulbasaur. So strong Bulbasaur. And it reminds me of me. Blessed. You've had people call you out by name whenever you're lurking in the chat, and I just don't think that that's a good idea. I totally agree, Unicorn Tracks. I like lurkers to be as comfy as possible. I'm very honored that my presence in Oopsie's chat got Kenny out of Silent Lurk once. Oh, what? Elfie, is because I gotta say hi. I didn't know that you watched Oopsie streams. I was like, okay, I gotta say hello. All right. Let's see, what can we play that's like super fun? I mean, House Flipper is kind of tempting, but it's not very exciting. It's kind of relaxing, you know? You meant to ask, did you finish your Apex Pass? Oh, what, the 110? No, I didn't make it to 110. I'm at like 102, I think. I got to 100. I got to 100, so I counted that. As soon as I saw the 110, I was like, I can't reach 10. That's too difficult. But I did get 100. I did get to 100. Something Mario? Oh yeah, we could play the Mario Bros game. We could play, yeah, this one. Not 3D Worlds. But if we wanted to, I could play. Where is it? Mario Bros. U Deluxe. That would be fun. That would be fun. Do you know on Pokemon Go, if you walk off from the starters, 3/4 of the time you could find a Pikachu? What? Oh, that's so funny. That's cute. Reference to the show. I love it. I love it. I'm totally here for it. Yeah, Mario Bros. U would be fun. But what Mario game would be better?
Hey,
I can't think of
illegal.
one. Telefluff, holy moly, with the 10 gifted subs! What's going on? Tallulah Fluff! Thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs. Holy crap! Whoa! We're trying to decide a game over here, but you're blowing it up around here. You're blowing it up. You're blowing it up. Goodness gracious! Thank you so much for the big subbies. The big subbies dropping in the chat, for heaven's sake. I gotta put on some background music. Whoa! Thank you so much, Tallulah Fluff. Let me just spam some more. Some smoke in the chat. Goodness, Tallulah Fluff. Thank you for the gifted subs. For Friel Fan, for Jin, for Lolly, for Lynn, for Chibi, for Frost, for Kavon, for Millie, for Pink Finger, and for the Boots. Awesome sauce. Hey, thank you so much, Tallulah. Appreciate it. I thought that I'd wake you up a little bit. That's how wake me up a lot. Goodness gracious. Anne's here. Hi there, Anne. What's up, Anne? How are you doing? The smoke looks like fire in the red light. Well, maybe it is fire. Who knows? What's going on? He asks at a subathon. What's happening? Help! Goodness gracious, Anne. How are you doing? And the Boots just got a gifted sub. Aw, yeah. Tallulah, I'm going to go put you on the board right now. Let me write this down. Tallulah, thank you so much because you gifted one sub. If you only gift one sub, then you go onto the board. Tallulah Fluff. All right, I'll go put your name on the board right now. Boom, you are officially a birthday buddy. Thank you so much. I'm probably gonna leave this thing up for a little while. I want to show off all of the love that you guys give me because you're so sweet. You're so sweet. Yeah. Tallulah, thank you so much. Thank you so much. You're so sweet. Dear Anne, you were still sleepy, going to go to sleep for a moment. You wanted to see how it's going. It's going incredible. It's going crazy. It's going madly. Absolute madness. It's crazy around here. Holy moly. There was Anonymous jumped in the chat and things only went uphill from there. It's been crazy. It's been absolutely crazy. So what was I trying to do? I was trying to say like either Mario Bros or we could play Cuphead. Oh, what if we play Cuphead? That's an idea right there. Ooh, I think I like that. Idea. Cuphead, super difficult platformer, but it also is just bosses mostly. Ooh, I think we might do that. I think we might play Cuphead. I think that might be a good game. You glad that you're having fun? It's going well? Hey, it is going fantastic. Oh, okay, the glitch. I get it. You want Cuphead? Shush. Thank you so much for being excited, but please be careful not to spam. Let me go up a little bit. You're still sleepy. You're going back to sleep for a moment. And go to sleep. go to sleep. Thank you for popping in and saying hi. You're so sweet. You're so sweet. You're too sweet. Got to slip. Go get your sleps. We'll see you later, Ann. Ay. Thanks for being a sweet bean. Odie was around here a minute ago. Odie and Ann are not supposed to be. Odie is awake whenever Ann is just waking up. That's not a good sign. That's not a good sign at all. Okay, so I think that we might play maybe a little. If we played Cuphead, we'd restart it. In 6 hours, we could probably play through easily the first world. Oh yeah, easy peasy. We could probably get through it in 2 or 3 hours, and we would still have time to do something else, like marbles or like something else. But Cuphead would keep me awake. It was pretty entertaining, I think. Beautiful music. I mean, it's definitely maybe a little bit stressful. But hey, I think that is a great game. I think that it might be a good choice. Yeah, I think that we're gonna switch over to Cuphead for a little bit. Let's see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. If we hate it, then we'll stop. But we've been playing Snap like the entire stream. It's been absolute madness. It's been a very much. Okay, we're gonna switch over to Cuphead for a bit, and let's see how it rolls, you guys. Let's see how it do. Yo, thank you so much for the follow, Rice Cakes. I appreciate it. Yo, Rice, hello. Hope you're having a splendid day, my friend. Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. Cuphead would make you angry. Well, I mean, it's not too bad, Felix. You just have to be sensible about it, you know. And I've got to turn down. I've got to turn this down just a little bit because it's too loud. Outside, Snap is such a quiet game. Snap is like the silent killer. Snap is way too chill, and I had to turn up the volume like past where the volume goes. The animation style makes you feel extremely uncomfortable. I think you could turn it down. I don't know if I said this, but Kitty the mascot is flippin' adorable. Isn't it cute? Isn't it cute? Glitch, please don't be spammy now. Don't be spammy now. Don't be hell to pay. Oh boy, yeah. Let me see if I can. Okay, so we're gonna play a little bit of spicy Cuphead, you guys. We'll play a little bit of Cuphead. Is my controller on? It is. LNR, let's go. If you've never seen this game, you guys, you are in for an absolute treat. An absolute treat, I say. No, none of that. Color bleed. What is this? Ow, my eyes. Okay, I'm just gonna turn this down, make it a little bit easier for you to see. Boom, let's go back. Cup. Okay, I think it's a little loud, right? Is that better? Is that a lot more comfortable? Okay. So we're gonna restart this game. You've never seen Cuphead before. Well, take a look at this, McGeanie. Well, just take a look at this. So we're just gonna start from the beginning, like we're just playing a new game. It's like we're playing a brand new game that we've never seen before. I mean, I need to stay awake, you guys. We gotta stay awake. We need some hype in the chat. We need some excitement. Let's go. You're sorry, but you gotta go to sleep? No. Do not apologize for such things. You gotta go to bed. Emo Kitten, thank you so much for being in the chat. I appreciate it. Now go get yourself some sleep. All right, friendos, I'm ready for bed. Enjoy the final 6 hours. Get some sleep too, Pink Monster. All right, get some rest. We loved hanging out with you, Pink Monster. Emo Kitten, thanks so much for being here. I so appreciate it, you sweet beans. Yeah, sweet beans. Now get some sleep. Get some sleep. Y'all are in big trouble. Okay, now we gotta stay awake. Let's get some excitement going on around here. We got once upon a time in a magical land called Inkwell Island. There were two brothers named Cuphead and Mugman. They lived without a care under the watchful eye of wise Elder Kettle. Elder Kettle. Yeah, look at his wife. He's wisely watching. Very good. One day, the two boys wandered far from home, and despite the Elder Kettle's many warnings, ended up on the wrong side of the tracks and entered the Devil's Casino. Inside, Cuphead and Mugman soon found themselves on a winning streak at the craps table. Hot dog, exclaimed King Dice, the casino's late sleazy manager. Those fellas can't lose. Nice run, boys, laughed a newcomer. The boys gasped. It was the casino's owner, the devil himself. Now, how stakes, he suggested with a toothy grin. Win one more roll, and all the loot in the casino is yours, the devil boomed. But if you lose, I have your souls. Deal? Cuphead, blinded by easy riches, nodded and grabbed the dice for a throw. Good gosh, Cuphead, no! Cried Mugman, for he understood the danger, but it was too late. Snake eyes, laughed the devil as he slammed the floor. You lose. The brothers trembled at the fear, in fear as he loomed over them. Now, about those souls. The brothers pleaded for their very lives. There must be another way to repay you, Mugman stammered.
Yes, please, mister.
Cuphead added. Perhaps there is. The devil snickered, pulling out a parchment. I have this here, a list of my... Oh my gosh! Oops, you're awake! What? It's 4 a.m. It's 5 a.m. It's 6 a.m. for you. What is happening? Oops! What's up? Oh my gosh, what were you doing? Oops, welcome with the raid, you guys. Hello. Hi. Welcome to the chat, hi. Oh my gosh. There's a raid. You guys, thank you so much for coming over with the raid. We were just playing Pokemon Snap. I just stopped. Pokemon Snap has taken over my life. We played the game for like 7 hours. I'm not gonna lie. Like, we played it for so much. Goofy, hi there. What's up? Welcome to the chat. Hello. Thank you so much, Oops, for jumping in the chat, you sweet bean. I was already here, but now I'll participate in the raid. Hey, Olivia, thanks for coming over with the raid. Oops, with the 1,000 bits? Whoa, Oopsie, what the heck?
5 blep, heart.
Thank you so much. Yo, happy Earl Day. Earl Day, is that the name of it now? Oopsie, thank you so much for the 1,000 bits. Yo. Welcome to the chat, everybody. I hope that y'all had a wonderful time over at my friend Oops' stream. I love Oops. Oops is one of my favorite streamers in the entire world. I've been playing Pokemon Snap for the past 7 hours, but I have been playing games for 18 hours now, 18 and a half hours, so I need something to wake me up, you guys. So we started the super spicy Cuphead game so that I can be like a couple of bosses, and then we should be wide awake. We should be wide awake and ready to rock. And do I hear rain? If this internet goes out, I'm gonna be very upset. I'm gonna be very upset if the internet dies whenever we're doing a 24-hour stream, but let's just assume like that cannot happen. We're gonna assume that it's impossible for that to happen. Thank you so much, Oops, for jumping in. Thank you so much, friendos that came over from Oops stream. I so appreciate it. We are absolutely vibing here. I'm doing my best. We're trying to survive. The Subathon has been popping off. My birthday has been absolute madness. Absolute madness. I knew that I could count on you for a late raid. I did not know that you were awake. Oops, I thought that you were asleep. I thought that you were gonzo. I could not imagine that you'd be awake streaming at like 6 a.m. I mean, I guess, yeah, it's like 6 a.m. for you. Oops, you need to go to bed. You need to go to bed. You are in big trouble. I cannot believe this. Oops, unacceptable. Listen. You expected an Oops raid somewhere today? Oh my gosh, I didn't even know that Oops was online. You kept checking to see and you were like, yep, he's still going. Oh my gosh, Oops is as bad as me. Streaming this late, goodness gracious. Wait, is your birthday mint, your birthday buddy's mint? Yeah, birthday buddy's mint. Also, did you see? The BB? Did you see the BB that I got?
Condition! Unacceptable!
Marmar! We got Marmar! Look at the cute tail! We got the Marshall! This was given by Lupus Dream. Lupus sent it. Lupus sent the baby and also sent a Junimo. A Junimo BB. A cute little Junimo. And then also, Yaha! Yep. Look at these. What the heck? How did I get so many cuties? So many cuties on one birthday. It's too much. Yep. It's the little baby. There we go. Just put it right there. You found me. Let me put this over here. Boop. Just put that there. Didn't Lupus get the Nook t-shirt? No. That wasn't Lupus. That was Alchemic. That was alchemic. Oh my god, the Korok. I know, it's so cute. Yeah. Kenny, praise the mods. What? Praise them? Why? The mods are wonderful. The mods are incredible, of course. Of course. I think that we got some mod love a little bit in the chat. I mean, towards the end, I'm definitely gonna be please, the glitch, chill out. For goodness sake, it's way too late for you to be screaming up right in my face. I knew somebody got it. Oh yeah, that was Alchemic. Alchemic was the one that got it. Okay, I gotta keep drinking, you guys. I gotta keep drinking this nice caffeine. We gotta get ready. We gotta get ready to beat some of these bosses, you guys. We're gonna be fighting like a giant carrot. We're gonna be fighting this giant carrot. Sippy. Okie dokie. All right, you guys, I'm excited. I'm ready to go. I'm raring to go. We gotta beat up some bosses. Here we go. Have you ever beaten Cuphead before? I have not beaten Cuphead before. In fact, I barely made it off the first island. My aim is gonna be to get off this first island again, beat up these first baby bosses. We gotta beat up the baby bosses, and by then, it might be time to do some marbles. We'll have to see. I don't know. We're excited. It's been forever since I played this game, and it's fun. It's fun. Okay, here we go. Now get going, the devil roared, kicking the boys out rudely.
You have till midnight tomorrow to collect every one of those souls. Otherwise, I'll be the one collecting yours.
Cuphead and Mugman were terribly frightened and ran away as fast as they could. Come on, Mug, panted Cuphead. We have to find Elder Kettle. He'll know what to do. Run away. But I mean, all I do is bathe, read, drink coffee, and watch Twitch. Hey, Olivia, that's the life. That's the life. That's what I'm talking about. Hey. And also, Vonchik, what's up? You're back in the chat. Look at how cute everything looks. It looks crazy. It looks like a ye olden cartoon. Looks like we're watching Betty Boop, the game. Figure Skater, how are you doing, my friend? What's up? What is up, my friend? Okay, let's get cracking.
Oh, yes. I know that you don't want to be pawns of the devil, but if you refuse, I mean, I can't bear to imagine your fate. You must play along for now and collect those contracts, and you best be ready for some nasty business. Your debtor friends won't be very friendly once you confront them. In fact, I expect that they'll transform into terrible beasts. Take this potion so that they won't hang you out to dry. It will give you the most remarkable magic abilities. Now go to my writing desk and use the mystical inkwell there. You need to prepare yourself for a scrap.
For a scrap? Is this my first playthrough? Not really. I mean, kind of. I didn't get too far last time. I didn't get too far last time that I played this, but I mean, I'm not a complete noob. I feel like I've heard of this game, but you still don't know what it is. It's just like you beat up a bunch of bosses, basically. It's just a boss game. I was thinking that it would be good for like little bite-size, exciting moments. But yeah, it's basically like the biggest thing in this game is, I mean, it looks ancient. Like that's one of the main things is that it looks old. It's 2D Dark Souls. I mean, I would like Dark Souls more if it was like focused on boss rushes. I love boss rush games like this, and also what's the other one? Titan Souls. Both of those are just like fighting bosses over and over. It's so much fun. I like it. I like the focus. So if I go here, boom, it'll immediately, we're gonna be playing like a boss right here. Botanic Panic. Hey, hi cute onesie. Oh, Vanny Wonderland, you're so sweet. I'm glad that you like the onesie. Hi there. It's my birthday. I'm trying to stay awake because I've been playing these games for 18 hours. I'm hanging on. I'm hanging on by a thread. What's up? All right, we're gonna fight this potato. Oh my gosh. I think I gotta just dodge everything. I forget what the buttons are in this game. I'm probably gonna have to look up my, there's like a special parry? Where's the parry? Oh no, that's the special. Where's the parry at? Is the parry just the jump? No, that's like the super attack. I'm trying to figure out what these controls are. I might have to do the tutorial really quick. Hang on. There's a certain parry button that you can do. Let me see what the controls are. What are the controls? Last time I played on PC, so. No, take your time. Don't worry. Oh. Controls. Here we go. Parry is the jump button again. Oh, yeah. Is it just a double jump? Okay. Let's see. Move vertically. Left stick. Move up. Jump. X shoot. Oh, is this a double jump? All right. Double jump. Oh, thank you for the happy birthday. So sweet, Vanny. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the happy birthday. Hooray! Hooray for the happy birthday. How are you people still awake? Goodness gracious. So early. Holy moly. You'll do your best to see to the end. What? Oh my gosh, you don't have to. Pokemon Snap. I played so much Pokemon Snap. It's unhealthy. I'm concerned for my health. Oh, I'm gonna run out of health again. Oh no, I should have used my special. Beat up that ugly onion. Beat up that onion. He's unappealing. Wah. Wah. I just gotta dodge these ugly old tears. You're ugly when you cry, onion. Hey, Fifi, how are you doing? Oh my gosh, this freaking carrot. Carrot zoom! Help! Oh my gosh, how did I miss that? I mean, how did I live? Oh, what? How did I die? How did I live? How did I die? Fifi, welcome to the chat. How are you doing? Magini, I don't think you saw earlier, but I missed midnight. So happy birthday. Hooray! Happy birthday. Animal Crossing Alley. Hello. How are you doing? Yeah. Welcome. Kill a potato. Kill a potato. You can aim your shots with the other stick. Aim shots. That's too complicated. Oh, dang it. With the other stick? I don't think so. Oh, no. You just do it with the main stick. Yeah, like this. Silly old onion. This isn't actually that hard. Maybe I should just dodge the onion's tears. Stop crying. Stop it. Also, look at the little tire swing in the background. That was pretty easy. I'm gonna try to beat up the carrot with my super attacks. You're doing well, Animal Crossing Alley. Hooray! I'm glad to hear it, my friend. Oh, you can shoot the carrots. Oh, you killed the carrots. Oh, you shoot his eyeball. Shoot his third eye. He thinks he's awful smart with that third eye of his. Cupman and Mug Boy. You can't kill me? I'm a god. I'm gonna kill this boss. We got it. Oh, the King of Squirrel. Thank you so much for the sips. Oh, whoops. Oh, my bad. Ah, dang it. I was at the end. Help. Darn it. We've got to kill this carrot. I am very upset. Oh, it's like we're killing a whole garden. It's like a whole garden out here. Oh, wow! I tried to do a double jump. I was too slow. Whoa! Look out for the onion. Look out for the ugly onion. Stop crying. It's very upsetting. At least it doesn't sound like a real baby. I'm just gonna use all the special attacks. Get that out of the way. Oh, what? I missed. Oh no. Oh no. What? Oh, darn it. Oh. Hang on. Is the carrot a little creepy? Pretty creepy. I mean, there's a reason why we're trying to collect this soul. You made a deal with the devil. I mean, look at this potato. This potato looks like it definitely made a deal with the devil. Okay, there we go now. That's some skills right there. Now that's what I'm looking for. Fifi, thank you so much for the bits, for the 61 bits. Oh my goodness gracious. Happy birthday. Thanks for all the entertainment. Fifi, you're so sweet. Thank you so much. I'm so glad that you enjoy whatever goofiness that I do on the internet. I so appreciate it. There was so many sweet people that said so many sweet things during the stream. It's been crazy. It's all too much. It's unacceptable. Von Chick, did you just gift a sub? Oh my gosh, thank you so much for the gifted sub, Von Chick. For Curbs. Hey, Kirby. Oops, my bad. Blow him up. Blow up that ugly old carrot. Maybe I should be like weaving. Come on, try to shoot. Oh no, I ran into a flying carrot. Ah, dang it, I was so close. It was right around the corner. Von Chick, thank you so much for the gifted sub. Can we please put some hype in the chat for Von Chick? Giving the subbies out, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. It's all right, we're practicing, guys. We're warming up. I haven't played this game in months, maybe almost a year. I haven't played it since I streamed it. Since that stream with Garrett and Simeon. Do, kill that old potato. Killing an old potato. Now we got an old onion. These parts are so easy. Compared to the carrot, it's like nothing. I guess I did get hit by a couple of tears. You can only get hit by 3 things. It's very difficult. This is the carrot's revenge for you removing the emote. No! Okay, hang on. Wasn't that your last birthday? It may have been. This is the strat. Kill those carrots, yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Zoom! Yeah, that was good. Yeah, knock out some of these carrots. Brapped. Oh, you're gonna get brapped. Yeah, dumb old carrot. Suffer. Oh no, he's throwing me. Oh! Finish him off. Don't give up. Yeah, there we go. Boom, we killed that carrot. Real good. Yes. Excellent day. Oh, I've never been so proud. To have killed a carrot in my entire life. Congratulations, everybody. A round of applause for yourself. Thank you so much for supporting me, defeating this incredibly difficult boss. I say, absolutely incredible gameplay. Thank you so much for... Yeah, this tastes disgusting. Who drinks this? Ooh, that's worse than the shot. The root pack. We just killed a bunch of roots. We just killed the roots? Oh no, they make pretty good music. Who drinks this? Takes another sip. What is this? A boat? Ribby and the Croaks. That sounds like a frog. Sounds like a frog to me. I can throw 32 pack of water cases over my head on top of pallets. Olivia, you're strong. How'd you do that? What am I drinking? Oh, this is called Focus Aid. It's just like it's like a really healthy energy drink, basically. Jet's here. What? Jet, what's up? Hey, Jet, how are you doing, my friend? Yo, we got some incredible Australians in the chat. Hi there, Australian friendo. Well, what's up? What's up, Australia? How are you doing, Jet? It's nice to see you. Thanks so much for your sweet words that were part of the board that I read. Goodness gracious, I couldn't believe that y'all did that board. You sweet beans. Blows party horn. For anybody that wasn't there, in secret, lots of my stream friendos here, lots of people in the chat put together art, and they put together posts, and they put together a bunch of words and paragraphs and stuff, and it was just tons and tons of people that made a bunch of stuff for my birthday, and I did not expect any of it. Not a single thing. I didn't expect a single. If I'm telling the truth, I probably did expect. I did expect that Arisa would probably draw something, because Arisa draws all the emotes. So I thought Arisa might draw something, and then past that, Had no expectations. I didn't expect anything. But then all of this huge community just throws a ton of love my way, and it's ooh. It was just really, really sweet. You did so well. I didn't have any idea. No idea whatsoever. In fact, even from Oopsie's, Oops had the same thing for his birthday, where like a bunch of people said a bunch of sweet things. And I completely forgot about that. And that never happened to me last year. Last year I had my birthday on stream and nothing happened. I mean, it was a super hype stream. We had a super duper hype stream, and we did like we had tons of subs and tons of support. But I just didn't. There was nobody that sent like any special messages or anything, except for like in the mail and stuff like that. It was crazy. It was crazy. Your screen is so happy. What it is? There's so many smiles. So many smiles, except for Marshall. Marshall looking a little sus over here. Marshall's looking a little bit evil looking. Yeah, you actually sang and played an instrument in front of humans for the first time ever, and it was amazing, if you don't mind me saying so. And yeah, look at the boy over there. The boy over there. Thank you so much, King of Squirrel, for the 100 hearts. So sweet. So sweet. All of the colors. There's colors everywhere. It's an absolute mess. It's an absolute mess. But we're playing a difficult game so that I stay awake, and it's working. It's working. I'm awake. I'm doing good. I'm holding it together. We still got about 6 hours. We still got 6 hours left, and I will be turning on. Maybe I'll be like moving my desk, and we're gonna do a little bit of marbles or something like that. For the final hours, we'll do like super engagement. We'll just like make it super exciting, super engagement, and just like push myself to the absolute limit. Oh my gosh, what the heck? Oh, you could go under it. Oh, I see. Oh, if I'd only known. If I'd only known. Would you please perish? Okay, so the big guy be spitting out the bugs. Oh, you gonna charge me? You gonna charge me right now? Oh, what? I thought that it was gonna faster. I thought it was going to go faster. That's some baloney right there. Oh, wow, I almost killed him halfway. Hey, take my money. What's up? Welcome to the chat. Hello. Did you say marbles? I did say marbles. We're only going to play this. We're only going to play this for a little while. Well. Look who it is. It's Take My Money. How are you doing? Oi. Jet, you enjoy 1920s cartoons? You love Betty Boop? I like the little bug in the background with the little dress going, yeah. Yeah, that's right. Kill that frog. All the bugs be dancing. Let me just knock these dumb old bugs out of the sky. All right, what are you gonna do? Nice and slow. What a chump. Oh wait, they're on other sides now. Whoa, what is that? Does it hit the same spot every time? No, it like alternates. Ooh, this is tricky. What the heck? Okay, I don't want to get blown into this guy. Die, frog. Ah, no! It spawned right on my face! How was I supposed to survive that? The real tip that I can give it is that the bosses are easier whenever you get power-ups. Oh, yeah, it's way easier if you get some upgrades and stuff. If you get some upgrades! The fist bump! I think that you can do pretty good with these first bosses, though. First bosses aren't too hard. And I kind of wanted to get used to the platforming for oops. Ooh, I almost made a mistake there. You love marbles even though you always get yoked. To yoked. You always get yoked off the edge. Hello there, Froge. Greetings, ya Froge. I think I'm gonna actually focus on this frog. Come to think of it, yeah, this makes sense. Why didn't I do it this way? This is so much easier. We'll just walk this way. Yeah, do a little Michael Jackson walk. Do a little bit of moonwalking. Easy peasy. Pretty sure that he's clicking at him. Yeah, he's like clicking his. Oh, what is Frog doing? What is happening? Whoa, is he going into his mouth? What the actual heck is that? Oh no, what is this? Oh my gosh. Oh, I'm guessing I'm not allowed to touch those things. Did that frog just eat another frog? You went for broke, now you're croaked. That's pretty good. The 1920s gangster. Yummy frog. I love that. I love the most basic message. Yummy frog. Mmm, frog legs. Oh, why did I jump that? Oh my gosh. Holy moly. Moonjohn, what's up, my friend? Yo. Moonjohn, I hope that you're having an absolutely wonderful day, my friend. Hiya. Hiya, Moonjohn. We do be vibing, my friend. We're doing the birthday stream. We're doing the 24-hour birthday stream. We're still surviving out here. We're surviving out here, doing our best. Moonjohn, how are you doing, my friend? Oh, hello, everybody from the UK. Huzzah, UK friendos. It's nice and early for the UK friendos, but a lot later than me. I'm just kind of moving along here. I need to get some like big brap attack. Kill frog. I don't think that this can do anything. I think that you gotta defend and then you gotta slap that thing. Oh, what? How dare. Coins, unacceptable. Oh, what is this? Oh no, I don't like the look of this. Oh no, who's up top? Why is down below? What? Gosh darn it, what is that? This is way too difficult. There's too many types. There's too many types, this is unacceptable. I don't think that you can do this. I don't think that this is possible. I think that this is a literally impossible game. It's just literally impossible. What'd you say, Jet? You respect me? You did 12 and it was hard? What? 12 hours is a long time, Jet. That is some impressive stuff. That's some impressive stuff, and you should be super duper proud. What did you do during your 12-hour stream, Jet? What was the agenda? The agenda. I love watching your cooking streams. Cooking stream was so cool. The last one that I saw. Have you been on Animal Crossing today? No, I have not. Animal Crossing's a little too quiet. A little too quiet. I've been feeling pretty hype recently. Oh, it's a charity stream. That's awesome sauce. Okay, I'm just gonna blow these guys away. I'm gonna use every special I can get. Because I don't need to waste any time with this. I need to get straight to that coin machine. Ooh, that was scary. Just don't get hit before we can get to the coin thing. There we go. Frog's got his mouth open. We played moving out some PS2 games. Oh yeah, I rated. I remember. I saw the moving out thing. I was there. Oh, this is new. Or no, this is the old one. Oh, you can hit the machine. Look at that. You can harm it. All right, that worked out. Ooh, that was close. Yikes! Oh, the bull one again. I actually like this one. This ain't too bad. It makes sense to me. Is this? Ooh, it's kind of scary sometimes. Oh, I shouldn't have done a jump there, but I've still got plenty of life. Oh, come on! Come on with the coin. That's a knockout? What? Oh, man, yo, we killed these frogs. You guys, absolutely excellent. Can you believe it? He's trying to hype it up as much as possible. He's trying to stay awake. The frogs killed. He killed 2 gangster frogs, and I saw that one of the frogs swallowed the other frog, and he still beat them. He beat 2 frogs. He beat a frog inside of a frog. That's frogception, and both of them are dead. 100% dead frogs. He ate them. He ate the frogs. He cooked their legs, and oh my gosh, it was the best stream that I've ever seen. Holy moly. Okay, I'm struggling. Those frogs got eaten. They got yeeted. You're playing Crossy Road right now? That's pretty pog, the glitch. That's pretty pog. Enjoy. Bone apple teeth. Bone apple teeth. You please pick up the bells I owe you. You don't owe me anything. Take my money. You don't owe me anything. I know what you're talking about, though. Ruse of Ooze. What is this? Goopy Legrand? Ruse of an Ooze. Goop? Goopy Goop? Goopy ploop. Okay, wait a second. Oh, we don't have any coins. We don't have any money. We don't have any money. How are we gonna buy anything? How are we gonna buy anything from this pig? This beautiful, beautiful pig. I can't purchase anything because I'm dead broke. I'm dead broke. I don't have anything. Your headset just died? You'll be back in an hour? Whoa! All right, we'll see you soon, chat. Oh, no. No money. Too bad. Mythology fan. Yo, you're back. Welcome back, my friend. Hello. What's up, Mythology fan? Thanks for making it back, my friend. Hope you're having a good time. You can talk to the NPC. He has a coin. Goopy or Goofy? That's my name. No. Not you, Goofy. Goofy, you're a beautiful friendo. Goopy is a meanie. We're gonna beat up Goopy, but we love Goofy. What, did he just tip the hat that is his head? Did he just tip his head? Oh, whoa. Ooh, punchy. Big punch. Oh, he paused. How rude. How do you do that? Is that gonna be like ducking close to the glove?
This match will get red hot.
Or do you walk away? This match will get red hot. Big punch. Seems, I think I see a strat here, right there. Yeah, all right. Oh, and then he does a big jump. Okay, so you just gotta stay close. Gotta stay close to Mr. Goop. Mr. Goopafloop. Ooh, ha ha ha. Or you can run away. Oh, no, just run into him, will ya, gee whiz? I'm a handsome slime bringing pain, one bounce at a time. Oh no, what a mean slime. I'm gonna beat up this drop of water. But first, for my first trick, I'm gonna beat up this goopy guy. Wallop. I got walloped. It's true. But it's all right, we're learning. Take that, you silly blue baseball glove. Whoa, boxing glove. Oh, what did he just take a mystery pill? Whoa, big lad. Oh, you can still get under him, okay. Ooh, that looks tough. Big punch, big bounce. He's not too bad. Oh, he crushed me. How dare you? Oh my goodness gracious. Help! He looks friendly. You know what? Looking at this. Look at this guy. I don't know. What do you think, you guys? What do you think? He's pretty adorable. Lime, what's up? Yo, Lime is raiding. What the heck? That is how you know that our sleep schedule is seriously off. How are you doing? Yo, Lime, welcome to the chat. Hey, Lime Meringue, thank you so much for bringing your friendos over here. Hello. We're surviving out here. I'm staying awake. How crazy are you, my friend? Pretty crazy. I mean, Minnie, hello. Thank you so much for your sweet messages that were on the board. I love them so much. And also, Lime, thank you so much for your message, too. My favorite citrus-based dessert. Yeah. How dare you be awake when I'm gonna go to sleep? What? Lime. I have to do it. I had to do it. It's for my birthday. Listen, this is how birthdays work. That's how birthdays work on Twitch, my friend. If you're a streamer, then you're not allowed to sleep on your birthday. It's true. Lime. My favorite, is that my favorite citrus-based dessert? How are you doing? Oi, Lime, thanks for jumping in, and hi there, Minnie, and hi everybody else that came from the raid. Hope that y'all are having a wonderful day. What's up? We're trying to survive out here. I'd say that I'm gonna play this game that we're playing for just a little while longer, and then we're gonna be switching over to marbles because I gotta stay awake, you guys. And I think that we might even switch the desk so that I can stand. I'm not totally sure about that one though. Riley, hola, how are you doing? Is Riley? I hope that that's the right way to say that. But hello there. Hope that you're having a splendid day. I've got a big messy desk. This whole goodness gracious. Whew. I've been up for so long. I'm holding it together. We're holding it together. I'm gonna beat up like a few more bosses, just to like get my wits about me. But I'm definitely not in the mood for much of this. I'm not in the mood for much of these boss battles. I'm gonna beat up like a couple more. You know, we're gonna beat up like a couple of more. Oops. What are these things that get you to eat an egg? The what? The subs? The subathon? Did you notice I eat egg at the blessed 777? Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, Sudbot, what? Is Subbot messing up? Oh my gosh. Sudbot has been a little bit rude recently. Big jump. Egg, eating an egg. Sudbot is tired. Let Sudbot sleep. Sudbot has it out for me. Sudbot won't even shout out my friend No Lime. Shaking my head. I can't believe it. Oh, is Sudbot awake? All right, this guy's just hopping around. What's the deal? Ya big blueberry? Ya oversized blueberry? Oh, he's at his next stage. Is there just one more? Oh yeah, he turns into a gravestone. He turns into a gravestone and he still schmoves. What? Oh, I think that I can't hold the bullet. I think that I can't keep shooting. He's being temperamental. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh no, silly me. I should have stayed away. I gotta save up all of my lives if I can. Subbot is an absolute drama queen. Subbot has favorites. You better look out. Subbot's pretty rude. I wouldn't trust that bot if I were you. Oh, he's popping a pill. He's gotta eat a pill. Turd gigantic. Excuse me, big fella. You wanna? Oh, he always just jumps in the way that he's facing. Okay. Oh, excuse me, Mr. Punchy. You keep that punchy glove to yourself. Thank you very much. I gotta shoot him whenever he punches. Whoa! How rude. He cornered me. Oh, maybe you can duck. What do you think? I've still only got one life. He just has to hit me one time. Ah! He just crushed me. I just stood right there. I was just like, take me home. Let me go. Just crush me. Just take me. Just take me. I'm gonna lay right here. I'm gonna lay right here in the dirt. You see this nice, beautiful brown dirt. I'm gonna lay right here, and I'm gonna need you. I'm gonna need you to squash. Yeah. Fifi, thank you for the gifted sub.
A tier 1 sub to the
awesome
RN1995.
Fifi, yo. Thank you so much for the gifted sub. Can we please get some? Oh my gosh, wait a second. Is that a fresh gift? Oh boy, I believe that that's a fresh gift, is it not? Hang on, that means that I'm able to. Fifi Abby, did I put Von Chick over there? Von Chick was already on, right? I'm looking. That Von Chick is on the board of beans, but wait a second. The board of birthday beans needs Fifi Abby added. Is that a what color is your name, Fifi Abby? I gotta put one of these hearts on the board. You gotta be one of the birthday beans. Thank you so much for the gifted sub. Hang on. Which one? Which color? Which color have we got here? We've got a bunch of different colors of these cute little sticky notes. Which one should I add for you, Fifi Abby? Your name is green, right? I think. Should I write your name on this one here? Oh, hang on. Unwholesome Kenny? Wait, what? Where? You feel like it's been 22 days since you've been on a stream? It feels like it's been since you've been on my stream. Maybe it is. I mean, 22 days? It's maybe something like that. Take my money. It's all right though. Hey, if you got things to do, no worries, my friend. I'm just hanging out here. If you wanna hang out, boom, I'm right here. But don't worry about it. Don't stress about it. Checks bank balance. No. No lime. Bad lime. Go over there. No. Let me look over here. Let me scroll up. Fifi, do I see your name? Where's your name? Fifi, thank you so much for the gifted sub. I'm gonna put it on a green one. Because I think that you'll be okay with that. Let me write it down. You had Discord chatting for your friend. What? You've been on Discord chatting with your friends? That's awesome sauce. Hey, hanging out with your friends is great. Fifi, thank you so much for the gift. I appreciate it. You're so sweet. Zoom, I hope that I spelled this right. Oh no, I put an E. I hope that you'll forgive my unnecessary E. Some people spell Abby like this. I'm gonna hold it in a. Yeah, this Fifi. Fifi Abby, thank you so much for the gifted sub. Hey, all right, nice. I'm gonna put it over here. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Fifi, for joining the party. And let me, like, beat this boss or something. I like beat this boss. We're gonna like beat up this boss over here. We're gonna kill this skeleton. We're gonna kill this scary blue skeleton fella. We're gonna murder him. We're gonna kill him, and then boom, we're probably gonna jump into a new game. I'm gonna be honest. Gotta be honest, this game's too hard. It's too hard for my little peanut brain. Oh, Will, how are you doing? Yo, welcome back. Will's back for more. Oh no. Wow. Be the boss. Wow. Hang on. Whoa. That's a reset. Listen, Lime's in the chat. Lime knows about this. That's a reset, okay? That's a thrown run. Wait, through the run, it's okay. That's like, listen, if you make some mistakes whenever I speedrun Metal Gear Solid, there's certain mistakes that you make that you're just like, okay, that's a dead run. We're gonna just reset. There's some glitches that, if you miss them, like the grenade glitches and stuff like that, like you gotta get that stuff done. You'll just reset the stream. Boom, just restart. You know that there's a skeleton stage? It's true. There's skeletons around here. Sometimes it's wild skeletons. The grenade glitch? Explain that one to me. You like lay down on a grenade, lay down on a grenade, and then it glitches you through a window or something. And it's like you lay down, it's like throw the grenade on the ground, then you like lay on it. Then like it blows you up past. Wait, this, look at this. We're killing this boss. Oh wait, it gives you bonuses. Hello. How to escape the rest in peace. Rest in peace, my good sir. I remember whenever you were alive. Whenever you were alive, you were annoying. But now that you're dead, so frustrating. Oh no, we can't slow down. We can't slow down. I slow down. Too late. Yata. Look out! The G Fuel pizza. It already happened. It was almost worse than last time. G Fuel pizza. Don't try it. It's no good. No good. You think it gives you the juice, but it's not gamer fuel. It just doesn't work like old G Fuel. Doesn't work like real G Fuel. So something wrong in the Matrix. Oh no. Get out of here. Oh my gosh, what's happening? Oh no. Oh, why you gotta do this to me? Ken, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. I don't help me see Maria. Perish, you big old blob. Big old blob, please die. Die dead. That's right. Oh, I got 2 HP this time. That means that I can get brapped one time. Zoom! Aya! That's right, you just lay down over there. He does like a few. Oh, what? He's just slow down just to hit me in the face. So rude. Waka. Oh no, I don't have any extras. I need to do like some mega attacks on this guy. He's dead. We got him this time, you guys. And we got him, boys. We got him, boys. Oh, boy. Oh, boom, and we killed him, and we killed the gravestone, that's right. We killed the blue guy, the blue blob has been defeated. We killed a teardrop, there's a piece of clay, he's dead. There's so many kitties dancing. I should have set this up so that there's like 7 kitties dancing at the bottom of the screen. That would have been the best thing ever, but unfortunately I've only got 2 screens, and I've got Marshall falling down. You guys, we just smashed that boss. That was a great B. That was a B+. A B+ at best. Listen, incredible battle, defeated, destroyed, and great. Just great. That's the only word. That's the only word that I can come up with. Thank you for the hype in the chat. We're gonna kill like one more boss. We're gonna kill like one more. I can feel it. I can feel it in my bones, you guys. We got a big win. We've got a big win that's right around the corner. Hang on. We just gotta walk over here. We need to find ourselves a boss to beat up. What is this? An aeroplane blueprint? Why is aeroplane spelled like that? What? That's not how you spell airplane. So what is this? Huh? What am I looking at? This is a tutorial. This is a tutorial. First, you shoot. Then, you parry. That's pretty great. But you can also be a BB. You can also be a BB plane. Zoom. All right, I want to leave. That's the British spelling of aeroplane. I say, it's rather fancy. It's unnecessarily fancy like most British things. All right, now we're allowed to fly. We just got our license. That's all that it takes. That's all that it takes these days. Threatening Zeppelin. Oh, we got this. This is easy. Probably. Okay, so I think that I got shoot, smack, and shrink. We got to be able to shoot, we got to be able to smack, and we got to be able to shrink. And if we do that, we should be able to win easily. This is smack. Where's the smack button? Oh, there. Oh, this one is smacky, smacky. Oh no, she's attacking me in unnecessary and surprising ways. Oh boy, this looks like it's about to heat up. Oh no. Oh no, I just got hit in the face. I think I remember this one being a really difficult boss. we might play a different boss first. I don't want to do a flying because we just started. We just started the game, you guys, and I don't think that we're ready for it, you know? She look like Pearl from the Steven Universe? She do. Did I just go back to the main menu? What's happening? Cuphead. What's happening? Minnie. Okay, you gotta get off to sleep. Oh my goodness gracious! Thank you so much for the happy birthday. You're so sweet. Thanks for being here, Minnie. Yeah. Thank you for the lurk as well. Get some good sleep. Nighty night, Minnie. Night. Can we fight another normal boss? One more normal boss, please. Excuse me. I'd like to order one normal boss with fries. Is there a boss over here that I can kill? Is there a killable boss in this area? I see a lot of flags from a bunch of beaten bosses. Oh boy. How are we gonna get over here? What's this? Ooh, are we allowed in here? The mausoleum. The what? Mausoleum? I don't know if there's another boss in this area, you guys. We might be plumb out of bosses. I think that we might be done so with the bosses, except for Pearl. And if we want, I guess we could fight Pearl. I didn't want to, but you know what? We can learn how to do it. Harumph! I'll be a monkey's uncle if I'm putting my moolah in the bank. For all I know, the devils probably control the place too. They're never gonna get a hold of my gold if I spread it all around. And if some Joe happens to find a coin or two, good for him. That's what I say, harumph. I agree, Coin Man. Who cares who gets our money, just so long as greedy bankers don't. I think that we're gonna beat up this last boss over here. I think we're gonna beat up the Steven Universe characters. We're gonna beat up all of Steven's universe. At this time, I've got the power of slaps on my side. Also, the power of movement. I believe that the shrink's at the top, right? Yeah, we got like the slaps at the bottom, the shrinkies up top. Oh yeah, you can zoom if you want to, but you do barely any damage. It's a rough time altogether. You gotta like dodge everything. Oh boy, what's that? Oh, zooms forward. Oh, and this bull is tricky. Not the whole universe. Not all of it. Not Steven included. Well, this is easy. I don't know what made me think that this was so difficult. It just takes a little bit of memorization. Oh, what is that? Whoa, watch it with that. Hey, take it easy. There's no reason for you to be controlling the weather like that. Hey. Oh, which move? Oh. Hello. What are you? Whoa. Excusez-moi. Whoa. Oh, there's an arrow. There's an arrow and those stars are chasing me. Excuse me, homing shots. Oh, you can break them though. Oh, nice. I didn't even notice. I'm the star of the show. Doo-doo-doo. Oops. One hit. Oh no, 2 hits. Oh dear. Is this gonna be my demise? Oh no, I missed my big shot. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Alright, we gotta take down Pearl. Alright, Pearl. Your time's up. Time's up. He runs over. Oops. That noise. Oh my gosh. Jeez. No, it's so much worse. Oh, why do you look like that? I don't like it. Ow. It's horrifying. Why? Why? Okay, so do I just have to Oh, what? I was super close. I was right at the end. We almost beat it just like that. We almost beat it just like that. Goodness gracious. Glitch for... Okay, can we just get a little bit of a silence over there if you don't mind? Can we just get a little bit of a just a little bit of a timeout if you don't mind? Alina, what's up? Hi there. What? Hi. Alina, how are you doing, my friend? Howdy. How am I holding up? I mean, we've got 5 hours left. We're just doing a little bit of an exciting game so that I can stay awake, and we're holding it together, Alina. It's going good. I'm totally still enjoying myself. I still got lots of energy, and I'm gonna actually hit up this drink right now. Gotta get a little bit of juice. I'm just beating a few bosses here in a single player game, and then boom, we're gonna be hanging out with I kind of sound like Gene Belcher. Like Gene Belcher from what's it called? The Bob's Burgers? Since when? I know that nose doth wiggle. Look at it go. Okay, let me get this drink. Let's beat this boss. Let's beat up this boss. It's easy pickings.
Good day for a well battle.
Easy pickings. Do 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 do. Oh. Okay, I've already been hit. In fact, that's a reset. That's a reset. I just got hit accidentally. By a little bullet. By a little bullet. I wasn't paying attention. By the singular bullet. Don't laugh at me. Don't laugh at me, Pearl. So basically, we just gotta stay loose until that final thing. Toss a couple of bombs, and we got this sucker. Get this sucker nailed, sir. This sucker doesn't stand a chance, sir. I think that we got this one in the bag. Oh, stabs me immediately. We got this in the bag, guys. Good luck. Oh, thank you, Wolfie. That's very wholesome of you. Very wholesome. Well wishes for the streamer. I'm just gonna give her a little schmack, you know? Oh, did I miss? I think I may have missed there. Oops. Oh, what? She ran into me on the way back? What? That's some baloney right there. All right, we got this. Stay loose. Stay loose. Don't get too focused now. Just look at the general area. Just look through the game. You gotta look through the screen whenever you play these games. All right, we got the bull. Isn't this Taurus? Yo, Taurus hours just started, you guys. May birthdays. Whoa. Watch it. Whoa, that was close. Oh my gosh, that stab was way shorter than the other ones. Oh, dear. Oh my gosh. Here we go. Oh, mamma mia, papa pia. Oh dear, I should have got started sooner. Oh, I should have done, you can shrink. I forgot about that. I gotta shrink for the tornado. Here we go. We're just trying to, oh no. Mistakes were made. Don't get hit by arrow. There we go, next one, I hate that one. Oh no, I'm gonna go to the moon with no health. I'm gonna have no health on the moon. Whoa! That's how you do it right there. Now that's how you do it. Oh great, the moon! Help! Help! Oh wait, I was here at the Pokemon Snap too? Yeah, I saw that. Hey, how are you doing? Midoriel, welcome back. Hello, beautiful nose. Such a beautiful, mighty, strong nose. Oh, there was a star I didn't notice. No! You lost too soon. I was only half moon. That doesn't encourage me at all. That's not very nice at all. How dare. Pikachu, yo, Kareem. Let me pause this game real quick. Kareem, welcome to the chat. You're back. Yo, yo, yo. And Moonjohn, you told me to take a sip like a while ago, and I don't even know if I actually grabbed that. Did I grab that? Okay, I'm just gonna finish up this drink, if you don't mind. Kareem, good morning. How are you doing? Remember to parry. Oh yeah, you're supposed to parry the red attacks. There's pretty much nothing to parry here, though, right? There's a few red bullets. There's some red stars, but there's not much red to parry on this one, I don't think. Moonjohn, thank you very much for the hydration. You saved my life. What are you saying? What time is it? It's almost 6 a.m. So it's almost coffee time. I normally get my coffee like around 7. So at 7, I'll get my coffee. Before that, we'll stop playing another game. I'm just beating the bosses in the first area, just for funnies, just for funsies, just to kind of, like I said, wake up. Also, this bowl has a septum piercing. Wow. So basically, I'd like to make it to the moon with all my lives. I mean, it's a simple goal. It's a simple goal. I'm allowed to dream. Don't laugh at me. Don't laugh at me. I put my whole life into this. I'm just a boy with a dream. I'm gonna have a mega attack whenever it goes to the next thing. Here we go. All right, let me go. Kaboom. Kaboomba. Big boomba. Because I don't want to deal with this sucker. Aw, dang. Because it hurts me so much. Struggle bus. Struggle bus, struggle bus. Oh, no. No, I'm going to make it back there with only one life. No. Kill this sucker. Oh, no. Smacked her right in the face. Dang it. It was just on that one. It was on that one. What? Lupus, you're back? You're back? What the heck? You're not supposed to take a nap? How did you wake up? How did you wake up? I don't even know how you do that, Lupus. Once I fall asleep, it's done. Like, game over. Game over once I fall asleep. Lupus, welcome back. If you need some sleep, keep getting some sleep. There's still time. Goodness, poor Lupus is gonna ruin their birthday just to hang out in this one. Happy birthday to Lupus, hooray! You're supposed to take a nap, and here you are at 8 hours? Exactly, that's how it's supposed to be. You're supposed to sleep fully. You're supposed to be suckered into it. You said you'd be back in 3 hours? I know, but I didn't expect it. I didn't think that it was possible. All right, we got this boss here. Oh, here goes. Zoom. The bull actually is one of the easier ones. Oh, I could have parried that. I'm gonna restart really quick. Sorry about that. I gotta make it past the bull without getting hurt. Alina, you totally forgot it's birthday time now. Happy birthday! Hey, Alina, thank you very much for the happy birthday. So sweet. Goodness gracious, I'm a little bit distracted by y'all. Y'all are so sweet. Alina, thank you so much for the birthday wishes. It's Lupus's birthday too. Yes. Can we get some birthday wishes? Birthday twin. Oh boy. Oh boy, we got a birthday twin in the chat. Hey. That's what I get for peeking. I can't be peeking. I gotta just beat up this boss. Are those with the garlands? Those are so cute. The little hearty with the garland. Adorable. Adorable. Alright, here we go. Now this is when I can peek at the chat. So much love. So much love in the chat. Wholesome beans. Wholesome beans everywhere. How could you not love such wholesome beans? It's just a good chat. It's just good friends. Oh boy, David loves you. Hi there. What's up? I'm totally gonna say hi to you. I'm gonna do it right now. David, hi there. This stream was in my recommended, so hi, hello, happy birthday. Thank you so much. Hi, David. Welcome to my chat. My name's the Earl. We're doing a super fun, super long stream. We're getting towards the end of it. I've only got 5 hours left. But I'm glad to see you, my friend. We're gonna be done with Cuphead in a little bit, and we're gonna be switching over to a game that we can all play together. We're gonna play a game together as a team. We're gonna be playing racing. We're gonna be racing each other and trying to be the #1 winner. I would love to have you there, my friend. But yes, David is so much. Thank you so much for jumping in my chat. What the heck? The algorithm has blessed us with a friend. With a friend, David has appeared. A wild David appears. But likely, David, you probably know somebody who's raided me or you probably know one of my streamer friends or something. Something. Oh my, what? 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 This is a new one. That's a new one right there. Is this easier? It is easy. This is easier. Oh no, I got hit with a ha-ha. Are you kidding me? I got hit with a laugh. You've been struck by. Oh. Things are going pretty well though. We could go moon mode. Moon time with 2 lives. Nice. David, thank you so much for the follow. The community seems so epic. The community is super duper sweet. The community is amazing. Kaboom! Get dead. Oh, I just got smacked for one of my only lives. Oh, the stars are hard to pay attention to. Oh man, there's so many things to look at. We win! We beat the boss! There we go! Get wrecked! That moon is gone! That moon is busted. We just knocked the moon out of the sky. Boom! Move over, Gru. You stole the moon. We killed the moon. Congratulations, you guys. With no power of minions, we didn't need any superpowers. We didn't need any super magic machines. Boom! We didn't shrink them and steal the moon. We just wrecked the moon, blew it up. Half moon destroyed. No problem. Listen, we just destroyed all of the constellations. There is now no more star signs. Star signs have been destroyed by us by our hand. Congratulations, you guys. Absolutely incredible. Moon destroyed! The moon has been destroyed. Minecraft gamer, what's up? Hey there. How are you doing? Hope you're having a splendid day, my friend. What's up? What, you're pulling up the P.O. box? Yo. You're just like, wait a second, hang on. It's commands. I like these. The commands are confirmed to work. Thank you for the follow, Minecraft. Yo. You got it. Both of those commands work perfectly. Loving the double Pikachu, the suit and plush. Yeah, look at the little baby back there. I mean, I kind of couldn't help it. I bought Pokemon Snap and it was just, you know, I bought Pokemon Snap and it was just sitting there on the counter. I couldn't let it go. It wasn't a thing that I could simply, oh my gosh, is this another boss? Oh boy. There's one more boss that we can fight. There's one more boss. Thank you so much for the follow, Colm. I appreciate it. Yo, Colm, Minecraft Gamer, and David, thank you so much for jumping in. What the heck? What the heck, the Spider-Man point meme? There's one more boss. Listen, if we can beat this boss, then we beat every boss in the first world. We could beat every boss in the first world, and then boom, we'll switch games. This beautiful shy flower, the Spider-Man pointy meme. You. I can't. Is that it? Is that it right there? Okay, listen. We're just gonna do it. We're just gonna beat up this boss. Okay, we're gonna bust this boss. We're gonna majorly bust the boss. We're gonna bust it up. Oh, what is that? What kind of flower can do that? This flower has got a putty face. Did you just see its putty self? What? Teeth? Brains? What is happening? What is actually happening? Who developed this game? Oh my gosh, how do you dodge all this stuff? It's madness. I think that I might want to stay at the... Oh, I might want to go to the bottom. Oh dear, we gotta learn what the heck this boss is doing. Oh boy, we got some turnip rifles. We got some turnip bullets. Oh boy, okay, what are we doing here? Oh, this is just the vines. Oh man, oh we had some teeth. Oh dang, I just got toothed. Ouch, I got bit, ouch! My leg, help! My leg! Okay, listen, we got this boss, no problem. Hey, Lean, what's up? Welcome back to the chat. Thank you so much for the happy birthday. I appreciate it. Yo, happy birthdays. So sweet. I appreciate it. Yo. We got some friendos in the chat. Oh yeah, I'm trying to kill this flower. I'm trying to kill this flower over here. This is the last boss. I think this is literally the last boss of the area, so don't worry. This is actually the last boss. Okay, we got some flowers. We got some brains floating around. I don't even know how that works. Okay, these turnip shots. Whoa. Oh, the brain like shoots eventually. Oh, the wiggly stupid face. The yolk head. The yolk head's wiggling around. All right, you can't touch this. Oh! Never mind, you touched it. How dare? How dare? I want to get into the next stage. I don't want to use any of my special attacks yet. I also didn't want to die, but you know what? Sometimes you don't get exactly what you want for Christmas. I wanted to make it halfway before I use any of the. I don't want to use any of my special moves till we get to that. Till we get to the last part. 1,000 fires. Thank you for keeping me hype. We can totally do it. Hugs for everybody. All right, hugs for everybody. It's so sweet. It's very giving, Liam. That's honestly extremely generous. That's pog. Oh, you can kill the little teeth guys. Well, that makes it a lot easier. Oh my gosh. Take it easy. Oh, what? It goes back to the bottom? It goes top to bottom? From the top to the bottom, bottom to the top. Aw, hugs from Kareem. So cute. Also, you can kill the guy over there. Hang on. That's like that didn't happen. It didn't happen. I see good vibes in the chat. You guys are so sweet. The sweetest beans on all of Twitch. The sweetest community. 100%. 100% sweetness. All right, I'm just gonna kill the teeth guys. Oh wait, not that guy. I let that tooth guy attack me. It's all right. That one's not hard to do. Oh, now that is hard to do. Excusez-moi. Oh. Hit right in the face. Shot to the heart. Fools who attempt to fight this will leave with allergic rhinitis? What is that? What? Also, I love the fact that it looks like a cute little baby flower at first. It's like, oh, woo me. Oh, whoa, don't bother. I won't bother you if you won't bother me. And then it just starts flinging brains at me. Oh no. Can you kill this thing? Can you kill that sucker? It looks like he can't. Oh, you dumb old brain. Oh wait, look, it died. The brain died. Go ahead. Oh, what? I got hit by a tiny plant at the bottom. Gosh, that's threatening with me and a pollen allergy. Be careful. It's chronic nasal allergies. Oh dear. Revan, you might pass out. You just want me to know that you love me and that you have a great rest of the birthday stream. You're so sweet, Revan. We love you. We love you, Revan. Please rest if you need a rest. If you need a rest, just vibe. Just vibe, my friend. Get some rest, hang out. Go to sleep. Oh no, that's not good. That was a bad one. Kenny, you can show the flower who's the boss. Keep on trying. Fifi, we've got it! Hey, does anybody in the chat want to do flower for flower? I'm trying to grow my flower base. You want free flowers? Click this link to get Twitch famous. Free flowers. Free flowers for anybody. Click this link right now. Nope. Hopeless. Hopeless. Helpless. Hopeless. Do you want to go back to where you came from? Unemployed in Greenland? Oh no. I like it whenever you do it in that order. I could do it in that order. Oh, excuse-moi. Oh, excuse me. Oh. See, that's just rude. That's just rude. Now that says using a combo attack, and that's totally illegal. That was totally banned in the first rule book. I can't believe that I'm seeing such low absolute cheating and scumbaggery. Oh wait, you can kill these guys? Bruh. He just uses vine. That is a monstrous tactic right there. That is a monstrous tactic. I legit started to look if there were bots. Oh no, I'm sorry. Okay, so you can kill the things on the floor, but you gotta be real sneaky. You gotta be real sneaky. They're super rude. Oh, excuse me, plantalones. Excuse me, can I kill these plants? Let me just kind of, you know, move around a little bit. Oh, that was some good moves. Kill that plant. Oh, man, you stupid yolk face. You and your flowing yolk face. It's beautiful. It's like a cape of yolk. Yeah, that's right. That's right. You can't hit me. I'm a cup. I'm gonna hit some big hits. I'm snapping him. Oh my gosh. Oh, what was, whoa. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, I can counter that. I can't counter that. Oh, I didn't even notice. I didn't even notice the vines building up. There they are. Oh, this kickback whenever you use your special. Ah, we had it. We had it. We were about to defeat that flower. What even is that boomerang thing? I don't know. It looks kind of cute. It looks like a character, doesn't it? The art style is cute, but it feels like a horror game. I mean, that's about right. That's about right. I agree. True. Here. Oh, now hang on. Now hang on. You wait 5 seconds there, Mr. Flower. You just subbed and it didn't do a notification? What? Where? You just subbed but it didn't do it? If you refresh, then it might work. And also, it should pop up in just a minute. It should pop up in a minute. And sometimes if you refresh, then it'll give you another chance to, like, if it's a resub. You so glad that I'm playing this? What? Kareem, you like this game? We're only playing a little bit of it. You always wanted to play this, but it seems really hard. It is pretty hard, Lupus. Oh no. Oh dear. Oh dear. Must be very careful. Must be careful of. You want to get blasted. Don't get blasted by these little enemies. Ah dear. Here we go. Yeah, see, I'm telling you, that little boomerang thing is cute. It's got little eyeballs. Oh, what? Oh, son of a gun. Son of a gun. Oh, no. Ew. If today isn't your anniversary, it won't come up until the day? Oh. Oh, yeah, it's the day of the anniversary, I think. Boing. Boing. I'm gonna beat up this flower. This flower's not gonna like what happens next. But just wait till I use my trap card. Oh, the brain. Oh, no, that was close. Goodness gracious. Take a chill pill. I kill this guy. I almost got the brain. Oh, no. Oh, no. Super up. Uh-oh. Oh, I should probably keep firing. I should probably kill him. Snapping his fingers, snapping them. Oh no! It doesn't look good, you guys. Things are not looking good for our heroes. Things are looking extremely suspicious. Oh, he's angry. Oh no, he's getting stabby with it. Oh dear. Okay, I'm gonna try to pay attention to where I'm standing. Oh, this is good. This is good. I'm paying attention to the vines. Oh no! I only jumped once. How dare! I should have stayed there. No, no. I was so close. Oh dear. Let's try again. Oh my gracious, this flower's rough. This flower's making me cry, man. This flower's making me cry. I think that this does more damage, right? Ollie, we can do it. We got it. We got it. We got it. Thank you for the hype in the chat. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, Ollie. We got this. We got this. Easy peasy. Rice and cheesy. I'm going to try to do little hops. Wrap that guy. Nice. Nice, cute little boomerang. Adorkable. Boing, boing, boing. Gotta blast. I wish that you could attack the projectiles that he throws. That would be incredible. Oh, we've killed the guys up top. You know, that's better than we were last time. Gotta watch these vines. Gotta watch these vines here. Oh yeah, I'm standing in just the right spot. Oh yeah, that's the move. That's the move right there. Hey, there we go. We got it. Did that say perfect run? Yeah, we got him. That's what I'm talking about. Boom. Another boss done. And the last boss done. Bada bing, bada boom. Every boss in the first zone. That's it, you guys. That's... Congratulations, everybody. Thank you so much for being part of the party. We got a B+ on that one. Absolutely incredible. With, what was it? HP bonus, it was 3 out of 3. We did fantastic, you guys. Thank you very much for sticking with me. Going through a few boss battles. I feel a lot better. I feel a lot better. Now it works. Apparently you need to complain about a problem. Oh, you talking about stream avatars? Boom. I'm glad that it's working, my friend. Okay. All the bosses were defeated in the first area. Bada bing, bada boom. I'd say that's a pretty awesome thing to celebrate. Okay, so I need to switch up a couple of things on my screen. First, let me switch over. Let me exit to title. Hope that you enjoyed a little bit of Cuphead. I don't even know how long we played this. Like maybe like even just 1 hour. But I feel a lot better, you guys. I feel a lot more awake. I feel ready to go. So I'm gonna tell you what. We need to switch a couple of things. I'm going to. Should I stand for the last? How long is it? 5 hours. I feel like I could sit. I feel like I could sit for 5 hours. I feel like I could. I feel like that would work. I think that it shall. But I need to switch back to my computer screen. So let me. What have I got to do first? Let me turn on some music for starters while I'm going through here. Oh my gosh, that gosh darn plant is dead. Thank goodness. That plant is clearly evil. I don't like it, not one little bit. Okay. Let me turn on this music really quick, and you know what? I'm gonna switch up some stuff. So for one, let me just go ahead and turn off this screen right here, and we're gonna switch a cord real quick. If y'all will just bear with me, I'm sorry. I am doing my best, but let me just unplug a cable real quick. Don't be bothered by me. Just let me just get this done real quick. All right, there we go. Cable moved and the monitor's back. Very nice. So now I can see my main screen and I can accept that gift that A-Star gave me like 6 hours ago. Thank you, A-Star, so much for the gift. And now I've got it. Boom. The screen is fixed. Let me see. Should I grab my coffee right now? Or should I wait? It's 6 a.m. Coffee's a little bit messy. Maybe I should just leave coffee alone. Maybe I should just, leave coffee out of this and not cause any trouble, not cause any angst and concern. I need to move some of these cuties around. Let me put this over here. Boop. There we go. There we go. He's gonna hide right there. Let me just move some things around on the desk so that I can actually see stuff. Boom, and I got my stuff right there. Got my stuff right there. It's Precious too? What's Precious? Where? Poco did art of squirrel? What? Does Poco art? Okay, you guys, I think we might have to check out this art. Hang on. Are you talking about this art that's been made? More art? Okay, hang on. I've got to see this. Let me find it. Let me close all the art that I've already seen. Holy moly, there's been so much art. So amazing. Let me find it. Where's my Discord? Discord. Apparently there's been art that has been done of our character, and I want to see it. Oh my gosh, it's so cute. It's so super duper cute. Let me show you my screen really quick. Oh my gracious alive. Oh my gracious. Where is it? Let me click. Oh no, it's so cute. So cute. Oh my goodness. This might turn into my okay, let me just show it. This might turn into This might turn into like a profile picture or something. Just look at the cutie. Look at the cutie. Look at it. Oh, so sweet. So sweet. Look at the little baby. Look at the little baby. That's our new character, you guys. That's a character that's right here below the screen. That's fan art that was made during the stream. I revealed my character during the stream. And this is, people have already made art of it. And by people, I mean Poco. Poco making beautiful, super cute art. I know, it's cute. Arisa, you're here. Hey, did you just jump in? Oi, 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 Arisa's back. Arisa's back. Arisa's back. Hello, hello, hello. Arisa's awake. Alert, alert. Was Marshall a gift? You mean the baby Marshall? My baby Marshall was a gift from Lupus Dream. From Lupus Dream. Look at him. He's the supervisor. Listen, I don't want to steal ENK's supervisor thing, but I'm pretty sure that he's the boss. I'm pretty sure that he's the boss, and he's just making sure that I actually act right. I mean, I'm pretty sure that that's the situation that I've got here. But look at Poco's art. So sweet. So cute. I love it. Holy moly. Okie dokie okie da. This squirrel, though, is so cute. Squirrel used charm. It was very effective. Cute. BB squirrel. It's kind of blocked off from the bottom of the screen. But look at that face. Look at that face. I mean, I think that this is such a great character. It's such a great character. I think it's gonna work great. And purple's my favorite color. I'm never gonna get tired of seeing this. Adorable. Adorable. Just look at that baby. Just look at that sweet baby. But yes, Arisa, I hope that you got some good sleep. Holy crap, 731. 731 is a very concerning amount of subs. Holy moly, so fuzzy. I know, so floof. Floof is definitely the word. Absolute floof. 100% floofy blep. 100. Listen, I become a furry. Let me really quick switch over. Let me switch over a few of my windows over here. Also, Kuri. Hi, Kuri. Are you awake again? How the heck did you wake up so quickly? And also, oops, are you still alive? What? Oops. We're supposed to be sleeping. You're supposed to be sleeping. You already did a stream. Did you just get some coffee? No, you just got some breakfast. You just got some breakfast, my friend. Oh, Kuri, you're in the airport. Hooray, Kuri. Yeah. Your flight is at 7 a.m. That's in like an hour, right? I think that's in an hour. Oh, hi. I just ate noms. Hooray. Oopsie's still here. Bye-bye. Hooray. We've got all of the friendos. Yo. Hang on. Let me put this to myself. There we go. That looks like almost perfect. I look like I'm one of those, what's his name? The marshmallow head. I look like I've got some kind of mascot mask because I'm hiding my head, you know what I'm saying? Oops, did you cook something good after the stream? Yeah, dude, you've been taking care of yourself. Also, my eyes are freaking burning. My eyes are burning. Not just from looking at screens, but it hurts. I don't know. My eyes are leaking acid, but it's all right. Because we've almost made it. It's incredible. Glasses? No, I'm not gonna switch. Warpstar Kirby, how are you doing? What's up, Warpstar? How are you doing? Yeah. It might have a little bit been for the smoke, but whatever. If I'm just gonna have a shiny crab face and also have burning eyes, that's worth it. That's worth it for the smoke, you guys, because it is absolutely awesome. Because it is super cool. No smoke? What? No way, more smoke. You decided that you'd make some ramen and coffee? If you're gonna make it to the end of this, are you gonna try? Olivia, are you gonna make it? Are you gonna survive for 4.5 more hours? Can you do it? More smoke for the smoke gods. His eyes are gonna be red by the end. His eyes are gonna be hanging out. His eyes are gonna be barely hanging on. Probably the 731 subs of smoke. That number is very unsensible. I don't want y'all to have, I don't want y'all to know how many subs the sub is at. I don't want y'all to know how many subs I have right now. You guys are so sweet, and you've blown way past record. This is gonna be the record-setting month. This will be the month, you guys. This right here is going to be my record month for a long time, I'm quite sure. I'm quite sure that this is going to reign. This is going to reign supreme. And it's all because of you crazy beans. You're going to sleep more, but what are you playing next? I think that we're going to play marbles. I think that I'm going to try to play marbles for like 4 hours. It shouldn't be too hard, honestly. I'm pretty used to doing super long marble sessions. So, I mean, we can race together. I mean, it's honestly probably a really great way to end the stream. It's probably a great way to end like a big epic stream. And we also have lots of beans. We got lots of beans, and we could talk some serious yang, and we can listen to some sweet music. I mean, honestly, it's probably gonna be a good roll. You know what I'm saying? Marbles. Oh, what is that? Who made this? Oh my gosh, it's handsome Marshall with the wink. Oh my, I haven't seen this. Oh my, so handsome. Marbles. Kareem, look at that sweetheart. I love it. Look at those little hearties. They're so sweet. Arisa, they have been spamming the hearts. They've been spamming the hearts as much as possible because they're beautiful. Also, gotta be honest, I'm kind of concerned about eating an egg at this point because I've eaten 2 pieces of pizza and a Pop-Tart in the past 24 hours. So I'm not sure if I should swallow an egg. I've had 1 shot, two pieces of pizza, and a Pop-Tart. I feel like I'd be a little bit worried. You feel compelled to get your Pikachu hoodie? Do it! Corey says egg. Oops says no egg. This is the state of my friends. Here you go. Corey's the kind of friend that says egg. Oops is the kind of friend that says no egg. You both have similar colored names too. Egg, no egg. Just suck up the egg from the table with no hands. Absolutely not. Oh my God, Kenny orders pizza for Kenny. I got a pizza right here. What do you mean? I vote no egg. Shush. Puke stream, best stream. Eat it on another stream. No! Get something decent to eat. Eggs are good for you. G Fuel egg. You put an egg in a cup, and then you put a little bit of G Fuel, spit it together, and then there you go. Oh, you fixed them. Aren't they great? Look at them go. Look at that. Look at those emotes. Hype, laughter, and poggies. Egg would help. Oh yeah, egg is very healthy. Egg. Wait, not a raw egg. Yeah, raw egg. What do you mean? Yes, raw egg. Of course. What do you mean? Cooked egg? Cooked egg is not a thing. Don't do it on an empty stomach. Why not? Oh God, this isn't gonna go well. What? G Fuel omelet. G Fuel omelet. Cook the egg with the powder in it? How you do that? How you do that? G Fuel egg is an idea? Yeah, it's an idea. A bad one. A bad idea? What are you talking about? Nini, yo, welcome to the chat. That's with the reverse pog. The reverse pog is beautiful scrambled egg flavor. I just got a new G Fuel and it's bacon and eggs flavored. Bacon and eggs is one of the tastiest flavors. Is it your birthday today? Yes. I'm 24. Oh, happy birthday. Oh, thank you, Arisa. Yay. Oh, the smoke machine said happy birthday as well. So sweet. What a babu. Oh, shush, Kuri. You old hag. Let's see. Scramble G Fuel into your egg and cook it? What? G Fuel in your noodles? You guys are horrible. You guys have never tried G Fuel before. You guys. Go away, smoke. Listen, I'm gonna get smoker's cough. Shakes Caden. That's why I told you to eat the egg. I said eat the egg, young man. I didn't eat eggs when I was your age, and you know what I look like? Well, I look pretty good if I'm not lying. But hey, there's more to life than looking good. You tried G Fuel? Thank you very much. Vonchik, well, I'd like to see you eat some G Fuel pizza first. I'd like to see you eat some of that pizza. I want you to take a slice of pizza. These darn kids and their smoking machines, they're just walking around vaping it up. Could you imagine if vapes were this powerful? If there's a kid that was like, hey, Grandpa, Sorry, Grandpa. I'm a cloud chaser now.
Listen here, little dummy. You dummy, why does it smell like bacon? Why do you have bacon-flavored vape? Bake.
Mix the G Fuel with powdered egg. Ew, double powder. Double powder for the lose. You only drink coffee? No water? No water at all? I mean, you should probably drink some water. I don't know what you mean. Nini, thank you for the sip. Oh, you know that I could drink one of these really quick. Actually, let me find my scissors. I'm gonna drink a thing. Oh, first try. First try Pog. Nice. Boom. Oh, Will, are you back? Will, when did you get back?
Oh, bourgeois water. Yes. I'm drinking my bourgeois Topo Chico, and I'm drinking it in the what's it called?
What is the fancy way of saying it?
In the foyer, yes. I'm drinking my bourgeois water in the foyer. If you're looking for me, I'll be in the foyer drinking it. Indubitably. I say Topo Chico all the way from Monterrey, Mexico. Very nice.
Oh, Will got back before me. Yo! Welcome back. Hello!
Yes. Don't get me wrong, but I drink water from the rest. But I drink water. The rest of the time is coffee. I mean, I would pretty much agree.
I mean, for me, I drink water, coffee, and claw. That's basically all that I drink. I'm amazed how much energy he has in general after almost 20 hours of streaming. Midoriel, I also got 4 hours of sleep the night before. Incredible. Oh, wrong Will. Oh my goodness gracious. Actually, G Fuel and meringue powder would work. Listen, all of you chemists in the chat, listen, all you people that are trying to work with some G Fuel chemistry, I'd love for y'all to try it. If y'all want to guinea pig some of these concoctions, go ahead. Like, hey, you want to play chemistry? Get some bottles and tinker around with some different G Fuel designs. Go ahead, do it on your own time. Do it where there's not people watching. Do it where I don't have to suffer. Go ahead. Go ahead. I hope that y'all have a jolly old good time. Have a jolly old good time. Yeah, go ahead. You're a biotech major? Well, great. Olivia, I'd love to see what you come up with, and I'll never try it. Water, coffee, and more coffee. Maximum. The only thing that keeps me going right now is because sleep isn't happening. Wolfie, sometimes you just have to give up. Callie might do it. Don't dare her. What? Give me some G Fuel. Is this a threat? Was that a veiled threat? Oh my God, what a vibe. I love that. Just a little bit of sass. Somebody's just sitting there kind of sassing the chat a little bit. And then Ollie's like, oh my God, what a vibe. Gabby, you're back. Gabby Catface. Oh my God, y'all are still going. Of course. Happy birthday. Oh, thanks for the happy birthday. I'm old now. I'm going to be getting listen, this morning, you know what I'm going to be drinking after this stream is over, after 4 hours and 30 more minutes. You know what I'm going to be doing? I'm going to be jumping over. I'm going to move myself over to the IHOP. I'm going to go to the local IHOP, and you know what I'm getting? The senior platter. I'm finally getting that senior platter, baby. I've been waiting on this. I've been waiting all my life to be able to get that senior platter, and now that I'm old enough, boom, I'm finally getting it. Cosmic Penguin, thank you so much for the happy birthday. Lance, hello. Wow. I love it. What? I hope you had an amazing stream so far. Yeah, Lance, it's been great.
It's been great. We've been vibing. It's been incredible. Absolutely incredible.
Wonder if you could bake G Fuel into a cake? Aren't I the one that's supposed to be... I'm supposed to be the one that's obsessed with G Fuel, right? I thought that all of y'all were like the one... No, I didn't. I just drink it. I drink it because I need it. Like, I just use it. I use it, you guys. I drink it for caffeination. I drink it for the caffeine. And all of you guys, you just think it's a joke. G Fuel's not a joke. Let me cover up Cover up that thing right there. But listen, G Fuel's not a joke, okay? Let's take some things seriously, you guys. I know that we like to joke around a lot around here. I know that we like to joke around about a lot of things, but listen, it is not. Listen, even Marshall knows better. Listen, there's a limit, you guys. We can't be joking about everything. There's a limit to everything, and honestly, the joking about the G Fuel has to stop. It just has to stop. I'm sorry. Yeah, real talk. I mean, honestly, just from me to you guys. Real talk, the joking about the G Fuel's got to stop. Like G Fuel needs a little bit more respect in all this. I can't have y'all bad talking and joking about it and pretending like you're the chemist. Like you're not pro gamers. The people that make this G Fuel right here, the people that make this G Fuel right here, they're pro gamers. That's why this is actually a specifically synthesized blend to maximize gaming potential. This fixes things like this makes you have twitch reflexes. This makes you have the kind of focus. This keeps you up and it keeps you alert. It helps you focus. I mean, it's top-notch stuff, you guys, and I don't want to have you joking about like the formula. The formula has been it's been fixed, like it's been worked on for years, millennia, honestly. It's like it's basically it's the thing that the people back in the day, whenever they were looking for a way to synthesize gold using alchemic powers, in the end they found G Fuel and they stopped trying to make gold. They stopped trying to synthesize gold and transmuting it because they already found what was real gold. They found the real gold, you guys, and that's G Fuel. So let's not joke about it, please. Thank you. But anyway, on a lighter note, you guys, excuse me. What was that? Code Earl. Thank you for using our code. You have now received good vibes. How adorable. Look at it. Look at the good vibes for free. Writing down. Yes. Okay. Hang on. G Fuel knowledge. Hang on. G Fuel. What is going fuel? Oh, G Fuel. What's G Fuel? Never seen it at the shops. Oh, it's just an energy drink. I'm just joking around. It's just an energy drink. That's all. There's nothing special about it. What's the phrase? Ravioli, give me the formioli. Yeah, that's what it is. Or alternatively, it could be ravioli, what's in the pocket-oli is another way of saying it. But yeah, so you got it right, Olivia. That's some solid SpongeBob knowledge that you're dropping in the chat. I'm picking up what you're dropping down, and the SpongeBob knowledge is flowing. What's the bonk for? What? There's no bonking. That was some solid. I can't believe that you bonked me over such a thing. It's not a phrase, Mom. It's not a phrase. Ravioli's life. Let me see if I've actually even got. I think I downloaded it yesterday. Oh yeah, Marbles on stream. Here it is. It's here, you guys. If y'all are ready to rock, I'm ready to talk. Your birthday's in May, so is mine, so it's confirmed. May birthdays are the best, Allie. That's what I'm talking about. May's number one. David, you gotta sleep, but I hope that the rest of your stream is fun. He goes, well, happy birthday again, yo! David, thank you so much for jumping in the chat. I hope that you had a wonderful time. I know that we only played just a little bit of Cuphead, and you kind of missed out on some of the games. I'm sorry that it was maybe, I don't know. I hope that you enjoyed the vibes and you enjoyed the talks. I'd love to see you sometime in the future. If you want to vibe, I'm playing all sorts of games. We'd love to see you, my friend. Pook. We're always here with the good vibes. But get yourself some sleep, David. For heaven's sakes, go to bed. Go to bed before you're in trouble. You got, let me see. I thought I missed something. Jedi, is that a hammer? Jedi, where'd you get that hammer from? I love it. I really like that pose. That pose is hilarious. With the two nostrils just barely poking over the screen. What? Why you're calling up the Discord of what? Hammer time. Here I go. Everybody, boom, 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 boom. Hammer time. Wait a second. Now we need to find some more exciting music, right? If we're gonna be doing some races, we've got to search. Hang on, I've got an idea. I've got a classic one right here. Let me just look up Nintendo. Ready music, exciting. All right, into YouTube. This is gonna work great. Ready, set, go. This is the one. Game start. Fun, catchy music, or also power ups. Pretty good. Hang on. Oh yeah. Yeah, boy. This is the classic. This is the classic. This is the race music. Toad Factory. Oh, thank you, gamers. I'll def come back when I can. Yo, awesome sauce. David, get some sleep. Get the heck out of here. Oi. Gotta go feed the horses. All right. Go feed those horses, Kareem. We'll see you in a little bit. Sounds like a deal. We'll see you later. All right. Let me just go ahead and turn on the screen over here. Let me switch. Switch it over to gaming, you guys. Oh, boy. Think so. Wait, is that me? Why can I see me? Oh, it's just because you see the window. Okay, this is a window. No big deal, Pickle. No big deal. I want to capture a different window. Or don't. No, I won't capture the window. I'll just do the display. Display easier. And boom, we don't have to worry about the Windows thing anymore. Okay, let me turn on the music, you guys, so that we can jam out while we playing some games. All right, there we go. Bada bing, bada boom. Let's do some races, you guys. I'm ready. We got to survive, you guys. We got to stay awake. We got to stay awake. We've got 4 hours and 20 minutes. That's 420 for those of you that are doing math at home. We got 420 seconds to stay online and stay on the stream. So we're going to be racing as fast as possible, you guys. We're going to be absolutely zooming. We're going to be playing marbles like the champions that we are. I keep knocking down. Oh wait, no, that's my tail. My tail feels weird. All right. I've been sitting in this chair for like 24 hours, you guys, and I am absolutely feeling fantastic. You'll be back later. Enjoy marbles. Sounds like a deal, A-Star. We'll see you later, my friend. Go get your stuff done. Go take care of what you got to do. Yo, I appreciate you being here, my friend. I appreciate you. Connected to the Steam chat or the Twitch chat, and we're ready to rock. It's not time to roll yet. Hang on, Elena. Listen. Now, this is exactly like Stream Elements, you guys. This is exactly like Stream Elements. Used to, Stream Elements was an everyday thing. Used to, marbles was like a thing that we would play all the time. But you know what? This is a special thing, you guys. This is a special thing. We play so many fantastic games. We're always shaking it up. We're always playing something fresh. But you know what? Sometimes we got to go back to marbles. Sometimes we got to go back to having a bajillion little Pokemon walking around at the bottom of the screen. That's totally distracting. My tail feels weird. That's the quote right there. 201. Bruh. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm just gonna listen. I can't look at what the heck you're talking about. What? We're not talking about the streamer's tail. That's disgusting. Let me go over to we're gonna race. We're gonna race. We're gonna race, so we're gonna do a Grand Prix. We're gonna do a Grand Prix with a capital X, with a capital N. In fact, you know what? We're just gonna do some random maps. We're just gonna do some spicy random maps. I'm gonna hit this up on like. We're gonna do like 6 races real quick, you guys. We're gonna warm it up. We're warming up. Oh boy, we got 6 races here. We got 6 races. We're ready to rock. 4 hours ago. We're past 420, you guys. 420, praise it. It's 620. You know what? You've talked about Stranger Things here. That true? You guys, listen. If you never played this game, let me explain it. Listen, there's lots of people that came in from raids. There's lots of people that came in while we were playing other games. There's so many types of games that we played tonight. There's like 2 of them. Listen, if you are over here and you don't know how to play this game, you have got to put !play in the chat. You have to put !play in the chat. All you've got to do is just copy your peers. Do you remember whenever you were a kid and your mother said to you, if your friends jumped off a cliff, you jump off with them? Well, you know what? This is the perfect time to put some of that knowledge to work. Jump off the same cliff that everybody is. Just copy everybody in chat. Just don't even change it. Just copy paste completely. Just brain dead. Go brain dead. Don't even think about it. Just copy them all. Come on, we got to get some plays in the chat, you guys. This is how we wake up. We got to wake up. Oh wow, it's been since St. Patrick's Day since we played. So, what's St. Patrick's Day? Or when is it? Yo, Jet Shepherd is woke. Welcome to woke culture. Hey, Jet, you can be one of the arbiters of woke. Here we go. We got 22 people racing. We got 22 people that are ready to race. Let's go. I'm gonna join the fray. We're ready to race, you guys. Listen, you don't gotta download anything. You don't gotta type in anything except for the ! Play. You don't have to live. You don't have to breathe. You don't have to exist. All you gotta do is just type ! Play in the chat. You know what I gotta do? I gotta type something in the chat just for me. Hang on. This is something special. It's called Marbles. Marbles on stream. There we go. Bada bing, bada bing, bada boom, and we're ready to roll. This music is hype. This music is ready to roll. I'm clicking the start button, you guys. We got like 45 seconds till we start. Let's go. Okay, we're sitting back. We're relaxing. Super relaxed. 100%. Take a look. Where are we driving? Where are we dropping, boys? Where are we dropping, boys? I'm super excited to take a... Oh, look at this. What do we got over here? Whoa. What do we got here? A beautiful diner that's full of pizza and... Oh, my God. What is that? Is that a Viking? A Viking woman? Is this a Norwegian? What is this, a Swede? What's happening here? Is this Scandinavian? All right, let's get out of here. Zoom. How old are you now, Kenny? Or is it super secret? I am 50 years old. It's from Alice Matters Returns. I knew it. I knew it was a Viking. All right, here we go. Are we ready to rock? And roll. Here we go. All right, now who's at the very front? But my most incredible mod. We got Jed Sheba. Oh, it's still incredible? Question mark. Still. Oh, nah, not so incredible. That's a bummer. Was number one mod right there. That's too bad. I remember whenever whenever Jedi Aurora was the best mod. But you know what? Will is now the best mod. Go, Will, go. Come on, you can win. Go as fast as possible. Here, just stay on the outside. You know what's also interesting? All of the stuff has been reset, you guys. Except for that racer over there, except for Eldritch Corvette over there. But listen, it's new records on all the races, except for this one, because there's already a record that's been set here. I don't actually know how this works. But we got Will at the very front of the pack. We've got Will absolutely rolling his schmoving as fast as possible with Wolfie the Hecht back there with Calico Kitties back in the back. We've got the Earl of Marbles. We've got Rochelle, the King of Squirrel, that Vonchik Midoriel, Ollie Metalheart. We got Comb, we got Jedi Aurora. You know, there's a whole group back there. They're looking pretty friendly, but Will's already headed down those stairs, busting it out, about to head over to the turn, and it's a pretty quick, didn't lose a lot of speed there, about to head into the Chamber of Disco. There's just no other way to put it, you guys. It is absolutely the Disco Chamber of Doom. Will is the first one out, and right behind Will, we have Calico Kitties about to go on to just a little bit of a spinner over here, and straight behind on the very next couple of times, we've got the Earl of Marbles. We've got that Vonchik. We got Rochelle. Wolfie the Hecht. We got Will zooming along the Rave Cave. That is way better. Thank you so much. Yes. We got Will zooming along, taking a left-hand turn and going straight down the toilet. Will, listen, everybody gets flushed sometimes. Let's go. Will's taking a right-hand turn. Will's taking a left-hand turn. Will's taking going straight into the wall. Good job, Will. That's incredible stuff right there. Hoi. Anybody lost any marbles yet? I've lost several marbles. Coffee Shan, how are you doing? Oh my gosh, this is absolutely, I cannot believe what I'm looking at right here. Rochelle has absolutely destroyed the rest of the competition and is now stuck for some reason in this circle. Circular reasoning, Rochelle, you have to give it up. But it looks like you might not make it. Will, try to zoom past with Rochelle getting still stuck in the spinner. What's happening? You're through. The Earl of Marbles is zooming past. What? The Earl of Marbles clutches an easy victory right there while the other people are stuck in a pinwheel. The Earl of Marbles with an incredible first place win. A very fantastic name right there. How could the Earl of Marbles not lose? We got the Earl of Marbles right at the very beginning. Congratulations on number one. We got Calico Kitties. We got Rochelle. We got Wolfie. Will, that Vonchik, the King of Squirrel. We got Judge Shepard in number 8. And then we've got Ali coming in at a spicy 9th place with Midori at number 10. Looking pretty spicy. Congratulations. The streamer did not win. The streamer's back here losing currently losing back in the back here, right in front of Nini, but still struggling on the struggle bus right here. The Squirrel of Uds is not looking so good. He's taking a drink. And Alchemic Refuge just blew past the Earl of Suds. Bye-bye, everybody. I would like to thank my mom and my favorite cookies. Oh, hi there. I'm sorry. Listen, standing up on this pedestal, I'm looking down at all of the losers and at all of the people that I stepped on top of to be successful out here. And I've got 8th place. And I'm just thinking about all of the dreams that I've crushed to get up here. Thank you, Mom. Thank you, God. Thank you everything. Thank you whole world, and but most of all, thank you me for winning. And Allie, oh no, Allie's about to get stuck. Holy moly, Allie, are you trying to die out here? Allie, are you trying to give me a heart attack? What the heck? Did you even make it? Did you even survive? The Earl of Marbles, an absolutely incredible win. 1,000 fires perish apparently, but Allie, you survived. You're here. You're alive. Holy moly, it's nice to be alive, is it not? Okay, let me take a look over here. Coffee Shan? Doing good. A bit tired, but I can rest now unless I get hyped up by this excitement. Yes! Excitement. Here we go. You're taking off now. Have a wonderful stream and birthday, Nini. Thank you so much for the well wishes, my friend. Boom. We're going to the next match. Let's go over to the castle siege, you guys. We're ready to race. All right, here we go. The Earl of Marbles got to win last time, but you know what? You know what? I believe in all of y'all. I bet that y'all got this one in the bag, you guys. We cannot let them win twice. If they win twice, then the entire game is over, you guys. Then the entire matches are thrown. I'm about to hit the start button. Boom! 45 seconds to get in. You got to put exclamation point play in the chat if you want to roll along with us. It's just for fun. We're going to be playing for just a little while longer. Probably for the last hour, we're going to be absolutely vibing. So we only got a little bit of time to do some sweet races, you guys. We got to show the other stream. We got to go show the other streamers that we mean business, you guys. We mean business. We've got a lot of beans going a lot of speeds. Some of them slow, some of them fast, but most of all, we're just trying to get past that stupid old wall. You know what I'm saying? So much energy here. Miss Rammel, I'm having to pump up the energy so that I survive. Listen, survival is key. We've got 20 hours of stream, so I've got to make sure that the energy stays survivable. I got to stay alive, you guys. Lonnie, welcome to the chat. How are you doing? Also, hello there, Miss Rammel. How are you doing? Hope that you're having a splendid day. Today is my birthday, so that means that we're gonna celebrate. We're gonna celebrate together by playing some marbles. Oh yeah! Who's the first one down? We've got Colm. Yay, Elfie. We've got Ariza right in the front with Gonda, and the Earl of Squirrels Ghost is sitting right there. Let's see. The Earl of Squirrel. Now that's a name I haven't heard in a little while. We've got Yay, Elfie at the very front with Gonda just moving in to first place, number 2, and now number 1 is Elfie's moving up there with Ariza Gathis, Elena the Rock, and Cosmic Penguin. It looks like Elfie is still holding a decent lead, about to hit a rock, getting slowed down possibly. Around the edge, we've got Elena the Rock getting a little bit of speed with the Cosmic Penguin straight on their tail. We've also got Goth Girl, Punk, and Gonda trying to move as fast as they can, heading down towards some more rocks here, about to be struck by lightning. Struck by lightning. Alina sitting in the front, getting a little bit tired, decided to take a little break, but boom, they're back. They're back. Here they go. Happy birthday from the Netherlands. Hey, the Netherlands. That's awesome. Thank you so much. International friendos. We played GeoGuessr earlier. Wasn't one of the things from the Netherlands, right? You're aiming for last place, AFK Cake. We're gonna have to do our very best to be in last place. I'm gonna take a look. Where is AFK Cake right now? Are they in final place? Are they gonna lose? We can only hope. Now listen. There is a wall that's going to kill everybody. That is what you're actually racing. AFK Cake, unfortunately, you're not in last place. You're going to have to try a little bit harder. I'm going to look over here. Alina is at the very front, headed straight down the way. They're taking their time with their little Irish bean. Oh, wait. We never changed it from... Everybody has to use the green beans. Everybody's using the green beans because of the last stream. It was totally just St. Patty's Day, wasn't it? Can you also from the Netherlands? What? Mythology fan. Oh yeah, I think were you here whenever we were playing GeoGuessr? I thought that you were. But yeah, we were playing GeoGuessr earlier, and we had to walk around the Netherlands and figure out what the heck we were because it was pretty easy. As soon as I saw a URL that said .NE, I was like, hang on, I got an idea. Kenny, I forgot to wish you a happy birthday earlier whenever I woke up. Hey, rinse on that. Thank you for the happy birthday. I appreciate it. Oi! I mean, mint is green, and it's also Mint's birthday. You know what else is green? Grass. And, green means go. And Alina, green also means that you just won. You just won. Congratulations, Alina the Rock. You just got a spicy first place with Moonjon coming into a spicy second place. Goodness gracious, Moonjon with the absolute speed. I cannot believe that you made it into second place right behind Alina the Rock. Who is going to survive? I don't even know if we're going to have a top 10. Are we even going to have a top 10? We're about to find out. Skyward Zone is heading as fast as they can towards the end, as well as the cheating streamer trying to get in fourth place. Here we go. We've got Skyward Zone headed into third place, if I'm not mistaken, with Tallulah Fluff at fourth. The Earl of Suds at fifth. Peter. And then we also have Arisa got this, one of the mods. We've got Calm, Shiny Glalie, but I don't know, you guys. I don't know. Could be get a little bit difficult out here. Could be getting a little spicy out here. I'm not sure. Looks like Shiny's grabbing the first place out of the people that are still trying. Shiny's getting a little bit stuck here on the corner. Shiny taking a little nap. Why are you slowing down? Shiny, you got to keep moving. You got to keep moving. It's dangerous out here. Olivia snagging the 7th place with Midoriel. Getting number 8, Rochelle at number 9, and Shiny just barely squeaking into 10th place is what it looks. That is what looks like. What is happening? Shiny survives and squeaks comfortably into the top 10. Congratulations, Alina the Rock on a number 1 position. Goodness gracious. Absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. It hurts my brain to type Netherlanders. Ew. Netherlanders. I don't like the way that sounds. Could we just call them like Netherites? How about that? 7 is my OCD's preferred number. Oh, what? What is so special about 7? 7's not even an even number. You can't even split it in half properly. Do you really like 3.5 so much? All right, what kind of race have we got over here? This is what I'm wondering about. You guys, you got to put exclamation point play in the chat if you want to roll along. I mean, it's as easy peasy. Listen, look, even such famous streamers as Oops is even play this game. Listen, if Oops is playing it, you could play it. Okay, listen, come on now. Oops is vibing in the chat. If you're not getting in this chat, Oops is a busy friendo. Listen, Oops is living a life of luxury and a life of excess. And he still has time to hang out in this chat and put exclamation point play in the chat. You gotta put some love in this. You gotta put some love in the chat. The only way to put love in the chat is to put exclamation point play. Also, the mysterious stranger. Hello. Hi, Kenny. I wish you a very happy birthday and many more years of awesomeness. Hey, I'm so glad that you exist. What a sweet bean. Also, sending good vibes and virtual huggies. Hooray! Virtual huggies. As in, like, the diaper? But, oh, thank you so much for the hugs. I appreciate it. How are you doing, the mysterious stranger? I'm vibing. My birthday's been pretty great. I'd say that we basically had, like, one of the best birthdays probably ever. Got to step away from the screen for a second. If my marble could try to get yeeted off the course, please. I don't know. We can try. I'm going to hit the start button, you guys. Let's go. Here we go. You don't know it's just the number that your OCD likes? You've read before that OCD numbers are more likely to be odd. What? OCD numbers sounds like numbers that have OCD. Fine, have some diapers too. What? The mysterious stranger, no thanks. Rochelle, welcome to the race. Here we go. We've got Rochelle that just jumped in. Arisa got this, and Jet Shepard slapping that exclamation point play in the chat. Absolutely skillful. Here we go. What did Oopsie say? Duchies? Is that a word? The netherite is strong. Don't listen to him. I have all the time in the world. Oops. Oops. Ow, 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 ow. You know, I was doing that automatically. I was doing the ow, 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 because that's just part of my speech now. And somebody was like, you sound like the Valentino bag person. And I was like, aha, full circle. Full circle. Who's going to be the first one out here? Looks like Moon John is holding a pretty steady first place, but are they going to choke right here? This is an easy place to get stuck. Moon John, the first one to bounce, with Tallulah Fluff and Rochelle being the second ones to bounce, respectively. We've got Moon John still in the very front, heading down. Very, very nice. I see the momentum. I like it. Very safe. The only thing that we've got to be careful is not too much speed covering around the side here. You dislike odd numbers? No clue why? That's very limited minding. That's half the numbers. You hate half of the numbers? Oh my gracious alive. I can't believe that you live life like this. Also, Moonjohn, how about we win this? Let's win this thing. You got it. You got it, except for this part. This part's really hard, and you might not got this. I'm not actually sure. What have you got? Are you gonna show us your medal? Oh my gosh. Moonjohn, you are freaking me out. Help. Please help. Somebody send help. Somebody send help. He survives. He clutches it. Not first, but living. I'm amazed. Tallulah Fluff just got first place. Congratulations. Number 2, our very own Alchemic Refuge, Wolfie, Moonjohn, Willow, Rochelle, Gonda, the Earl of Marbles, the King of Squirrel, and Fifi Abby with a spicy 10th place. Congratulations on our top 10 winners, especially number 1, Tallulah Fluff, with Renzelnut struggling back there. There's always somebody back here. Just on the struggle bus. So sad. So sad. Say goodbye to your robot dad. Renzo Nut, this is good. This is good music for you to suffer to. Renzo Nut, it ain't looking good. It ain't looking good. That wall's getting hungry. Suddenly reminds me of Sisyphus. Reminds me of Sisyphus trying to push that boulder up the mountain, except for Sisyphus is the boulder himself. Oh, that's too bad. Renzo not swallowed by the wall. Oof. Hashtag feed the wall. All right, let's keep going. There's no hope. Everybody's just like, hashtag feed the wall. Yes. Kill the ball. Let's go. Bada bing, bada boom. Thank you for the cat jams in the chat. Very spicy. Very spicy. Did y'all see the spicy new BTTV emotes? BTTV emotes. Oi, oi, oi! I was doing so well as well. Rental, it's all right. We all die sometimes. If y'all want to roll along with me, you gotta put exclamation point play in the chat. It's as easy as that, you guys. Listen, it's not rocket science. It's not, honestly, it's not even a rocket play set for kids. It's so simple. Even a child could ruin. I'm pressing start. Let's go. There's some hype in the chat. Those hurt my eyes, and I love them. Look at those hype. Those hype emotes are a little bit too much. They're a little bit too hype, in my opinion. Just look at them. Just looking at those hurts my eyes, and that is why they're important, you guys. That is why they're important. Oh my gosh, Wolfie, you've got some backwards hype emotes. It's so hard to read backwards. I hate it so much. All right, you guys, we're ready to roll. Here we go. We're ready to roll out. Autobots, let's roll out. We got 16 seconds. We got 60 seconds. What's this? Alchemix. Ow, wow, what's this? Alchemix got a fancy. Oh, what is this? Orisa got a fancy. Oh, I can't believe it. The mods have got the fancy wheels. The mods have got the fancy marbles. Oh my goodness gracious. Big spinners, big rollers. Good thing that I'm paying them so much in salary. Let's go down. Who's going to be the very first to the bottom? Who's going to be the first ones to the bottom? We got, oh boy, Moonjohn's got a little bit of ahead there, but this is still the pachinko style area, so it's not like that matters at all. Arisa got this as the first one, headed down with Skyward Zone right behind. Goodness gracious. Arisa is number one in the chat right now, but Midoriel jumps into first. Zooming along, very dangerous business right here. Very dangerous business. Easily could throw themselves off the edge. Goth Girl Punk trying to gain a lot of speed, getting it stuck by the momentum. Fat GLaDOS throwing themselves off the edge. Rest in peace. We remember you, Fat GLaDOS, and we love you. We love you, and we will forever hold your memory. Here goes Goth Girl Punk, zooming along as fast as possible. Oh, getting a little bit stuck there. Uh-oh. Is there going to be a new... Oh, there's a new leader over there. Cosmic Penguin for the absolute zoom. Holy moly. EX is the one in the very front right now. Living a dangerous life, EX. You're scaring me. Cosmic Penguin zooming in front, taking it nice, slow, and steady, and then hitting that booster. Hitting that big boost. Zoom. Oh, getting a little bit stuck. Getting a little bit stuck. I'm going to warn you. Oh, the King of Squirrel hits Cosmic Penguin. And they're about neck and neck. They're about neck and neck. Cosmic Penguin threatening to throw themselves off the edge. The King of Squirrel is coming right over here to the final. This is the final T pose, you guys. Here we go. Here we go. The King of Squirrel taking a right-hand turn. EX taking a right-hand turn. Cosmic Penguin. Quirky taking a left. I like it. I like it. The King of Squirrel with the easy win. Easy win. Absolutely scooped up that big W. Congratulations to King of Squirrel on a very spicy victory. I gotta say, I'm proud of you. I gotta say, I'm proud of the King of Squirrel. Congratulations on number one. Number two is Cosmic Penguin. Number three is EX. Number four is the Earl of Suns, who just pulled a pot shot. What the heck? Scooped it over there. The King of Squirrel. Thank you for the 100 bits. Yo! 100 spicy bits. Thank you so much for the for the cheers. Oh yes, the Earl of Suds totally cheating his way into fourth place. Gondor with number 5, Skyward Zone at number 6, and we've got, oh boy, is it gonna work? AF Cake. Congratulations on number 7. Number 8 is Goth Girl Punk, Olivia Rose Goldilocks, and Jedi Aurora for the 10th place. Congratulations. Congratulations. We've got a mod on the board. Jedi, you're in the top 10, and that earns you some points. Congratulations on earning some points, my friend. And who is in the very back? That Von chick is just vibing with fire farts. It's amazing. Von chick, I like to see that kind of speed. I like that commitment. I like this commitment. No matter what happens, Von Chick is trying their very best. The King of Squirrel, congratulations on your win. It is time for me to actually, we're going to go through one. We're going to finish the Grand Prix, and then I'm going to switch it up so that y'all can use different marbles, okay? As long as you don't die, that's the worst thing.
The worst thing is to die. I don't want to die. Please, just let me live. If you let me live, then I can win.
Okay, I'm taking a drink, you guys. Whew. I'm about to have to go to the bathroom real quick, and I will return. In fact, I'm going to do that right now. You guys just put exclamation point play in the chat. Please keep everybody company, and I will put the real streamer in the chair for just a second. Here we go. Let me just put him down. Boop. This is the manager. Have y'all been speaking with the Pikachu? Has he been watching over the chat? Did he do a good job? Rate him from 1 out of 10, you guys. What did you think about our manager? How'd he do? There'll be no more pull-ups, so I'm closing it. I'm closing the door. There'll be no more of that. I'm done. He didn't thundershock us, so that's good. I mean, I like that attitude. That's good. I'm glad, Blip, that you're looking on the bright side of life, and I like that in a person. You know that? You know that. You're welcome here. 10 yeets out of 10. Yeets? Was he yeeting anybody? Oh dear. I'm sorry if he was yeeting people. Listen. Did y'all deserve a yeet? I don't know. Don't mind me, just casual lurking. Hey, Zorpie, thank you very much for the lurks, my friend. Hey, just casually lurked there with your frightening expression. I've got to hit the start button, you guys. Let's roll. I don't want to goof around, you guys. Listen, we can't be joking around with this very serious. Listen, I was talking about the G Fuel earlier. Now it's time to get serious about races, you guys. This right here, this race is everything. This is how you win. This is how you win a subathon. Listen, we've been playing these games for like 20 hours, you guys, 20 and a half hours. Like, if you really want to be a winner, you got to get in here with the exclamation point play, because it's going to start in like 20 seconds. Like, if you're not in this game, if you're not in it to win it, then you're in it to lose it, you guys. If you're not in it, then you're out of it. And if you're out of it, then you're not in it. And that's just the worst place to be, you guys. You don't want to be there. You want to be in it, because look at all these cool people. There's so many names. Some of them are good. Some of them are horrible. I hate some of these names so bad, and every time that I see them, it just puts a big frown on my face, you guys. Some of these are my least favorite. Like, some of these names right here, they're my least favorite combination of words, just because I'm sick of seeing them. You know what? I just wish that I never saw them again. But you know what? Most of them are really, really great. And I definitely, whoever's listening to this, you're my favorite, for sure. Oh my gosh, I left the stream for a while. Hey, Red Artemis, you're back. Red Artemis, hi there. What's up? Yo. Thanks for jumping back in the chat. Also, thank you for the Grumpy Odies. I like to see the Grumpy Odies. We got the Earl of Marbles, a Jet Shepherd, heading into first place with the EX, AFK, Gonda, Colm, Arisigatus, the Earl of Suds, the King of Squirrel, Elfie. Let's take a look at the front. We've got the Earl of Marbles at the very front, with the Jet Shepherd just right behind, making it around the curves. They're holding an easy lead against Jet Shepherd. We have to wait for an area for them to break up. We gotta break them up. Here we go. Your marble likes to disobey you? What did you tell your marble to do? What did you instruct your marble to do, AF Cake? You have to tell me. I'm begging the RNG gods. This game, Lins, this one. Oh, Renzelnut. You're trying to bet. Listen, it's because of the color of the name. I'm sorry. Renzelnut's trying to beg RNG just for a win. I don't know. Is the debut gonna come out? I don't know. I'm not sure about this. Come on, the Earl of Marbles. Earl of Marbles is behind Jet Shepherd right now. We've got VIP Jet Shepherd zooming along. Absolute light speed over here. We've got. Listen, are y'all really gonna let an Australian beat you? Oh boy. Here goes to Australia. Bye-bye, United States. Bye-bye, European Union. Bye-bye, South Africa. Look at this. Jet Shepherd zooming along. Looks like Australia was the most powerful after all. It looks like Australia was #1 after all, if we're not mistaken. Jet Shepherd actually a little bit choking. Oh, no, looks like AFK just jumped in. Oh, it's too bad. Down with the Australians. Congratulations. Hey, AFK, Australia just got its buns handed to itself. And AFK, congratulations on putting the Australians back where they belong. Right back where they belong. Jet Shepherd right there, representing for Australia. Always #2, never at #1. We've got Britain at #3, as usual. How are you doing? Alfie's here. #4, Gonda's #5, the Earl of Marbles is #6, Calm is sitting at a very comfortable #7, we got #8, at Blip, we got In Gaming, and then #10, who's #10? I didn't see who was there. It's Zorpai, congratulations. Listen, for a lurker, you sure are a winner, goodness gracious. AFK, congratulations on getting #1. #1, at least I finished Rule Britannia. What? LOL, first game, 10th place, Zorpai. You got some luck, my friend. You got some luck. You look at that. Look at that. Big wins. Big wins. I'm super proud of you. Super proud of you. And you know what? You can make me even prouder by getting a #1 win right now. I need you all to get a #1 win. Everybody in the chat, if you could please get a #1 win, that's all that I ask of you. Yo, Finny, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it, Finny. I won't let you down. Listen, you've invested in me. Now it's time for me to invest in you, okay? I got some good vibes. I've got some excitement. I've got some hype. Let's go. Come on. I'm about to hit the start button, you guys. There's simply no time. There's simply no time. Whenever I hit this button, that means that that's it. Zorpai is a friend of Click? Oh, heck yeah. I know what the heck's going on here. Yo, Zorpai. Welcome to the party, my friend. Thank you so much for the clicky ooh-woos of the chat. The more clicky emotes, the better. Honestly, that's basically a measurement of success and luck. The more clicky emotes in the chat, the more luck is in the chat. That's just how it is. What? Mark plays piano, is vibing in the chat. What is up, my friend? I see you, Mark. Hope you're doing fantastic. Yo, 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 yo. Welcome to the 24-hour subathon that we are nearly done with, and I'm still just holding it together. I'm holding it together with like the toothpicks and duct tape. I mean, it's just barely hanging on. How are you doing? Alchemic Refuge got some absolutely beautiful emotes in there. That's what I like to see right there. Thank you for some of those good luck. That's some of that good luck that I want to see right there. You love the Pikachu, the Pikachu thing? Oh, you talking about the suit that I'm wearing? The suit that I'm wearing? Or are you talking about Pikachu back there? Which one? I'm seeing double. There's double Pikachus everywhere. Mark, what's up? Yo, thank you so much for the happy birthday. So sweet. So sweet. Let's go. Oh, the suit. Oh, I thank you, Finny. Yes, I've been wearing this sucker for a few hours now because we are doing a subathon for my birthday. And you know what? The chat earned it. They hit a certain level, you guys, and you know what? It had to be done. It had to be done. Willow's still sitting in the front place. What the heck is going on here? Willow, you are on fire right now. Absolutely on fire. A perfect race song. Oh, Willow's in the first place and they're gonna win this game. Willow's in the first place and they're gonna win this game. The Smalls are rolling and they're never gonna... Oh my gosh, what? Cosmic, you're dead. What? Cosmic? Absolute zoom. Look at this. Holy moly, your birthday is over 2 days. You have 2 birthdays? How dare. That's actually stealing. You're not allowed to have multiple birthdays. Your marble seems to be behaving this time. Well, I don't know. Cosmic Penguin looks like they're gonna be the winner here. I don't know. Getting a little bit stuck. RN Jesus, take the wheel. Oops, I died. Hooray! Actually, we're out of duct tape. We've been using Play-Doh for at least half an hour now. Uh-oh. Play-Doh is no replacement for duct tape. A-Star, I don't know if you're going to be handling the engineering for the next mission. I see. Did I miss anything? Oh, fun fact. This is Zorarts, but I changed the name to Zorpai, so I've been here before. Oh, Zorarts, I know you. You're the man that has the amazing raid music. Oh, yeah. The bam, 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 bam. It sounds like that. Yeah. Zorarts, it's nice to see you again. Glad to see you. We're just vibing in these. We're just vibing in this chat. You didn't give me enough resources. Listen, I can't be a quartermaster and a master. What do we got here? Yeah, Cosmic Penguin wins. Congratulations, Cosmic Penguin. #1, absolutely incredible gameplay. You got #1 place, the very best in all of the chat. Cosmic Penguin #1, Jet Shepherd #2, the Mysterious Stranger, X, Red Artemis, Blip, Alchemic and Jedi 2 mods in a row. Spicy. The King of Squirrel and Skyward Zone with the top 10 positions. Congratulations. Absolutely spicy. Very nice victories. Very nice victories. Clappies for everybody. That's a hyper clap if I've ever seen one. Well, I'm always aiming for 7th or last, so it's good so far. Well, AFK, let's see. I don't know. I don't think that it worked out this time, but it was a good try. It was a good try. You know what? I like to see people at least try. We're just finishing out. Listen, we got to finish out this very simple Grand Prix, you guys. Here it is. What? You watch the VODs? Such sweet messages? I know. The birthday messages are so sweet. They're so sweet. Did I arrive to the finish at all since I joined? I don't know, Coffee Shan. Have you just been dying? Have you been perishing out here? Listen, this was a real short Grand Prix. It didn't mean much, but the King of Squirrel got number 3. Number 2 was an easy win by Jet Shepard. And number 1, everybody knows it's going to be Cosmic Penguin. Absolutely incredible gameplay from Cosmic Penguin with an easy win over this one, you guys. Boom. I'm gonna have to just tell you, Cosmic Penguin destroyed the. Look at that. Look at that huge lead. There was no chance that anybody was going to beat him. Goodness gracious, look at that. Not even a narrow margin, just absolutely crushed them. There was no chance. Not a chance in heck. But let's go back to the main menu real quick. I want to tell you guys, we got to get ourselves some fancy marbles up in here. We got some boring marbles. We got some magic marbles. Listen, all these marbles look like a leprechaun puked in the chat, and I just can't stand it, you guys. I don't like it not one little bit. I got to tell you what, we're trying to have a good time out here. I'm gonna make like every single person. Every person's gonna be a tie-dye splat, okay? Everybody's a tie-dye splat. We're gonna put some subbies. We're gonna put some subbies over here. Look, you can be anything that you want to be. If you're a subscriber, you can become anything. I've got potions. I've got strawberries. I've got frogs. Disco balls. You know what I'm talking about. We got deep spirals. We got crabs. We all have got crabs. Hooray. Listen. Of course, we gotta have a reptile eye. Everybody's got reptile eyes. Look, ever since the overthrow of the government, everybody's got reptile eyes right here. Number 8, right there. And let me just say, there's gonna be some D20s. There's a cursed eyeball D20. Taking a look at the egg, we definitely are gonna have an egg-shaped strawberry. And then finally, we're gonna have a spiral. No, we're not doing that. That's too much nonsense. We gotta put a D20 right there for the spirals. There we go. Just enjoy, you guys. Just enjoy. Colin, why are there Pokemon at the bottom? The reason that there are Pokemon at the bottom of the screen because this is a 24-hour stream, and I want people to feel like they can lurk and just hang out in the chat, and their Pokemon are just holding their place. Listen. Not everybody's going to be able to stay in for this entire stream, but hey, you are so appreciated if you are vibing in the chat. If you are lurking, you are twerking, and that's basically the motto that we try to stick to around here. I'm gonna be adding up some maps, you guys. I'm gonna be making another Grand Prix, but it's gonna not be the most epic, but it's gonna be more epic than we've ever had it before. Boom, right here, totally random tracks. Nope, nobody was able to influence these. Not even the universe knew what was gonna happen. I'm gonna hit the race button, you guys, because we gotta do it. We gotta do it. Twerking. Followers get good luck. Is that true? It is. It is. Purdy Marbs. All right, so you guys, listen. You guys all know what's going on here. We've got potions. We've got strawberries. Potions number 2. Strawberries number 3. Froggy with butt included is number 4. We've got Disco 5s. We got D6 6s. We got D6. We've got crabs. On number 7, we've got the Eye of Sauron on a D20 on number 8. And number 9, of course, we got some chewed up bubblegum. And actually, we found this down the street. I don't even know where we got it. And listen, we're supposed to be like, I got to plug in this mouse because it is dying, you guys. This mouse is dying. I need to plug it straight into the snake that I've got. Right, hang on. Where is it? Hang on. Oh, I got the plug right here. There we go. There we go. Let me just plug this right in here. Have the little plug. Listen, this mouse is on its last leg. It doesn't have any legs, so it was kind of always on its last leg. Okay, there we go. Willie, thank you so much for the lurk. I appreciate it, my friend. I saw that you put something in the chat. Thank you so much, Willie. I appreciate it. Yo, welcome to the chat. By welcome, I mean goodbye. Get out of here. Thank you so much for hanging out in the chat. Goodbye. Where's your Pokemon, Finny? I think that your Pokemon, I'm not sure. Listen, have you ever heard of Lavender Town? Me either. Let me see if I can find your Pokemon. I'm trying to... listen, what is your Pokemon? I don't know. You got to tell me what the heck it is. You got like a million. There's a million of these little buggers. Look at all of them. There's so many. It's honestly unhealthy. Do you really think that this is a safe working environment? These guys are all in a pen. Have you ever heard of American meat industry? Well, this is a lot worse. Also, Chaos, you are literally Mewtwo. Thank you very much to my God and Savior Mewtwo for watching over the chat. I so appreciate it. And let me just get this marble started, you guys, because we got like 43 people that are totally ready to go. We got 43 beans, and you know what? I'm hitting it up to 40. We got 43. We got 43 to go, including me. Boom, I joined in because I got to go. Start, please, Finny. Listen, I'm the fastest streamer in the game. I'm so sorry. Listen, I can't even apologize enough for not apologizing at all because I'm trying to go the fastest. We're trying to get all of these done. Here we go. Put the Pokemon through the marble track. What kind of inhumane kind of business are we talking about? That we can't put those poor Pokemon through there. The only Pokemon that want to do that is like a Sandshrew and maybe a Boulder. Your avatar isn't working. Is it dead? Oh no, that's too bad. You see your Pokemon, Finny? That's awesome, Josh. It just keeps loading. Jet Shepherd. Sometimes life gets messed up. Sometimes life is just no good. You know, that's just how it is. Oh, maybe refresh. That's probably a better idea. Probably a better idea to just refresh it. That would probably make it a little bit easier. What did A-Star say? What's such a good idea? Get one of those giant inflatable balls to roll around it. Oh boy, what are those big old balls called? The like the one that JonTron used? Those giant Zorbs? The giant Zorb balls? Listen, I would absolutely play soccer against Oops in a Zorb 100%. Okay, here we go. Midoriya is in the very front, absolutely zooming along, going past these batons over here, about to head into the bucket over here with Gonda straight behind, as well as Willie B24 with Jedi Aurora also heading into the toilets. They are getting flushed away just like the popular DreamWorks movie from about 2005. We've got Midoriya, the fastest, is now become the slowest as Coffee Shan jumps into the very front. It looks like they drank enough coffee. I bet that they've got a real caffeine high right now, going as fast as possible with the Genetic Gizmo straight behind, going into the scissors over here. Getting slapped around. Genetic Gizmo is way better at being slapped than Coffee Shan is. Genetic Gizmo is absolutely zooming along. Oh boy, here they go. An absolutely incredible slap. The faster the better. Genetic Gizmo is trying to go for the world/stream record, but may get caught right over here. Oh, absolutely no choke. Genetic Gizmo snags the #1 win, the #1 highest record that we've ever had on this personal stream. Listen, this is not a world record, but this is a personal record shattered by Genetic Gizmo. Coffee Shan straight behind with the #2, and we've got #3. Who is it? Olivia Rose Goldilocks. As always, is totally defeating Oops. #1 is Olivia. #2 is Oops. This is something that we've seen a million times in seasons prior. And listen, this is the battle this is the two that are always duking it out. And as usual, Olivia comes on top with Oops suffering back there at #4. We've got Willie at #5. We've got Anna at #6. Colin, Midoriya, Jedi, Shiny, of course, at #10. As usual, you guys, this was an incredible race. Extremely spicy. I'm surprised how this went. Colin, you just got 7th place. You should be proud of yourself. That was amazing. Now back in the very back, you guys. I don't want to talk about how bad things are going back here. Listen, the mysterious stranger. I'm so sorry about you suffering back here. That's a real bummer. Are you a crab? Mysterious stranger, I'm so happy that you're a crab. Because the crab's one of my favorites. The crab is #1. And listen, even if you're number last, you're #1 in my heart because you got the crab. And the crab is absolutely hilarious and blessed. And I say, in my heart, you're a winner. You're a winner. Genetic Gizmo, congratulations on being the real winner. And also, Coffee Shan with #2 and Olivia with #3. Congratulations. I'm so proud of all my children. I'm clicking the next map. We're going to Taking Flight #2. I believe that we're going to be going onto the runway over here, and I'm going to get this one started real quick. This is going to be record-breaking speed. Boom. I hit join. Boom. I hit start. And we're about to go. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. I'm pressing start. Here we go. 45 seconds, you guys. You got 45 seconds to get in this game. I'm so excited about having y'all here. Here we go. It's about to go down. All right, let me zoom in just a little bit, but let's take a look at this course for just like 2 seconds. Just take a look. Stop pressuring me into starting this game. Look at all of this runway. We're about to take flight, and we're about to be in the sky together. Also, I spilled G Fuel on my phone, and now it's on my fingers. Because whenever Alchemic gifted 75 subs at the stream at the beginning, I lost my mouse pad. because now it's stained with coffee and I might have to buy a new one. Oh, and the race is about to start. Here we go. I'm turning around. Oh man, and now there's G Fuel on the bottom of my the bottom of my mouse, and now there's like grit on it. Now there's grit. Now it ain't smoothing along anymore. I've got to lick my hand so that I can wipe up the G Fuel right there. Now it's nice and smooth. Okay, now what do we got right here? What do we got? You just played this course with another streamer? Have you been cheating on me, Colin? I can't believe it. Colin, you're always like this. Colin, you come home in the middle of the night and then do you think that we're just gonna play marbles together? Whenever I know that you've been playing marbles with other streamers out here, I can't believe this, Colin. I can't believe you're always this way. You're always this way. When is it gonna stop, Colin? Cosmic Penguins, #1, sitting at the very top with Alchemic Refuge on the other side, also battling for the #1 supremacy. I'm excited about this. What's gonna happen? We're not gonna know until they pop out of these. Right here. I'm just gonna sit back here and let's just watch what happens. Some people want to have their marbles and eat them too. Listen, why buy the cow? Why buy the cow when you get to play marbles for free, as they say? Mousepad fund? Ah, yes, a $5 mousepad. Yes, I think that it's time to open up a tip. I think that it's time to open up some tip goals for that. Tip goals for $5 for a mousepad? I don't know. Maybe we can get it done. I'm not sure. I'm not totally confident in this chat. Here we go. Listen, why buy the cow when you could play marbles for free? That's number 202, really? Cosmic Penguin may win. Here they go. Oops. Would it say me winning was classic Olivia. Classic Olivia move. Go, go, go. Cosmic Penguin's at the very front with, oh my gosh, Cosmic Penguin has been absolutely destroyed. Absolutely been destroyed by Wolf Doggo going as fast as possible, zooming along. Look at him go. Look at him go. With Will straight behind. Oh, wait a second. Oh, there might be a bit of an upset. I'm excited to see what happens whenever they go down these slidey slides. Wolf Doggo seems to be in the front right now, but I'm totally confused, you guys. I'm mentally confused, physically confused, spiritually confused. Only thing that's not confused is my sexuality at the moment. We've got Beowulf zooming along, about to bounce into the finish line. Bada bing, bada boom. Beowulf with the #1 position. Congratulations. Cosmic Penguin at #2. Ah, Wolf Doggo, boom, #3. We've got EX at #4. We got Den. We got Dinner at #5. We got 6. The Cheating Earl of Suns. We got the Mysterious Stranger at #7. We've got Oops Canistar at #8. We've got Ali and Coffee Shan in the top 10 positions. Congratulations. Congratulations, all of you beans. Y'all did incredible. Y'all all did incredible. And I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of every single one of you, including you, Colm. You're still a good bean. You may be in last, but you're still #1 in all of our hearts. Let's go. Boom! Congratulations, Beowulf, on an absolutely easy victory. You just scooped that one right up out of the gutter, and you ate it. Congratulations. Express delivery is next, you guys. You know what's going to happen here. You know that this is gonna be USPS style, extremely slow express delivery. Wait a second. How short is this race? Oh, this is pretty short. I think that this might be a UPS. Never mind. I changed my mind. I'm going to click my join button, and I'm going to click the start button, you guys, because we're all about speed around here. We're all about speed. We're not about efficiency. We're about speed. I just hit the start button. You got 45 seconds to put exclamation point play in the chat if you want to roll along with us. We've got a lot of beans that are going. There's a lot of fighting, you guys. There's a lot of biting. I told y'all no biting. No biting. Listen, we're just doing nice, clean fights. And by clean, I mean knock each other's teeth out. Like we got to absolutely crush the opponent. Down here, we've got some portals. We've got some spinning things. We've got some blocks. There's all sorts of things down here. I don't know what they do, but there's spinning things and there's moving things, and oh boy, it's gonna be great. I'm gonna go back up here. This is the big spinny thing, and we're about to head down, you guys. Oh boy, express delivery is an understatement. An understatement to be sure. Here we go. We're about to get started. Yo, welcome to the chat, Benjamin. I've never seen you before, but hey, you are totally welcome here if you want to be here. Boom, and look. Almost nobody escaped, but who's gonna be the first one down the hole? We've got like the King of Squirrel looking pretty good. But who's going to make it down this snickety snake is really the question. Here we go. Ooh, Midoriya looking the best. Hey. Wait a second. We got Midoriya over here. The 30-second identical message almost messed you up. Whoopsies, Colin. I might have to slow down. You know what I'm saying? Well, I tell you what we're gonna do. We're gonna do like a just chatting session about maybe an hour of just chatting between each race, just so that we can make sure that we don't back up the messages. All right, I'll try to help you out. But Alchemic Refuge, our very own mod, is standing to win right now at the very front. Well, there goes Olivia. Never mind. Go, Olivia. Olivia gets stuck on the batons and going over to the right, about to hit a block. That's too bad. Olivia, that is, I'm very disappointed. Classic Olivia. Vonchik zooming off the edge. Congratulations. Benjamin, poised for first place, which doesn't mean anything apparently because lots of people are dying out here. But Benjamin's still doing pretty good. Headed towards the front. Let's see. About to go up our beautiful escalator, you guys. This thing was just refurbished. It actually was built during the 1930s, and it was basically closed down for about 30 years. Considered extremely unsafe, even for the elderly. But thankfully, we have repaired it, and it is now in working order. As you can see, Benjamin just went right up the chimney, and everything's going fantastic. Going around the curves over here, looks like they've got nobody on their tail. Wolfie is kind of lagging behind, and I think that Benjamin's got this one right in the bag. I'm not gonna lie. It looks like a left-hand turn, right-hand turn. Just classic Benjamin. I can't believe this.
4 months
Phantasma!
strong.
Oh my gracious alive. Phantasma, thank you so much for the 4 months of subs. 4 months of subbies. Holy moly, can we put some hype in the chat for my friend Phantasma? Support in the chat, I appreciate it. Also, Benjamin, congratulations on number 1. I knew that you were gonna win, Benjamin. I could tell by your name. Congratulations. Benjamin's number 1, Wolfie's number 2, Alina's number 3. We've got AFK, we got Den, we got Jedi, we got Oops number 7. #blessed. #blessed. Congratulations, Oops, on being one of the most blessed beings in the chat. We've got Red Artemis, Alchemic Refuge. We've got 2 mods in the top 10, and you know what that means? We cheated, obviously. And Midoriya with number 10 position. Congratulations on making it to the top 10. Now let's take a look at the back here. Now right at the beginning, I remember Olivia talking some serious smack, but who doesn't deserve to talk smack? The King of Squirrel. But oh boy, do we love this King of Squirrel. Let's see. What is King of Squirrel rocking over here? The cursed D20. The cursed eyeball D20. I can't believe that you're actually using this thing. This old thing, not even my grandpa. Listen, this fashion has been out of style for years. But you know what? I think that it's starting to make a comeback. So if you're trying to be fashion forward, I feel you. I feel you, King of Squirrel. What? King of Squirrel, are you trying to buy me right now? Thank you so much for the 100 bits. I appreciate it. You're buying me. All right, King of Squirrel's my favorite. Here we go. Benjamin, congratulations on your win. Number 1 position with Wolfie straight behind it. Alina in number 3. Congratulations. The music is jamming. The fish are swimming, and I still ain't got no whammer.
Whoa.
Let's go, you guys. The faster, the better. Arisa got this.
Gifted a tier 1 sub to
you started a type train. A hype train. Thank you very much for that gifted sub. Hey, of course, Benjamin. Yo, we like to keep it hype around here, and you got a win. So I am hyped about your win, my friend. Thank you so much for the gifted sub. Arisa, you've gifted a total of 72. Holy moly. 72. I don't know what that number means, but that's big. A-Star, thank you for the gifted sub.
_star_
For Imini Cricket. Imini Cricket is a great name. I love it. You guys are popping off. I hit the start button. Let's go. Exclamation point play in the chat if you want to. Whoa. Let you. Cosmic Penguin with 100 bits and Genetic Gizmo. Whoa, with 1,000 bits. Listen, I don't think I can avoid it any longer. 1,000 bits, holy moly. Let me just hit it up with the smoke. Thank you so much for the 1,000 bits. And Benjamin just followed. Hey, Benjamin, welcome to the party, my friend. Hope that you're having a fantastic day. Thank you so much for the follow. Yo, we don't normally play marbles, but you're welcome to hang out whenever you want to. Boom, the Pokemon were dancing. Colin, thank you for the follow too. What the heck? What the heck? We got people following left and right. You guys are the best. Thank you so much for jumping in the chat. Bada bing, bada boom. And thank you so much, the King of Squirrel for the 200 bits. Genetic Gizmo for the gigantic 1,000 bits. A-Star with the gifted sub. And Arisa with the gifted sub as well. Holy moly, you guys are popping off with a level 2 hype train, or level 1 hype train right now. Holy moly. Holy moly. Do we have enough hype in the chat, you guys? I don't know. It's like 21 hours. We've been streaming for 21 hours, you guys. I think we're all dead inside a little bit. I think that we all are dead inside. Oh, Phantasma's first one out. Congratulations, Phantasma. Let's go. Now, listen, normally, historically, subs have had bad luck, but I guess we're about to find out what's going to happen right now. Phantasma is sitting in the front place position with AFK straight behind. I don't know what's going to happen. What the heck is that? Another follow? Cobalt King, what the heck? Welcome to the chat. Hope that you're having a wonderful time. Hi there. I'm the Olaf Suds. I'm surviving out here. I am surviving, and you know what? After this stream is over, I'm gonna be thriving. Phantasma, you've got bread. You've got bread. You have mail. And we've got AF Cake right at the very beginning. Let me get over here. Let's see who's winning right now. AF Cake is right in front of Phantasma. They are fighting off to the end. It's a punch out, you guys. It's a punch out. And Mike Tyson always wins. So which one of you is a biter? Let's go. AF Cake is #1 in the position right now. Gothgirl Punk, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Ah! Mysterious Stranger!
Hey,
Wow!
that's illegal.
With the 5 gifted subs. Holy moly. How am I going to be able to see? I'm not going to be able to commentate if you're going to be gifted 5 subs like that. Holy moly. With the 5 subs. Mysterious Stranger. I can't see anything. Help. Help. I need help. I'm stuck. What's happening? Okay, I think the Phantasma is still in front. Yo, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs to the Mysterious Stranger, to Perry World, to G Gamer, to B-Site, to Leader of Pooh Clan, and CBN. Leader of the Pooh Clan, seriously? Thank you so much for the gifted subs in the chat. Holy moly. And Goth Girl, thank you for the 100 bits and the 100 bits. Double 100 bits. I so appreciate it. Goodness gracious. I appreciate it. Oh my gosh, oops. You're making my browser crash. It's amazing. I love it. Gotta spread the love. Thank you so much to the Mysterious Stranger for the gifted subs. Goodness gracious. What are we close to? What is 7? It's, oh wait, 777s eat egg. All right, what do we got over here? I'm supposed to eat an egg. You guys, I've eaten 2 slices of pizza and, oh wait, no, 3 slices of pizza. Never mind. I ate 3 slices of pizza and a Pop-Tart, so I should be good. And look, Phantasma just got #1. I can't believe it.
Hey, that's illegal.
Clearly good luck. Oh, what? Jedi? That's my mod. That's my mod right there. What are you doing, Jedi? You're not allowed to. Oh, boy. I'm not going to be able to see anything for like 10 minutes. I can't. Jedi. Jedi. I'm struggling over here. What the heck? Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Hey, that's a mod. Mods aren't supposed to. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much for the gifted subs. To Inky Sprout, to Tallulah, to She Devil, to Jessica, and to something that I can't read. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. You're totally smoking it up out here. How dare. Phantasma, congratulations on #1. You're a big winner with Alex Cullen straight behind AF Cake, Ali, Susan, I'm a zombie food, Olivia Gold, what? Oh boy, what the heck? Holy moly, 1,000, wow, more than 1,000 bits. What is that, 1,500 bits? Thank you so much. Holy moly, Genetic Gizmo, what is happening? What is happening with the bits right now? Goodness gracious. Thank you so much for the big 1,500 bits, Genetic Gizmo. Thank you so much, I so appreciate it. Goodness gracious. Okay, you can join in the chat, you guys. You can join. Let's go. This hype train's still going and the music is jamming. Let's hit the start button. Let's hit the nitrous. So I've got 45 seconds on this clock, you guys, and I'm ready to get you. I'm ready to get you in this battle, okay? Put me in, coach. I'm right here. Let's go. Go. At Genetic Gizmo, thank you so much for the gigantic 1,500 bits. Jedi Aurora with the 5 gifted subs. Goth Girl Punk with the 100 bits. 100 bits. That's Mysterious Stranger hitting up with 5 gifted subs. A-Star and Arisa also part of the hype train. Goodness gracious, this thing is getting spiced. And Dies out here. What? We've got another mod? Oh my gracious. I think you missed your birthday sips. My what? I'm about to get some coffee, you guys, because I need the juice. I need some juice, you guys. We got to juice up. Spruce up. And besides, there's nothing better for your voice than a nice warm beverage. You know what I'm saying? Now let's go. Who's going to win? I don't know who's going to win, but Di, how are you doing, my friend?
That's illegal.
Oh, wow, kill it. What? Another mod. Another mod popping off with 5 gifted subs. Holy moly. Let me just set this up so that we can see what the heck is going on while I puff out the smoke machine. Can't see anything. Fantastic. Think about the 100 bits. I can't see anything. Level 5 complete. Holy moly, it's a maximized. His birthday is wild and out. Maxed out 5. Level 5? Level 5 right there. 150%. 150%. Seriously, is that what's happening right now? 150%. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Alchemic Refuge. Holy moly. We're keeping the hype alive. We're keeping the hype alive. And Tatted Cat was at the front, but you know what? They got a little bit stuck, and that's all right. As sometimes you get stuck in life. Let's take a look. Never forget 1,500%. I remember that. I was there. Ice Queen is #1 in the chat right now, rolling out. What the heck? Let's go. Kenny, I'm back. I see no sleepy Kenny. How did you do it? I mean, I just like, I'm just me. This is how we do it. What? Is that a hype train 9 or 10? I got no idea, Jedi. My brain is 100% fried. Your chat is lagging because of all the hype, you guys. We got to stop the hype. You're messing up A-Star's chat. You're messing up A-Star. You want an Android right now? Ice Dragon. I mean, Ice Queen. You look like you could win right here. You look like you could win right here. Ice Queen, you're right in the front. Let's go. The faster, the better. Hey, yo, Colin's got some hype in the chat. I like to see it. Any hype emote will do. I'll tell you what, even the global emotes will do. All right, Ice Queen has not been smacked across. Listen, there's a little bit of a level skip here. I don't know if anybody's gonna pull it off because it's kind of a rare thing, but you can get kind of spanked this direction, just like the Earl of Suds is. But that's a death. Off the edge. You gotta perfect it. Die. That's a death off the edge. Bye bye. Looks like Die just followed me. You know whenever your mom said, "Wait a second, I already made that joke." Phantasma, dead. AF Cake, dead. Cosmic Penguin, bye bye. Nice knowing you. Teehee. Moonjohn is taking it nice and slow. Has anybody ever called you a tortoise before, Moonjohn? Because slow and steady looks like it's about to win the race. Let's go. Moonjohn took your time, went the long way, put in the work. Boom. Big win. 100%. #1. Congratulations, Moonjohn, on a very spicy victory. Listen, it was well deserved. You did your best. And you know what? Your best was very slow, but you still completely won. Congratulations. Ollie, #2. Rochelle, #3. A-Stars at #4. 1 VIP on the list. We got Alex. We got Cobalt King. We got Olivia. We got Skyward Zone. We got Colin. We got Ice. Oh my gosh, you guys. Thank you so much for the gigantic hype train. Holy moly, the hype train was popping off. Thank you so much for the big hype in the chat. Could we please put some hype in that chat for the hype train? Could we please just slap whatever hype emotes you got? Just spam them in the chat, you guys, right before we get started. Here we go. Moonjohn, #1. Congratulations. #2, Ollie. #3, Rochelle. Congratulations. I see a lot of hype spam in the chat, and that's making me happy, you guys. Let's go. It's time to get things going. It's time to get things rolling. We got the music jamming. The music is jamming. Oh, you know the quote. Let's go. Here we go. Colin's the #1. First one right here. Cobalt King, ready to roll. I am hitting the tab button so that we can take a little look-see around here. Take a little, Look at this snakely. Look at this snake skinly looking. Wait a second. This looks like some kind of a puzzle. This looks like a really dirty looking hotel. Let's go. We've got all of my beans up here. I already hit the start button. If you want to be in on this, you got to put ! play in the chat, you guys. There's simply no time for this. General Escon is back. Hey, the General is in the chat. How are you doing? Oi. Welcome, you guys. Welcome. Let's go. Hey, Susanna, let's get going. You got this. You can get yourself a win right there. General Escana, hiya. Hooray. One of the beans that's on the board over here. Oh, yeah. Wait a second. Am I supposed to put any gifted beans on the chat? The mysterious stranger, you got to be on the board. I'm going to do that after the... We got to do it after the Grand Prix. All right, I'll put you on the board. You deserve to be on there. Thank you so much. All right, let's get things going, you guys. We've got 42 racers. That's a lot of beans. I don't know if you're going to win, but we're going to do our very best. Reminds you of the carpet that was at your great-grandma's house. Old carpet. The King of Squirrel is taking the absolute speediest method down. Holy moly, King of Squirrel. I like it, these hacks right here. LOL, I put on my onesie. Now I am the Pumpkin King. What? Have you become Jack the Pumpkin King, the King of Squirrel? Speaking of kings, we've got the King of Squirrel sitting comfortably in the first place position with Goth Girl Punk just barely bothering them right behind Goth Girl Punk, sliding around the edges with some slick moves. Kenny Kong Racing. What? Did you just call me Kenny Kong? You know I hate that name, but I also... Listen, I've come to accept it. Thank you, Oops. You call me by my true name. The King of Squirrel. Let's go. Faster. The King of Squirrel is in #1 again. The King of Squirrel will not be held down. By Echo straight behind. Holy moly. Here we go. You've gotten 7 3 times in a row. Whoa. Olivia, are you cursed or blessed? I can't quite tell. Wow, Echo bouncing in front of the King of Squirrel at the very end. Echo barely grabbing themselves a win right there. Echo number 1, Wolf Doggo number 2, the King of Squirrel, Jedi Aurora, a mod for the stream, very nice, hashtag rigged. And we got I Am Zombie Food, A-Star, Oops, Goth Girl, Cobalt, Ice Queen. Congratulations on your top 10s, you guys, on the top 10s. Congratulations, Classic Olivia. Classic Olivia, always stealing 7th place. Stealing 7th place. Is anybody gonna die? Doesn't look like anybody died. Congratulations. Echo on a super spicy win. Not a single soldier was lost that day. That's actually surprisingly wholesome battle right there. Echo, congratulations on your number 1 win. That's 15 points. That's 1 race, 1 win. Energy's looking good. I'm hitting next map, you guys. I'm hitting next map. I'm ready to go. First race win, Pog. First race, first win. Oh, yeah. That's what I like to see right there. That's what I like to see. I'll tell you what, I'm about to... Which game are we on right now? We're on Grand Prix 7 out of 10. Can I wait to make my coffee? Can I wait to make my coffee? I think that I might be able to wait. We got like 3 more races. I bet that we can do it, you guys. I'm just going to keep on tearing up this voice. I'm going to tear up this voice like you tear up a rug whenever you dance. So let me put the join button right there, and I'm going to put the start button. We got 45 seconds, you guys. Make sure that you put exclamation mark play in the chat if you want to rustle and tussle down in the mud with everybody. Let's go. Come on now. We're going to get mud and everybody jump in the truck. Come on, we're going to go hunting this weekend. I got a shotgun for each and every one of you. I cannot wait to see which one of you is a better shot than the other ones. We're going to be throwing skeet. We're going to be throwing skeet as high as we can. We don't have a skeet launcher, but don't worry. I've got a pretty good arm on me. Here we go. I've got a lot of beans up here with only 20 seconds to go. We're about to go down the big toilet bowl. The big toilet bowl. Y'all are about to get flushed. Skeet, skeet. No, not those. But no, we're not. Wait, that is not the kind of skeet I'm talking about. I'm not talking about skeet skirting. All right, here we go. This is the rotating S. Do you know what this S stands for? Come on, take a guess, you guys. Take a guess. Take a guess. Come on. What is it? Come on. Come on. All right, there we go. It's scary. Slimer, what else? Hey, we'll see you later, Phantasma. Thanks so much for hanging out with us. Slapper, Steve, Suds, Scary Cat, Smash. These are all really good guesses. These are all really good guesses. Let's go. Zoom, 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 zoom. Suffering. Alina, that's very depressing. That's it. Phantasma, thank you so much for hanging out with us. It was big fun. Luck for the marble. Hooray! Zoom. Whoa, did somebody just get thrown? Vonchik. Holy moly, what the heck did you do? Did you sign a pact with the devil? That was incredible. Wow, the Vonchik already heading down the toilet bowl. Go, 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 go. Whee! Olivia! Hooray! Hello, it's Cottagecore Lazy Bones. Hello! What's up? Welcome, 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 Cottagecore. We're playing a little bit of races here at the end of the stream. We're vibing. We're vibing. Vonchik's getting a little bit stuck here. Classic Olivia trying to win. Can't believe it. Tut, tut. Here we go. We're about to get over to the spinner over here. This is where champions meet noobs. I'm just out here trying my best. That's actually not too bad. That's actually pretty great. Classic Olivia trying their best. Imagine being Olivia and trying your best. Whoa, Cosmic Penguin. Go, 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 go. Whee! What is gonna happen over here? Oh no, you lose the first place. I don't know, Vonchik, it's a tough call. It's still kind of the beginning. A-Star just committed tax fraud. Congratulations. A-Star looks like they're trying to schmoove in front of, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, A-Star. Oh my gosh. Cosmic Penguin's in first. Okay, I don't even know what's gonna happen, you guys. Here we go. Cosmic Penguin is sitting comfortably in first place, but you know what? Anything can happen, you guys. This is anybody's game. This is still anybody's game because A-Star is straight behind, getting a little bit stuck. A-Star, the top strawberry. Are you? Yeah, you are a strawberry. Top strawberry takes a right-hand turn. A little bit too much speed, and he perishes. Rest in peace, A-Star. Anyway, Cosmic Penguin. Well, Cosmic Penguin died, and let's see, Olivia. Olivia died too. What? General Ascana? What the heck is that? Wow, 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 wow. I barely even saw what the heck. What happened? What? General! The General? Holy moly. Congratulations to General Insurance. Yes! General Escada, number 1. You're just barely scooped into the bowl. Spicy win. Congratulations. And what do we got there? Will at number 2. Beowulf at number 3. And I don't even know what's going to happen. So much death. I know. There's just death everywhere. Dead Olivia is not classic Olivia. That is not the Olivia that I know. Collins at number 4. Congratulations. Let's take a look up here. Who's going to survive? It looks like Alex is going to sit comfortably at number 5. Phantasma for number 6. It looks like that luck really paid off. We've got Benjamin surviving at number 7. Very impressive. Jet alive at number 8. And the Earl of Suds cheating his way into number 5. Congratulations. There's not even 10. There's only 9. General Ascana, congratulations on number 1. Will and Beowulf got 2 and 3 respectively. Congratulations, you guys. Very, very spicy. Fluffy, what's up? Welcome to the chat. You're in the last 3 hours of 24 hours, and I am about to die. Holy moly. Here we go. It's just surviving out here. I need to get myself some coffee, but I've got like 2 more races to go. Okay, here we go. Everybody, please put exclamation point play in the chat if you're ready to roll. I'm putting this join button for myself, and I'm hitting the start button, you guys. If you're not in it to win it, you're not in it to spin it. Let's go. Come on, we got 27 people. We're ready to go. There's 10 races total. We're on number 8. Let's go, you guys. I'm excited. This is your favorite map, Spooky Town. Welcome to Spooky Scary Skeletons Incorporated, where we buy all of your Halloween special needs. We got that. That sounds horrible. Needs. Hang on, you guys. I'm talking so fast. I'm not even thinking about what I'm saying. I've said like 3 things completely off kilter. Excusez-moi. We've got our boost being used. No boost. There's no boost ever. There's no. I don't even think that there's boost in this game. You gotta go. Yeah, you gotta go to like special boost maps to even do that. I don't even think that you can boost on like any of these normal maps. There's no boost. There's the Battle Royale has boosting. There's boosting over there. And then I don't know. There's the tilted maps. It's confusing. This whole game is just a mess. But you know what? We're just playing no boost. All it is completely just random. We're just dropping in, you guys. Who knows what's gonna happen? Yeah, there's boost maps that you can play. Very, very specific ones. But there's no boosting on any of these maps, so don't bother. We got Zorpai right in the very front with Olivia, Rosie, Goldilocks. But you know what? I'm just gonna go to the bottom of this tree and see who comes out the bottom of the route. You know what I'm saying? I'm just curious about who's gonna actually be here. There are boost maps in arcade mode. Never even clicked on arcade mode. Not interested. I'm here for the glory, you guys. I'm here for the glory. There's only one way. Yo, you just woke up and we still going strong on Sassy Cat. We rolling. We going. Maximum speed, maximum energy. We've got maximum energy. We got Zorpai's right in the front. Oh yeah, Zorpai, I like your PFP. Let's go. Olivia is straight behind. Headed towards the haunted house. Are any of you guys fans of haunted houses? If so, how many haunted houses have you been to? I've never been to one. I was never allowed to go to one, and also I just never wanted to pay for it. Let's go. Olivia is number 1 right now. But it looks like you can absolutely get yeeted at any time by this very troubling spirit. It's gonna pick up 1 bean and it might be number 1. I don't know. You can yeet your marbles very zoomy like in boost maps. What? Yeeting spoopy time. Let's go. You've decided that Twinkies are too sweet for British tastes? I mean, I don't know. I don't know what British people like. Let's go. Wolf doggo. Going at the speed of light, heading over at King Pumpkin over here. Well. King Pumpkin down here. I rather like this fellow. Can we just look at this guy instead of watching the... Oh, wait, there's a race going on. Zorpai is at number 1 right now. And right behind is Ice Queen, the King of Squirrel, Wolf Doggo, Calico. None of these words even matter, you guys, because they're probably going to get scooped up by a goose. You were over haunted houses when you were at a salon that you worked at was haunted? What? Are you saying that an actual building was haunted? Oh my. See, you like haunted houses? You've only been to one though. They're very expensive. Well, I guess so. They got a lot of fake blood. Let's go. Zorpai, you're number 1 right now. You're just standing atop the pile of bodies. You're just number 1 right now. Zooming. You might win. Zoom. Here we go. We've got the Ice Queen straight behind. Oh boy. Yo, the Vintagist. Is that vintage? Vintagist? Is that how to say that? Oh my gosh. You'll be yeeted? I mean, it's possible, Zorpai. It's possible. Do I trust you? Most certainly not. This is completely random. This game is pure skill. Yeah, there's nothing random going on here. It's mostly just skill. And you know what? I think that Zorpai has this one in the bag. Just to be honest, you know. This game is absolutely 100% pure skill. It's honestly one of those games that's all about like timing. It's about timing, but it's also about like having reflexes and timing. Surprise to no one, Jedi does not do haunted houses. I mean, hey, you do whatever you want. It doesn't matter. That's no shame on you. Hey, if you don't like it, you don't like it. The harder that you stare at the PC without blinking, the faster your ball goes. It's true, actually. The closer that your eyeballs are to the screen, the faster the ball goes. That's generally how it works. You just have to get real close to the monitor. If you can like see the pixels, you're close enough. It's translated vintage vacuum cleaner. That is an amazing name, and I am proud to know you. Wait, Pog, I got a sub. Wait, what? Now why? Now I'm trying to understand what your name means. Vintage vacuum cleaner? As in inefficient vacuum cleaner? Why are you named inefficient That's interesting. Why are you a vintage vacuum cleaner? You can see the pixels? Excellent. Calico, you have a poor monitor. You've got to get a better monitor with higher pixel density. Because whenever you have a monitor that is very Pog, then you can't see the pixels no matter how close you get. Yeah, that was a test. Fluffy Misty, congratulations on scooping yourself into #1. Congratulations on your #1 right there. Look at that. Fluffy Misty, congratulations. Congratulations on #1 position. I'm very proud of you. Very proud of you. We all are, honestly. Fluffy Misty with the #1 position. Calico Kitties with #2. Zorpai at #3. No Yeet found. Zorpai is still getting a spicy 3rd place position. The King of Squirrel, Jedi Aurora, Ice Queen, Allie, Wolf Doggo, AF Cake, and Animal Crossing Allie in the top 10. I am very proud of all of you sweet beans. Let's go. Let's go. It's your phone. I was joking. Oh no. Please be careful. Di, did you say something? Di, what's happening? Who said goodnight? Okay, I'm going to hit the next map, you guys. Congratulations, Fluffy Misty, on a spicy victory. That is 1 race, 1 win. Nice. Fluffy, you got some good luck today. You got some good luck. You got to take advantage, okay? I want you to bust some geodes whenever you get home, okay? I want to make sure that you go into the mines. Make sure that you take full advantage of this lucky day. I'm going to hit the join button and the start button. That's 45 seconds, you guys. You know what the deal is. We already got like 17 people in here before I press the button. You guys are absolutely on top of it. Boom. You're keeping the hype up for the last hours of the stream, you guys. We got like probably maximum. I think that we're going to take the last hour real slow, you guys. We're going to take it slow. We're going to take it slow. So right now we're keeping the hype up. Let's go. We've got it. Come on. Put the plays in the chat and let's roll along. What does this race look like? Let me take a look around here. Oh my gosh, what is this? Who wouldn't want to roll on this beautiful gradient? Look at this beautiful yet disgusting gradient. I am ready to rock. Yo, just another person like you is in the chat. Hey, Lens! Lens is here. Oh yeah, hello. Good morning. I just touched my piercing again accidentally. Owie. Welcome to the chat. How are you doing? Oh yeah, you'll be yeeted this time. You know what, Zorpai? If you keep guessing it, you'll eventually get it right. That's just statistics. Yo, this race looks cool. Echo, we gotta go over the entire spectrum of light. This is the most pride thing that we might be riding on, which is awesome. What do we got here? Dan is right at the very top with Zorpai at #2 right now, but you never know what's gonna happen, you guys. We're just getting started over here. This doesn't mean too much, but Den is sitting here nice, comfortably in front with Skyward Zone, Zorpai, King of Squirrel, I'm Zombie Food, Red Artemis, and Calico, you didn't even want to roll? I'm sorry, Calico. That's too bad. Skyward Zone looks to be holding the first place position, but it's a tough call for a little while, you guys, because who the heck is gonna... Oh my gosh, Animal Crossing Alley is taking a shortcut? Animal Crossing Alley, is this considered cheating? Animal Crossing Alley, I believe that you just did what is called a Pog cheat. Pog cheat with Arisa. Look at that. You're setting a bad example for my mods. Alley? Zoom! You needed a break. All right, yeah, rest your legs. Rest your legs for just a... Ooh, Animal Crossing. You know what they say. Crime doesn't pay, Alley. Crime doesn't... Well, actually, crime's seeming to pay. Hang on. Am I in the wrong business? Oh my gosh, I'm gonna become a robber. Congratulations, Allie, on #1, you just beat the record. That's not world record, but that is our personal record. Goodness gracious, you crushed it. Allie. You're on top. You're on top of even the records. Crime wins. Confirmed, crime wins. Congratulations. Allie did it. Arisa did it. Hey, you can do it too. The King of Squirrel with #3. Red Artemis with #4. Ice Queen, General Ascana. Alchemic Refuge. That Von Chick. AF Cake, and Shiny Glalie for number 10. Ah, yeah. I'm not being a crime boy. I'm being a good boy. Probably lies. I don't believe him either. Congratulations. Animal Crossing Alley. Arisa got this. The King of the Squirrels for the top 3. Congratulations. And back here, we've got Jedi Aurora and Willow. Struggling a little bit. There we go. Looks like everybody might make it as long as they're careful. Bye-bye, Earl. See you later. Haha, that's what you get for cheating all the time. And Rochelle is struggling. Living? I think you lived. You did. Rochelle made it. Hey, look at all these dead friendos. That's a real shame. But congratulations to our top 3. Animal Crossing Alley, Arisa, and the King of Squirrel. Yes. Splendid. Absolutely splendid. Congratulations. You were right this time, Zorpie. You're dead. The Glitch. How are you doing? Hello. KJP's in the chat. Oi. KJP, hello. Hello. Welcome. You guys, if you want to go on the most pink, most beautiful course in the entire world, make sure that you put exclamation point play in the chat. How could you resist? How could you resist such a beautiful course? Just look at it. It looks like a flamingo exploded. It's absolutely amazing. Everything is nice and shiny. It looks like, I don't know, it looks like a Polly Pocket website. I don't know what's going on. Here we go. We got some beans over here. We got about 30 beans. Are y'all ready to go? Are y'all ready to go, you guys? Dyeing is your aesthetic. Look, Dye, this is your color. Come on, you can do it this time. You can do it this time. Look at it. The pink, it burns. It burns. It looks like Mr. Krab's daughter just redesigned the Krusty Krab out here. Whoa, here we go. Nice and shiny. Oh my gosh, shiny. Shiny's here. Hooray! Of course. Shiny's here. Yeah. I will tell you what, the deal, Glitch, if you can get in first place, I'll totally follow your marble. That's my deal. Take it or leave it. Take it or leave it. All right, I'm going down here. Let's take a look around here. Zoom. What do we got here? The King of Squirrel is number 1. Alfie's right behind. Grandpa Pumpkin. Oh, Grandpa Pumpkin's here. Hey, Grandpa Pumpkin, what's up? How are you and Dwarf and Hydra doing today? Hope you're having a splendid day. Alfie's duking it out with our favorite fake grandpa. Look at him go. Zoom. Go. Also, Lupus, you're back. Did you wake up? Oh, yes, Pearl. Thank you, Alchemic. I appreciate it. The Krusty Krabette. The cool crab. The cuddly crab. The killer crab. Alfie is still in number 1. What's happening over here, Alfie? Look at you, zoom. Look at you, zoom. You just woke up. Well, welcome to the land of the living, Grandpa Pumpkin. It's nice to see you. Yatta! Von Chick getting a little bit caught behind here. Jedi Aurora seems to be in the top position. What the heck? Jedi, this is amazing. This is amazing, and I'm proud of you. Go. Arisa, I love that emote. More joy emotes in the chat. Huzzah! Into the heart of doom. Into the heart of doom. Jedi Aurora falling out the bottom and about to go, oh boy, along the slopes of deception. Here we go. Go, Jedi. Go. You got this. Jedi, you don't got this. Jedi, no. No. My own Jedi lost. My own Jedi lost. Turn to the dark side. So sad. So sad. The heart of doom mood. The heart of doom. Scoop. Look at all these lovebirds making it into the cone of shame. That Von Chick surviving. Lots of our friends not surviving. Von Chick, are you rocking the crab skin? Is that a new crab skin rug that I see? Oh my gosh, so chic. So chic and so bourgeois. I can't believe that both of y'all are rocking crab skin garments. Ooh, those crab skin boots are also looking rather snazzy. If I'm being honest. Here we go. Von Chick is zooming around the edge. Alfie, you do have the record. Now you have to go down the pig snout to win. Oink, oink. Oink, oink, you guys. Come on. Come on now. You got to go down the snout. There we go. Who's the first booger? The first booger is Grandpa Pumpkin. Let's go. Crisscross with Von Chick. I don't know who's going to win. Crisscross, applesauce, and Grandpa's going to win, maybe. Oh my gosh, classic Olivia, ignoring the line and cutting. Incredible win. Olivia! Congratulations for number 1. Number 1 position right in front of Grandpa Pumpkin, KJP Live. That Von Chick, Calico Kitties, EX, Skyward Zone, Rochelle, Alfie, and Will. Goodness gracious, incredible win. Congratulations, Olivia, on winning. Hooray! Oh, I thought I died. No, you won. You won. It's the furthest thing from dying. It's the furthest thing in the world from dying. Congratulations on the... What is this? Who made this There's graffiti back here. Let's ignore that. Yo, Dan, you may be last, but we still love you. Let's go. Classic Olivia. Classic Olivia using the power of the crab against the entire chat. I can't believe it. Congratulations. Alfie, does that calls Kenny Lenny? Who calls me Lenny? Finish Grand Prix, this is it. Oh, snap. It's almost coffee time, you guys. Coffee time? Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy, you guys. I'm getting ready for a brew. I am hungry for coffee. I don't want any food. But we're going to check out who won, you guys, after 10 races. After 10 races, we have to figure out who's the biggest winner in the chat. What have we got? Number 3, you know who it is. It's Beowulf, of course. Number 2, we all know who this is. Of course, the King of Squirrel. But number 1, I mean, nobody could deny. It's Olivia Rose Goldilocks. Congratulations. I'll be number 1 over the top of the top 10 different races that we just did. Olivia Goldilocks crushing everybody by at least 6 points. Congratulations. Also, there's our splendid stuff right there. Very, very nice. Congratulations, Classic Olivia, winning the game. Congratulations on number 1. Number 1, the King of Squirrel was number 2. Beowulf was number 3. Congratulations. Absolutely incredible. I think that you did an incredible job. That's my person. Listen, Classic Olivia, the winner. Classic Olivia. Oh my gosh, don't make this a thing. Holy moly. Okay, absolutely incredible. Listen, you guys, I'm gonna brew a cup of coffee, but it's not gonna be boring, you guys. You're gonna flip and love it because we're gonna be using the oldest trick in the book, you guys. The oldest trick in the book is an old battle royale. An old battle royale, Royale Prime. Let's hit the race. I'm gonna let y'all do a little race, but I'm gonna let y'all do a little killing by yourself. Y'all be doing the exciting murder rounds over here. I'm gonna hit the join button. Y'all are welcome to join. I'm gonna put the countdown to 100. You are totally welcome to hop into this. Make sure that you put exclamation point play in the chat. This will be a battle royale to the death. And let me see. I could probably start the countdown right now, and I'm gonna go brew a cup of coffee, and I'll be back in a second. Okay, you guys, I love you all, and I'll be back very shortly. The countdown is now at a minute. I might even return. I don't actually know. But let me just randomly pick a bean. I can't see. How do I close that? Okay, I'm just gonna pick Colin right here. We're gonna follow Colin. I'm gonna let y'all hang out here for just a second. Let me go grab some coffee. I'll be right back. Enjoy. Bon appetit. Allie. Excuse me, Allie. Well. Oh, I'm still alive? What? Oh my gosh, look at me. And Arisa just died. Anyway, you guys, hi there. I just got my coffee. And oh, hi there. Oh, hi there, Oops, Katasar. How are you doing? That's a lovely name right there. What does it mean? What does this Oops name mean? Coffee, green tea. We got green tea. I don't like some more coffee. I don't like some more green tea. Good morning, friend. How are you? Pretty great, Dino. How are you doing? Thanks so much for being so sweet. Hi there. What's up? Dino-ish, how are you doing? And also, oh my goodness. How am I alive? How am I alive right now? Number 2, eat my dust. Eat my dust, Red Artemis. I gotta kill you now. Oh no. Oh, what? I was so close. I can't believe that I came over and I made it a second place, man. I should have just stayed away. Kidding, you just killed me. Echo, I'm sorry. That's how the game's played. I can't help it. I'm a champion. I was born this way. It's genetics. Let's go over. Goodness gracious, so close. Dang, congratulations. Red Artemis! Congratulations on number one Jedi, I approve. Thank you so much for the big win, Red Artemis. Congratulations, big clappies. Jedi, if you can, make sure that it's wiped up in the Discord as well, if you don't mind. If you need some help from a mod, that is A-OK. But anyway, I'm sure that maybe Alchemic could help or something. But hey, you guys, congratulations on Red Artemis getting your win. Yo, let's do some more races, you guys. Oh boy, thank you so much for just giving me a little bit of time while I got my sweet coffee. Let's go back and let's get some. Could we please put some love for the mods in the chat while I set up this next Grand Prix? You guys, go please put some hearts in the chat. The mods have been watching over the chat the entirety of this stream. All of the 21 hours and 39 minutes so far that I've been streaming. Not only have I been working, but the people that are working behind the scenes are the ones that are working much harder. Thank you so much, mods, for watching over the chat and making sure that everybody's having a wonderful time and it's comfortable and happy. Making everything just work out just right. The mods are the number one right there. Okay, I'm gonna hit the random right here. And boom! The race is gonna get started. I'm gonna take a sip of coffee while y'all get ready. Are y'all ready to go? I've got my coffee. We're gonna be watching a new show. This one's called Scared Straight, you guys. I'm gonna hit the join button as well, and I'm gonna hit the start button, but I gotta turn it down. The countdown's way too high. I'm gonna put it at 45. We're gonna get it started. I'm gonna have some sips. Take a look at this course, everybody. Are you actually ready for this course? I don't know. This looks a little bit too tricky. Can you handle it? You guys? We're about to find out. Big Ludman, how are you doing? Welcome to the chat. Big Lad Gaming. Hang on. Is that Maddie? Whoa. Big Lad. What the heck? I know who the heck this is. How are you doing? Yo, Maddie, long time no see. How you doing? Friendo? Let me see. What's up, you guys? Let's go. Get ready for some races. If you don't know what's going on, you got to put a exclamation point play in the chat if you want to roll along with us. Here we go. Hey, it's Maddie. How are you? I'm doing good. I know because you switched up your handles over on Steam. Hey, that's a friend of mine from back in the day. We used to play a little bit of Minecraft together. Not bad. My first foray into YouTube, dang. Those were the days, my friend. Maddie, I've been doing good. I hope that you've been having a good time, my friend. My first British friend. Nice. All right, get my sippies. Let's go. AF Cake, are you going to head out? You got to go get some sushi? Hey, go get some sushi and enjoy yourself. Go get some noms. We'll see you later, AF Cake. Go. Let's zoom. Who's the number first? Let's see. We've got EX. At number 1, but we've got Animal Crossing Alley just jumped into the first place with Wolfie the Danged right behind I Am Zombie Food. The Mysterious Stranger slapping into first place. That reminds me, Mysterious Stranger has gifted a bunch of subs, and I've actually got to put them on the board. I'm so sorry about that. I'll get it done. I apologize. Here we go. Everybody's going around. What is next? We're about to head down the big slide after we do some quick turns over here. The old record, King of Squirrel, that is not an official racer, you guys. You can completely ignore it. Here we go. The mysterious stranger is heading out with Mystic Silvermoon. Who the heck is going to win out of this? I got no idea. The mysterious stranger, you seem to have some speed about you, but Animal Crossing Alley absolutely slips through the cracks. Slips through the cracks of the system. I can't believe it. Animal Crossing get a little bit stuck. I don't know. It's close. It's close. Red Artemis is straight behind Animal Crossing Alley, making it across with the strawberries. Nice! Congratulations, Animal Crossing Alley on #1 position. Mystic Silvermoon at #2. Red Artemis at #3. Alina the Rock, Mysterious Stranger, Gonda, Wolfie, Rochelle, Cosmic Penguin, Lupus. Congratulations on the top 10 positions. Holy moly, awesome sauce. Now let me take a look at this. What do I've got for gifted subs? I've got the Mysterious Stranger right here. I'm writing it down while the race is still going on, and we're going to slap this up on the board. Where is my Sharpie right here? Let me put this down. All right, a long name, but hey, I hit you up, my friend. Yo, the Mysterious Stranger. Thank you very much for the gift subs in the chat. I'm going to go slap this right over here on the, let's see, we got like one bean behind. We got Will lagging and oh my gosh, Will's back there. Okay, you guys, I'm just going to switch. I'm going to slap this right on top of the board. Okay, I'm getting it done. Thank you so much, Mysterious Stranger, for the gifted subs earlier. I'm sorry for taking forever. Let me just... Thank you so much for the gifted subs. I appreciate it. Any gifted sub means that the person that is going over there on the Birthday Beans board. Congratulations to Animal Crossing Alley on being not only the #1 strawberry in the chat, but the #1 bean in the chat for this run. Congratulations. Animal Crossing Alley completely crushing everybody else. Yes. Splendid. Bloodshed. Incredible. That's 4 wins this season. Yo, Animal Crossing Alley, Mystic Silvermoon, and Red Artemis with the top 3 positions. Congratulations. I'm hitting the next map, you guys. Let's go. And Anne's here. Oh my gosh. Anne, hello. How are you doing? Everybody put some plays in the chat if you're ready to roll. This is the first 24-hour stream that Kenny did that I did not stay awake for all of it. I'm kind of salty about it. Oh, Lupus, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It don't mean a thing. It don't mean a thing. Besides, it's your birthday and now you work. I mean, hey, you used to not work, but now you work. This is what happens. Hello, I'm back. It's Anne. Oh, yeah. Everybody, please put exclamation point play in the chat if you're ready to go. This is Grand Prix. This is race #2. I'm hitting join as well, and I'm about to hit the start button for 45-second time. We already got 30 people into this race. Let's flip and go, you guys. Man, that coffee's nice. Thank goodness. Thank goodness for coffee. God bless coffee. Whew. Okay, I'm getting ready, you guys. Let me just warm up my muscles. I'm warming up my muscles. We've been going for almost 22 hours. We're doing it. All right, we're getting it. Boom. All right, we're ready to go. Here we go. 37 beans. 37 beans, only one victor. One victor. Victor Frankenstein himself. Okay, I'm preparing for the race. What is this? Just a million lanes over here? What is happening? This is not a race. This is just a sorting. This is just a sorting bin. Okay. There, oh my gosh. I thought the people were dying all of a sudden. But no, Professor Thumbs is the fastest person. And thank you so much for the take a sip. This one's for you. Gotta stay caffeinated, you guys. Gotta stay caffeinated. Lupus Dreams is in the #1 position at the moment, but what matters is who gets rolling first. General Ascana seems to be the quickest at the moment. Headed down with the Potion Ball, if I'm not mistaken. I believe that's the Potion Ball. We've got Dinoish Vintage hopping in the front, but we've got Rochelle. This is a tough call, you guys. It's all getting mixed up. Here we go. About to head up. Boom. Big jumps. General Ascana, nice and straight landing. Fantastic. I'm going to roll up and let's see what's going to happen. You totally realize you can play Mario Party via online with Oops now? What? Is that true? It works online? Dinoish Vintage. Zoom. What a cute PFP you have. The cutest PFP in the world. Zoom. Fantastic. Dino, you can do this. I believe in you. Oh, Din's right behind. Oh, snap. It's heating up out here. There's a challenger. A challenger approaches. Dino getting a little bit stuck right there. Oh, Din taking a risk. Hopping straight in front, but Dino scoots past. Goodness gracious, the risk is wasted. The effort is wasted. Here we go. Dinosh still sitting in the front. The Earl of Suds and Lupus Stream throwing themselves off the edge. Oof. Birthday twins, bye-bye. Oh, Vogue also throws off the edge. We've got Dino almost to the finish line, but struggling with every single peg. Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious, the struggle bus, but can we get a win? Oh, it's very, very close, very, very close. Here comes the finish line with General Lascano running right behind, getting a lot of speed. The King of Squirrel also gaining a lot of speed. Dinosh Vintage still clutching a #1 position. Congratulations. Congratulations. Boom, that's a win for Dinosh Vintage. For Dinosh Vintage, #2, General Lascana. #3, the King of Squirrel. #4, Midoriel. #5, Skyward Zone. We've got Alina the Rock at #6. Ariza got this at #7. Wolfie the Danged. And boom, we've got Alchemic Refuge and Maddie Big Lad Gaming in the chat with #10 position. Congratulations, everybody, the top 10 positions. And congratulations to everybody else for existing. Let's go. Who's at the very back? I Am Zombie Food, struggling, but not quite as much as A-Star. Well, I mean, hey, A-Star survived that. That was an incredible hop. There's no need for you to flex like that, A-Star. There's simply no reason to do such a thing. I Am Zombie Food is holding up the rear, but still surviving. Easy win, actually. Nobody was even close to the wall. Incredible work, everybody. Incredible work. Boom. Dino, congratulations with your #1 victory. Let's go! With your sweet, sweet frog, skin. I love it. 3 races, 1 win. That's some good odds right there. That's some good odds. I've learned to fly, but you must be careful with this skill, A-Star. It could very quickly become your downfall. Fly right off the edge, no doubt. All right, you guys, if you want to join in on this race, you got to put !play in the chat. We are almost to the end of our stream, you guys. I've maybe got like an hour and a half left of playing these marbles. Okay, so if you want to roll, you better get rolling. Okay, you've got very little time. Let's go as fast as possible. Put the starts in the chat. I'm putting the start now. That's 45 seconds. Let's rock, you guys. That's why you don't use it constantly. Yeah, you better not. You can't just be hopping everywhere. You'll hop right off the edge. Woo. This is straight jams, you guys. We've got straight jams on the playlist. It's literally just the best stuff. It's just the best stuff in the world. Here we go. Calico, thank you for that gifted sub to Lighthouse Flame. Yo! A smooth 750. Very spicy. Nice to see it, hey? Calico, thank you so much for smoothing it, evening it out by giving that gift sub to Lighthouse Flame. I don't know if Lighthouse Flame is right here to appreciate it, but thank you so much, Calico, for the hype in the chat and for the support. I appreciate it. It's practically a birthday present. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let's go. Super Mario. So I'm going to go down here. Who's going to be first? Okay, this is tough to... I'm glad that I didn't call out these names before because, man, it's hard to watch this. There's so many different ways to get caught. It looks like Dinoish is in the front with Mystic Silver Moon. It's tough to say. General Lascana seems to be in the front right now, not getting choked up too much with Alina the Rock. And Wolfie the Danged right behind. We've got Colin. We've got Dinoish. We've got the Earl of Cheats. Okay. So the first one down is General Lascana. Getting some extra zooms out there, but Alina has the real boosts. Nasty little hobbit headed straight behind, looking for the fat Bagginses. A-Star zooming past, hitting a bit of a corner, heading backwards. A-Star is going to be the first one into the toilet bowl, but possibly not the first one down. We'll have to see. I'm watching. If you hit one of these pegs, you might have a slight advantage, but you never know. It's 100% a gamble, you guys. 100% gamble. You never know. Hey, thank you, Calico. Yo, you got the gifted sub, Lighthouse Flame. Enjoy all of that ad-free viewing. Enjoy the emotes and enjoy movie nights with the Earl himself every single Sunday. Don't worry, I shut my mouth. I let you enjoy the movie because we're actually watching good movies. Also, I'm currently cheating and I am in first place. A-Star's right behind, trying to carry me. But listen, this is not Apex. I can take care of myself, A-Star. I can take care of myself. Leave me alone. Who's actually going to make it out of this circle is the real question. Man, who just cast himself off the edge? Rest in peace, Big Ol' Edman. I remember you. I will remember you. Did somebody just die? Oh my gosh. Looks like I win again. I mean, this is all to be very expected. Arisa, how dare you? How dare you? Wait, Elfie was teleported straight behind me. teleports behind you. Elfie wins. Congratulations on #1 position. Elfie with the spicy victory. You snuck right past the camera. I can't believe it. Arisa got #2. Congratulations. EX with #3. The Earl of Suds cheats his way into #4. We've got Dan. We got Shiny. We got Big Lad Maddie. What the heck? We got Goth. We got A-Star. We got Wolfie. Congratulations on your wins, you guys, with the top 10 positions. Making some points. Making some moosh. Getting some money. Come on. Let's go. You're not dead. I'm not dead yet. I'm not dead yet. I'll be dead soon. Congratulations, Elfie, on being a real demon. A real demon. Teleports behind you. Olivia, way back here, getting stuck in the spin cycle. Stuck in the spin cycle. Getting a little bit stuck here. Hey, thank you so much for the follow. Yo, in a raid? What? What the heck? Raids are happening? What? Oh my gosh, thank you so much for the raid. ML1LY. Is that Millie? Oh my gosh, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. How are you doing? We're just doing some races here at the end. Oh my gosh, look at the emotes. They're so cute. Look at all of the, oh my gracious, look at the bees. You guys, please welcome the bees into the chat. Adorable. Protect the bees. The bees must be protected. Define Ethics, thank you so much for the follow. Ix Basil, thank you for the follow. Ez Brooks, thank you so much for the follow. Okay, we just want to round. You guys, that's a raid. I gotta hit some smoke, you guys. I gotta hit some of the smoke. Thank you so much for the raid. Oh my gosh, Define Ethics. Subscribe to tier 3? What the heck? Hey, it's a new friend. What the heck? At tier 3? What's going on? Define Ethics. What are you doing out here with jumping into the chat? Did you even follow? You did. You followed 1 minute ago and then you subbed to tier 3. What the heck? Tier 3 sub defined. What is going on? Thank you so much. What the heck? Thank you for the birthday present of a tier 3 sub. Yo, and Millie, how are you doing? Thank you so much for the raid. What the heck are y'all doing? Define. What the heck? I've never even met you people. Ha! What? What is the ha? Oh my gosh, Define. Thank you so much. Instant tier 3. I don't even know what's happening. Defined is mental? Maybe an understatement. Pandarin, thank you so much for the follow. Haley Cakes, thank you for the follow. Hi, everybody. By the way, my name's the Yellow Suds. I don't know if y'all know me. I don't know where y'all came from. Can I get a shout out in the chat so that I can see where the heck Millie came from? What was Millie playing? Thank you so much for jumping over here. This is a 24-hour stream. I am on the struggle bus right now because I'm 22 hours in, you guys. 22 hours. We got 2 hours left. You can call me Mel. Okay, Mel. Yo, you want to play marbles on stream? Oh, sweet. We got more Marbies friends. Yo, awesome sauce. We saw you were wearing Pikachu, so we raided. This is a 24-hour stream for my birthday, so it means a lot that y'all would. Oh, my God. It means a lot that y'all would jump into the chat. Thank you so much. Dinoish for the subscription to tier 1. Holy moly, we got more subs in the chat. Goodness gracious. But we're playing marbles as well. This is like the end of the stream. I was basically playing Pokemon Snap the entire time because I'm like always playing variety and I very rarely play marbles, but I thought that we could have a little special thing. I thought that we would have a special thing. Just do some races, keep things exciting, make sure that we got the jams, make sure that we got the good vibes, the hype. We got to keep the hype up. That's the only way to keep this going. If you want to stick with me through the next 2.5 hours, that would be ridiculous. I don't think that you can do it. But thank you so much for jumping in the chat. All of you sweet beans that came over from the raid, I so appreciate it. As I said, I'm the Earl of Suds. I stream every single day. Obviously, I'm gonna be taking I'm not gonna be streaming tonight, but I stream every single day. Variety content, always family friendly, positive nonsense. Absolutely just ridiculous amount of variety. I cannot focus on a game. Last week, we didn't play a single game twice. Every day was a new game and sometimes 2 games. Okay, I'm about to hit the start button. If y'all don't know how this works, but y'all already know it. Y'all already know because y'all just came over from marbles, but you just got to put exclamation point play in the chat if you want to roll. Let's go, Dinoish. Thank you so much for the sub. I so appreciate it. And Define Ethics, you are cracked. I mean, I agree. What the heck with the tier 3? With a tier 3 at the very, I mean, honestly, it's a tier, you guys, it's a tier 3. I'm gonna put some smoke in the room. I gotta put some hype in the chat for a tier 3. That's absolutely ridiculous. I cannot believe that you've done such a thing. If you're here with the raid and like this energy, you should stick around. It's beautiful chaos. Beautiful chaos is a fine way. Echo, you're very sweet. You're very sweet. It's pretty much chaos. I don't really know how I don't know how to not be chaotic. Alchemic with the tier 3 flex. I love it. The tier 3 flex is super cool with the crown, but we gotta say the tier 2 is, whew, how dare I know, right? Define ethics, it's super cool of you. I consider it a birthday present, if you don't mind. If you don't mind, I consider it just like a personal birthday present. As long as that's all right with you, that's what I'm gonna call it. Yo, Husky dude, let's go. Come on, Husky, let's roll. We are headed down. We're taking a look. Let's see, it splits off right here. Who's gonna be the first one down? We got Big Ledman in the front with Goth Girl Punk. Boom. We got A-Star right in the front as well with Goth Girl Punk. Let's see who's in the front right now. A-Star, zoom in. I pressed a button. What the heck button did I press? Why is there I pressed escape. That's what it was. A-Star, let's go. Let's go. Maximum speed. A-Star sitting very comfortably in the first place. I'm gonna take a sip because that raid was popping off, and my poor throat is struggling right now. 24 hours of screaming. It really puts you down. All right, boom. A-Star is still sitting in front. How is this happening? How's this happening? They're going up. This is a place that it's very easy to choke. It's very easy to get stuck. Define Ethics is sitting at the front with Beowulf right now. Define Ethics, are you really going to win after a sub? There is generally, we say that sub is bad luck. Yeah, that's bad luck. Who's up first? Let's see Goth Girl, yo! Let's go! Let's go, Goth Girl, come on, as fast as possible. I'm sorry, Ethics, please. Who's going to bed? It was Vaughn. Vaughn, get yourself some sleep. We got Aussie friendos that are headed out. Please, Vaughn, get yourself some rest. We love you, Vaughn. Thank you so much for being here. You checked in like a bajillion times. I appreciate it. We love you, Vaughn. Get yourself some rest. Thanks for all the love. Yo, Gonda with number 1. Congratulations. Gonda, number 1. Firestarter, number 2. The Anmine, number 3. I Am Zombie Food at number 4. Olivia Goldilocks is at number 5. Wolfie, Gothko, Dinoish, Wolf Doggo, and Echo, all subs. You know, it's tough to say. If every single winner is a sub, it's kind of hard to say. Bad luck. How is the clip? Does it work good? New record? What? Did you break the record? Oh, dang, Gonda, you on fire. Also, Baba Yaga, how you doing? Hey, all the positivity. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. We got maximum positivity. Wait, the Firestarter? The Firestarter? Firestarter 424. I don't know if they're the Firestarter, but I mean, they're the Firestarter to me. Mine was gifted, so it doesn't give bad luck. What? Echo, is that true? I didn't know that was a rule. All right, I'll believe you. Listen, I'm easy to fool. The King of Squirrel, look at you go. Look, you're gonna live. You're gonna live. I can feel it. I can feel it. The King of Squirrel, you gotta survive. You gotta survive. If not for yourself, then for me. Yeah, we do. We can't see any more bloodshed, you guys. I've cried too many tears for this chat. Congratulations, Gonda, for number 1 position.
Lana.
What?
Danger zone. That scared me. I was like, I thought that somebody was yelling at me. I was like, how is chat yelling at me right now? I was like, I didn't know that it was possible. Somebody in chat has phased out of my screen and is yelling in my ear because it sounded... I legitimately thought that was somebody. I don't know what that looked like, but that was a surprise. Jess! Thanks so much for the sound alert. That scared the crap out of me. Okay, see, that one doesn't scare me. FBI, open up! Gonda, congratulations on your victory. No need to shout. Okay, I'm gonna hit the start button, you guys. We got like 45 seconds to get started. I'm trying to do these races quick because we're keeping it hype, we're keeping it speedy, and I want us to just get maximum, you guys. We're trying to get points for people that are trying to get points. We're trying to get races for people that want some hype. Let's go. Zoom. Goodness gracious. Jess, thanks for jumping back in the chat. There's like a streamer who's also called Firestarter. I don't think that's them. Steven, let's go. You got this. Redemption. Define ethics. I believe in you. I believe in you. Let's go. I love how you were like, wait, is this happening? I literally didn't know what was happening. And then immediately I was like, oh, aha, Lana. Let's go, you guys. Boys, where are we dropping? Look at all these beans. Look at all these beans. Nasty little Hobbit. Nasty little Hobbit is one of my favorite screen names. I'm sorry, I don't want to pick favorites, but sometimes this has got to happen. Let's go, you guys. We got How many beans? We got 38 beans. 38 beans going at maximum speed straight down to Pachinko machine. Who's it gonna be? The super famous streamer Firestarter is at the bottom of the, oh my gosh. General Escana, let's go. General is at the very front with Jedi Aurora, Alina the Rock, Firestarter, just another person like you, Alchemic Refuge, Nasty Little Hobbit. There's a lot of these beans zooming along maximum speed, you guys. I believe in all of you, but only one of you can succeed. Only one of you can stand as the Battle Royale champion of Fork Knife. We have Big Lad Gaming at the very top. Yo, Maddie, Big Lad Gaming zooming down, looking at a lot of rocks. Are you a ski? Do you know how to ski, perhaps? Oh my gosh. Colin zooming in front, how dare. And zoom right down the whole Colin. Right down the tubes. Congratulations. Olivia skipping over and hitting the, oh man, there's a lot of debris out here. That's a lot of debris. Oh my gosh, yo, it's Throwbot. How are you doing, Thaddeus? Yo, Thaddeus, welcome to the chat. Hello. You really love everybody at the bottom just walking and vibing. I know. This is always for special streams we turn on those. I don't normally have Pokemon all over the screen, but we do it for special stuff. I came in like a, I'm not even singing that. Olivia, how dare you? Oh, Olivia! Look at you go. Look at you go at the speed of sound. At the speed of sound. Let's see. I don't know. I'm just gonna zoom out, you guys. I gotta see this whole situation. I gotta see this whole situation from a bird's eye view. Olivia is the first one down, but we got Colm right behind Echo. Oh, things are starting to get a little bit mixed up. Ooh, you're gonna eat something? Husky, go get yourself some food. Thanks so much for being, I think that you were part of the raid. Thanks for being here, my friend. Go get yourself some noms. We'll see you later. Take care. Hope to see you sometime later. Rosera, you're back. Yo, Rosera returns. Hi there. Rosera, welcome back to the chat. How are you doing? How was your sleep? Did you get some good sleep? Aw, the tier 2 cutie. Oh my goodness, look at all the hearts in the chat. Okay, who's gonna be the first one out here? Colm, you're looking, looking fine. Hang on. Oh, Will, what? Oh my gosh, Will, I can't believe it. #1 plague doctor in the chat. Oh no, it's this one. Oh boy, this crap right here. Holy moly. We might as well just sit back and watch the fireworks because this is absolutely busted. This whole map is such a bad idea. Who invented this map? Why they gotta do this? Relax.
Relax, Selena. Relax, Gonna. Just relax into the embrace of death. Just accept the cold nothingness. Let the darkness consume your will and Firestarter 424. Just let the quiet nothingness embrace you. Say goodbye to everything. Everything that you love and hate. Gone in an instant.
What do we got? Oh, Colm, let's go. Come on, Colm, you've got this. You sounded like Clicky for a moment. Oh, thank you so much, Midoriel. This one's just for you. Mwah. It's Colm, let's go. Big Ludman's right behind. Oh my gosh. This is it, you guys. This is it. What's it gonna be? Oh, snap, nice. The first one going down is successful. Colm, congratulations. Aris is dead. General Escana's dead. Anne's dead. Dan makes it the Olsons, and Olivia make it. Hey, A-Star, Big Lad Gaming Maddie, what the heck? And Wolf Doggo, I'm Zombie Food, Big Ludman, Vogue Vague. That's hard to say. That's like a tongue twister. Lots of dead people. Holy moly, nice. Congratulations on the top 10, you guys. Only #4 is sus. Vote him out. Earl sus. There's one birthday among you. All right. Oh, that's it. Dang, that was fast. Everybody was either dead or they won. At least I made it. Defined Ethics, you did it? You flippin' did it? Aw, yeah, baby. Aw, yeah, baby, a triple. Where are you? Defined Ethics, right there, 14th. Not too bad. Yay, that was fun. Colm, you win. You win. Nice. After 10 races, you get yourself a spicy win. Aw, yeah. Okay, here we go, you guys. We're keeping this going. Woo, can we survive? You got the first and third finish. You believe? Can you win it again? Calico!
Calico Kitties YouTube gifted a tier 1 sub to Vogvague.
Thank you for the gifted sub to Vogvague. Also,
in the channel.
222 gifted subs in the channel. Whoa, that is satisfying and ridiculously large. Holy moly. Calico, thank you for the big gifts. Holy moly. Thank you for another gifted sub. Boom. What does that put us to? 753. Whoa. Savintry, how are you doing? Welcome to the chat. I mean, welcome back. Of course, I know you, Savintry. Let's keep this going, you guys. Let's keep this super spicy. We're about to go on the felt. Do you guys like gambling? Do you like jazz? Because just take a look down here. We got like we're gonna go onto the green over here. Well, listen, we're gonna play a little bit of poker. We're gonna play a little bit of a game called a blackjack. The dealer always wins, and I'm the dealer. Let me hit that join button and the start button so that I can crush you. Rosera, thank you so much for the 500 bits. Hey, thank you so much for the 500. Holy moly, have 500 happy birthday bits. Yeah. Thank you so much, Rosera. I appreciate it. You're so curious how the sub number more than doubled since you went to sleep? Well, did you hear that Anonymous gifted 100 subs? Did you hear that Anonymous gifted 100? Did you hear that Anonymous gifted 100 subs? And also, I believe 250,000 bits? Not 250, that'd be 25,000 bits. You didn't hear about Anonymous gifting 100 subs? 100 subs. I was going to read them off, but I could not scroll high enough. The chat was already destroyed, and I could not even scroll up to half of it. I couldn't even see half of the subs, so I couldn't read out the names. I was going to make a meme out of it. And read them all off. But unfortunately, I was barred from that privilege. It didn't happen. Couldn't do it. 25,000 bits in 30 minutes and 100 gifted subs. Absolutely insane. I've never seen that many. I've seen close. I've seen very close. Very, very close. Angel Kitty, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Goodness gracious. But, holy crapola, the Beffinator. Holy crapola, Batman. How are you doing? The Beffinator, I'm glad to see you. Hello, Emerald Artist is here. Hooray! Lots of people are checking back in that went to bed. Hooray! I'm so glad to see you guys. Thank you for sticking, well, not sticking with me, but thanks for jumping back and giving me some energy, you guys. Whew, we're holding it together. Oh, Dan, that is too bad. It's so easy to get stuck right here. Oh, boy. You should see me on Mel's stream. Oh, mama. Define Ethics. I gotta watch it. I gotta go over to Mel's stream sometime. I gotta do it. I want to see this madness. Zoom. Midoriel. Zoom. Reset. Yeah, it reset in the middle of the night. What did? Oh, the thing. Yeah. I can set it to week, and I think that it'll be normal. I can set it back to week if you want. And Jedi's in front. What the heck? Mod's cheating again. Unbelievable. Jedi zooming along with the Earl of Suds, trying to crush his own. What? That's not wholesome. You can't beat your own mod. Earl, you don't pay them, and now you're not even gonna let them win a silly race? Oh my gosh. Okay, that was very gentlemanly. Thank goodness. Jedi won. Jedi wins. Congratulations, Jedi, on the win. Congratulations. Very nice. Very proud of you. Very proud of my mods. Very much love for the mods. Mod hype in the chat. Thank you very much, Jedi, for your absolutely exquisite victory. The Earl of Suds obviously cheated in the second place. Midoriel, the King of Squirrel, Beowulf, Colin, the Andmine, Skyward Zone, Rosera, and Echo, all getting spicy. Top 10 wins. Ooh. All right, boom. Ooh, that is dank. Yikes. I am gonna have to get some fresh coffee because that is a little raw, you guys, a little raw. Oh, what's happening? So I let one mod win, but then the other mod's gonna die by the wall. Well, I guess the wall's gotta eat someday. Wall's gotta eat something. Wall's starving. Hey, slow down, Arisa. Wall's hungry. Come back, Arisa. Where are you going? Where are you going? The wall's starving. Get stuck over here, please. Please let the wall. There we go. That's right. To the wall. Oh no! There will be no fleeing. We must hashtag feed the wall. Thank you very much. Yes. Feeding the wall with the bones of the mods. Yum. Jedi Aurora, congratulations on number 1. Number 2 is no congratulations. And Midoriel, congratulations on number 3. Number 3. Now hop, skip, and a jump, you guys. Oh, which one is this? Like number 3, number 4, what's going on? This is number 7. Okay, we are deep into this Grand Prix, you guys. Get ready by putting exclamation point play in the chat if you're ready to roll. I'm going to click the start button, and that means that it's party time in 45 seconds. I'm going to go get myself some coffee. Also, Savintry, I saw your message. I'm so glad that you're hanging out with us. No worries. I mean, people get busy. You get busy. But, hey, I'm always here if you want to hang out. I'm glad to see you. I'm hitting the start button. BRB. Let me grab that. Let me grab that coffee.
Grandpa's back in time. Grandpa returns just in time. Look at all these beans. How ready to go. Hang on. Oh, hang on. Let me get ready. Look at my hands on the keyboard. Okay. Anyway, all right, children. Let's roll. Let's roll. Mystic Silvermoon. Let's see what's gonna happen down here. The first run down the tubes looks like it's going to be Beowulf, Big Lad Gaming, and King of Squirrels close. So, Beowulf 34 at the very bottom. Go, zoom. There they go, Beowulf 34 heads out of the tube. They're getting into the big spinner. Hopefully gonna drop down quickly. They just move over here. Skyward Sword goes for the win, struggling. Jedi Roar missed down, but Nasty Hobbit's the first one out with Oriza got this. Oh, jumped out of the canyon. Oriza got this. Nice jump right there. Alfie makes another jump as well. Jedi Aurora taking some risk out there. Jedi Aurora appears to be in first place. Excited about this victory. Oh, here we go. So, Jedi Aurora is making it around the corner. Looks to be in top #1 position. Jedi crosses. Here we go. Jedi, oh, you got this. You got this. It's on like Donkey Kong. It's on like Donkey Kong. And Jedi's zooming at the speed of light, about to get themselves a #1 win. Changing the records forever. Jedi, are you cheating? Are you cheating? I think that we should investigate Jedi Aurora.
All right, splendid. We got Jedi Aurora at #1 position with Skyward Zone at #2, Animal Crossing Alley #3. Oriza got this at #4, Nasty Little Hobbit. We've got Elfie, we got Bepinator, we got Dino-Wish, we got the King of Squirrel and Tom Kenny in the top 10 positions. Congratulations, everybody. Very spicy, incredible. Savintry, you survived. Very nice. General Lascana's back there. Anybody? Oh my gosh. Y'all were quick. Jedi Aurora, you are cheating. You are cheating, and I'm so proud of you. I've never been more proud of a mod right now. Thank you, Jedi, so much for bending the rules to our advantage. Congratulations. Let's go. Let's go. Fortnite. All right. So the next map, you guys. The next map. Spicy time. Oh, boy. I love this one. Marble Centauri. It's time to tour the planets, you guys. It's time to tour the solar system. Now, I'm going to give you all a little bit of extra time because this sucker takes forever. Like, this is a big map. This takes like 4 minutes. Takes like 4 minutes to get through, so I'm gonna give y'all just a minute. Yo, I see you, G-Foot. What's up? I know that bean. All right, now I'm gonna hit the start button. I'm hitting the start button. You got 45 seconds. This is a long one, so if you want to jump in, you better hurry up.
Whoa! Yeah,
Not a valid user. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate it, my friend. 6 months. Not a valid user, but an extremely valid sub. Thank you so much for the 6 months of support. Boom. 6 months. That should be is that the spicy stone badge? That's a stone badge. You are as strong as a stone, my friend. Thank you so much for the 6 months of support. Much love to Not a Valid User. Thanks for being here. I appreciate you keeping me going for more than half a year. More than half. Well, I mean exactly half a year, but you know what I mean. Oh, hello. G-Foot. Help. I never know what should be allowed to be said. I'm gonna allow it. I love that one. G-Foot, please. Please keep it on the DL. But yo, how are you doing? Yo, the subs for Pikachu, by the way. Oh, not for me? Oh, all right, that's fine. You can sub to the real streamer back there. Real streamers is watching over the stream. Also, I have a small manager that's up here. He handles everything. Hey, what's up, G-Foot? What's G-Foot? I hope you're having a fantastic day, my friend. KP, good morning. Thanks so much for coming in. Thanks for arriving. Hello. The real streamer's in the chair. Yeah, that's the boy. He's in the chair. He's ready to go. Okay, number one is Alchemical Refuge. Number one, top of the stream right here. Alchemical Refuge is battling it out with Rosera. Look at that lucky little bean go. Look at that. I love the little boing-oing. You see the boing-oing? Okay, when can I select? When can I select the number one, the ones that's going fastest? That's because it's curving around. Okay, there's Rosera. Check it out. Look at this little lucky 4-leaf clover. Oh my gosh, this is so sporadic. Look at it, it's shaking. Zoom. Up it goes. Where does it end? Whee! Go. Rosera, you got this. Let's go. Zoom. Rosera, you're about to make it around the rings of Saturn. Boop. Uh-oh. She's stuck. Keep going. Go me. Rosera, you can do it. And right behind Rosera, we have Wolfie, A-Star, Fate Shine, G-Foot, and Saventry, it appears. It's hard to call it, you guys, but I believe that Rosera could have it. Now, it may seem like it's in the bag because of Rosera's incredible lead, but at the very end of this race, there is a big surprise. There's a very difficult walking the plank sort of situation with some difficult strategy that has to be used. If she bonks aside, she will fly off the edge, and you know what? That could throw the whole game. Who knows? Rosera's just moving around these planets. I told you this was a big one. Surprise. Define Ethics is going to kick everybody off the field. Everybody's going to be kicked off the field. Jedi is the number 2. What the heck? Jedi. What did we talk about? Also, Wolfie, hello. A-Star, hello. G-Foot is straight behind. Look at G-Foot go. You got some zoom. Zoom, G-Foot. I think that you got this, homie. Here we go. Boom, Rosera. Maximum speed. Okay, this is what I was talking about, you guys. This is the danger zone. Oh boy, Rosera's playing a dangerous game. Ooh, dangerous game being played right now. Oh my gracious, that was close. Oh, the Mario Kart music is compelling you to victory. Rosera, you can do this. Will you do this? I don't know, but you can do this. I'm watching. I'm with bated breath. I don't have anything to say except for good luck. Good luck. Oh my gosh, it looks good. Oh. That's hot. Oh yeah, Rosera got it. Rosera does not choke. Congratulations. And what do we got here? We got Wolfie. At number 2. Congratulations, Rosera, on your number 1 victory right there. Rosera at number 1, Wolfie at number 2, Saventry at number 3. Who's going to be number 4? Everybody's dead. Push me to the ledge. All the marbles are dead. And gets number 5. Congratulations. Just another person like you at number 6. Wolf Doggo, number 7. The Beffinator at number 8. Skyward Zone and Midoriya heading out the last of the top 10. And we got Shiny. Shiny taking his sweet time. Dying, that is. Oof. That's a shame. Almost everybody dies out here, Macon, but you know what? You're still alive. For the moment. Macon, I think you got this. Macon. Nice. Congratulations. You survive. Rosera, congratulations on your super lucky victory. I mean, you didn't hit a single mistake. You didn't make a single choke. Congratulations. You totally deserve that victory. Yes. Okay, Grand Prix. We're going into race number 9. Frozen 2. Cosmic Chaos is next for the final race. Oh, I died. Shiny, it's all right. We all die. Someday. Might as well be today. You're welcome, Rosera. Huzzah! Huzzah indeed. Everybody, please put exclamation point play in the chat if you are ready to roll. We've only got like 1 hour left max of these marbles, you guys, because, man, I'm getting tired, and we are going to do a just chatting session right before the end of the stream. We are just going to be vibing and talking. It's going to be fantastic. I'm hitting this join button, and I'm going to hit the start button. Let's go. We got like a couple more Grand Prix, maybe a little bit more. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Please put exclamation point play in the chat if you're ready to roll. If you're not, sit in the back and please put some hype in the chat for the people that are rolling. Whew. I'm trying to keep these sips, though. Trying to stay alive, you know. Mars, what's up? Welcome to the chat. Ooh. Ooh. I'm gonna freshen up this music, you guys. We're gonna try out a little fresh bit of music over here. Let me switch over to the Luigi circuit. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, hang on. Let me switch over to my chat, and boom, we're ready to go. You got any ranch? Any ranch? No. I got no ranch, my friend. I'm allergic to ranch. No go for me, buddy. Sorry about that. Hey, Mars, howdy. I was here whenever you started yesterday. Yo, Mars was here at the beginning. Took a little break and you're back. Welcome back, Mars. Oh boy. What do we got here? Rosera and Jedi Aurora battling for number 1 with Earl of Suds over there. Goodness gracious. If there's a red name anywhere near the front, you know that this is absolutely a cheating stream. Jedi Aurora doing the crisscross applesauce. Mars being the fast one out of there with just another person like you. Echo and Will headed out the gates, looking like they're ready to crisscross down here as well. So we've got a little bit of debris down here. Mars aptly and adeptly zooming over it, but this crisscross is the difficult spot. Throwbot throwing. We've got Echo zooming. We've got Mars zooming, G-Foot, Jedi Aurora, and we've got a whole group of other people down here. Let's go down to the bottom here, take a look at the next piece of debris. We've got Mars, no choke, absolutely zooming past it, no struggle. TGE Joe about to head across. Oh, in a collision. Suffering at the hands of G-Foot, how dare. And looking down here, we've got some more debris falling. Is every single level going to be suffering? Every single level is nothing but suffering. We've got the King of Squirrel, the fastest one on the right side, and we've got Jedi Aurora here on the left side, heading up the front of the pack, but we've got the King of Squirrel headed down to the force debris pile down here, zooming past it, not a struggle, getting stuck a little bit, losing some momentum. Jedi getting the advantage here with momentum, zooming around. Ooh, it looks like the boost may have evened them out, but let's go to the next level. Debris knocked down. Here we go. Zoom, little Marb. We've got Jedi Aurora in number 1 position at the moment. We've got Dim on the other side heading up the front of the pack, and we've got Beffinator straight behind Jedi. Boosts don't work. Indeed, there are no boosts. There are no boosts in this mode. Do not be fooled. Jedi Aurora is in the very first, beating the record at the moment. At the moment, in front of the record. Can they hold this position? Can they hold it? There's one more rotation, you guys. One more. We're going around. This is like a shell. It just keeps spiraling and spiraling and spiraling and spiraling. Hopefully these physics objects will be gone soon. Jedi getting stuck. Looks like no record for Jedi. G-Foot being the first one to escape the spinning icicle. I didn't even know that there was... This is not a spinning icicle. This is ice. This is a snowflake. It's a snowflake. Goodness gracious. G-Foot just barely in front of Jedi Aurora, but they're super duper close. Super duper close. There's a crisscross. Crisscross down here. G-Foot getting a little bit stuck on the physics objects down there. Jedi getting into the front of the pack, but there's still icicles to be dealt with. Jedi holding their first place position. Not a valid user. Heading up behind. Gaining a lot of speed. Are they going to hit an icicle? Oh, hit to the side. Jedi could possibly win this one. Jedi has got it in the bag. Number 1 is Jedi Aurora, with number 2 being not a valid user. Number 3 is Den. Number 4, Mars, Echo, Throwbot, Rosera. Oh, wait, Throwbot, Olivia, Rosera, the and mine, and just another person like you with the top 10 positions. Congratulations on all the beans that made it in the top 10. Getting some points, getting some spicy points. 10 points for Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Slytherin, whatever you are. 10 points all around. Looking at the back here, we've got Alina, Haka, Grandpa Pumpkin, Wolfie on the struggle bus. Oh, your 4th, 7th of the day. Oh my gosh, Olivia. You are on a 7s streak. You should go to a casino. It's all 7s today. Haka with the final one into the bean basket. We've got Jedi Aurora at number 1. I cannot believe this. What the heck? Also, whoa, look at these points. Holy moly. A Jedi. You got no energy, my friend. You got no energy. Jedi Aurora, congratulations on number 1. Not a valid user, and Dan with a top 3. Very nice. Raven-haired. Raven-haired. Man, you just threw me for a loop. Whew. Last 2 hours of the stream, and your mod hits you up with raven-haired. Oh man, I'm gonna click this start button because I am. All right, let's roll, you guys. Come on, hop in the chat. Let's go. We got exclamation point plays in the chat. If you are ready to roll, it got auto-corrected. Well, well, the fact remains. The fact remains. Woo! I'm feeling you guys. We got this. Come on. Come on, I'm feeling this one. This one's going to be nice. This one's going to be a good one. I can feel it. I can feel it. We got a couple of mods. We got 3 mods. Where'd Dai go? Where did Dai go? Dai was here. Doo-doo. Oh, boy. Loop-de-loops. Cosmic Chaos number 2. Where's Cosmic Chaos number 1? That was my favorite. All right, I'm just going to wait for people to come on down here, y'all. And Tay's here. Hey, Tay's in the chat. What's up? Hello. Oh, my. The loops. I know. It's delicious Fruity Loops. Delicious Fruity Loop cereal. All part of a balanced breakfast. I mean, not healthy, just balanced. Just balanced. None of it's going to fall down onto the floor. Hey, Jackson, Diane, how you doing? Let's go. Garrett's here. Hello. Thanks for the happy birthday, buddy. Boom, you want to say hi to the chat? Hey, hi there. It's my roommate, Garrett. Hi. Hi, everybody. How much longer? I've got 2 hours. 2 hours to go. We've been going for 22 and a half hours. EX is winning right now. Let's go. You don't have to stay here. Thanks for the happy birthday. I'll see you later.
Happy birthday.
Bye-bye. Yo, BC Pants, thank you so much for the, oh my gosh, thank you for the 182 bits. I appreciate it. Yo, 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 yo. Let me jump to the front. Here we go. Not a valid user. Headed down the toilet. This is so hard to follow. Holy moly. BC Pants, thank you so much. It's all that I got, but happy birthday. This is so much more than I need, BC Pants. Thank you so much. If you just jumped in the chat and said happy birthday, I'd so appreciate it. But the bits, goodness, I appreciate them. I appreciate them. If you got them, I appreciate them. But hey, thank you, BC Pants, for the 182 and for the happy birthdays. It has been a most excellent happy birthday so far. The most happiest birthday. I gotta say, every birthday is better than the last. Every birthday is better than the last. I'm just having a good time. Tay is in number 1 position right now with Will straight behind, getting some speed up here. Ann is zooming along. I don't know, Tay. Can you hold this? Can you hold this lead? I think you got this. I think you got this. Whoa, 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 Tay. Tay, don't slow down. Don't slow down. Will's coming up quick. Come on. Oh, Jackson. Jackson's arriving. Yo, 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 look out. Jackson's right on your tail. Tay, don't slow down. Boom! Tay gets a win! Awesome sauce! Hey! Welcome, welcome. Congratulations, Tay, on your victory. Will, number 2. Jackson, number 3. The Mine, Fate Shine, Den, Gay Elfie, Ollie Metal Heart. Arisa got this, and the Beffinator with the top 10. Oh, wait. Oh, it changed. Hang on. Midoriel got number 10? I'm confused. I thought that they had already made it across, but yo, welcome. Kenny and the Uwu is such an odd combo. The what? The where? The what Uwu? What are you talking about? I don't see Kenny's and Uwus. I'm confused what's happening. You guys, please put some congratulations in the chat for my friend Otay. Getting a clean win, clean victory, clean break. Nice. Got over there, Adrock. Tossed himself off the edge. I don't even know what happened. Adrock, I'm sorry, whatever happened. Oof. Tay, congratulations on number 1. Oh my gosh, A-star. Ow, wow! I'm zombie food. Ooh. Arisa. The Mine. Ow, wow! Arisa. Ooh. Mmm. That's what I kind of think. It's the lips. Mmm. Oh, wow. I'm zombie food. Oh my gosh, all these faces. You guys, are you ready? Are you ready to see what the Finnish Grand Prix is? Here we go. Here we go, Finnish Grand Prix. Who's the top 3? Who's the top 3 for the, 10 races that we just did? Oh boy, you know what it is. Number 3, of course, obviously, is gonna be the and mine. Everybody knew that it was gonna happen, but number 2 is even more obvious, Elfie. But number 1, come on, we all knew that it was gonna be Jedi Aurora. Come on, look at Jedi Aurora absolutely destroying the competition out there. Gondor with a 1,000 bits, whoa! Whoa!
Avodaco,
Holy moly.
Avodaco, egg, frying an 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 egg. Avodago, egg, frying an egg, frying an egg. Avodaco, frying an egg. Avodaco, frying an egg, frying an egg, frying an egg, frying an egg, frying an egg. Avodaco.
Oh my gosh, Gonda, thank you for the 1,000 bits. How dare you? Oh, EX, thank you so much. See you later. Thanks for being here, my friend. Yo. Thanks for all of the support, for vibing with us, my friend. Yo. And thank you for the happy birthday. We'll see you later, EX. Enjoy the rest of your day, afternoon, night, whatever's going on. Hope that you have a wonderful time. My eyes are burning. And I'm going to click the start button, you guys. We've got 45 seconds to hop right in here. We are playing the paperclip, which is looking absolutely fly, if I do say so. Look at this. Look at this. What's in the trees? It's looking so fancy. When did it look so nice? When did they make it look so nice? You love the pronunciation of the Avodago. It's the worst. A-star. And now the Earl of Suds national anthem. Who's going to be singing it? Oh my goodness gracious. The Beffinator. Thank you so much for the happy birthday. So sweet. So sweet. I'm an aged old man, and I'm so happy that y'all can hang out with me on my birthday. This is the best way to spend a birthday. Guaranteed. 100%. I wouldn't switch it for anything. CK Dexter, what's up? Yo! Thanks for being in the chat. How are you doing? We need a real song made out of the Avodago frying an egg. Oh my gosh. That's some fancy broccoli. I know, it looks like real junior asparagus over here. Oh my gosh, a hype train. Holy moly. Yo, the King of Squirrel. Thank you so much for the 100 bits. 100 biddies. You watched me before I went to bed, and now you're watching when you wake up. Hey, CK Dexter, thanks so much for the support, for hanging out with me. I appreciate it. Toxic Princess in the chat. How are you doing? Thank you for the 100 bits. 100 birthday bits, y'all sweet beans. Thank you very much for the biddies in the chat. CK Dexter, welcome back. Toxic Princess, how are you doing? The King of Squirrel, thank you so much for the birthday bits. I'm going to hop to the very front if I can. Looks like Jonas Pro is #1 right now. Whoa, nasty little hobbit. Oh, a little slow, but you're already here. Look at you. Look at you go. Jonas is in the front right there, but Alchemic Refuge is just barely dipping into the first place. It's going to be a tough call, you guys. It's going to be a tough call. Let me see if I got to keep drinking this. I got to keep taking care of this voice because it is dying. Thank you, CK Dexter, for the happy birthday. Super sweet. Super sweet. Thank you so much. Your dog stepped on the keyboard. Oh. And your dog knows how to type in !play? You should get this dog to play marbles for you all the time. You could be a top tier player.
I have to go now. I'm going to miss the end. I hope you have a wonderful birthday.
Calico.
Happy birthday, my sweet friend. All the love. Okay, not all, cause that's a lot of emotes. Calico 20 heart 1 there 5 heart.
Hey, yo, Alchemic Refuge gets the win with Gonda straight behind.
Breezy. Can you hear the helicopter?
It didn't work. It didn't work. It broke. Yes, it's broken. It didn't work. Nice try, Jedi Aurora. Thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you, Calico. We'll see you later. I'm sorry that you're going to miss the end of the stream, but goodness gracious, thank you for all the support. You were here for so long. Thank you so much for hanging out. We love you, Calico. I don't know. Did you say what you were going to do? We said, oh, happy birthday. No worries. Hey, you got to get going. We'll see you later. Thank you so much for being with us. It's nice. Calico's always here. You're always here, so it doesn't feel like you're going to be gone for too long. All right. Well, we'll see you later, Calico. Thank you so much for all the support. Seaglass Games. Heyo, just woke up. Kidding. I don't know how you do it, but I'm glad to see that you're still streaming. When I left, there was no Pikachu onesie. There's Pikachu onesie now. I couldn't get away from it now. Yeah, anybody that's in the chat, by the way, if you want to put exclamation point play in the chat and you want to roll along with us, just go ahead, okay? We're trying to keep the hype up as much as possible. I'm trying to survive out here, you guys. I'm on the struggle bus. I am surviving. Look, I was born to survive. Listen, with an hour and 49 minutes left, we flipping got this. We just gotta roll. Roll it. Okay, roll it. That worked pretty good. There we go, Jedi. Hey, thanks for the kappas. That worked out pretty good. I love it. Jedi, thank you for the 100 bits of helicopter. Fantastic. It worked. I'm impressed. That's one of the first times that people have actually, like, properly gotten, like, spam to work. I feel like I have a pretty good spam filter. Oh, Lion Courts, how are you doing? Yo. You want to be here longer, but last night you fell asleep because of the vaccine. Oof, Rosera. No, you can't be to blame for the stinking vaccine side effects. Goodness gracious. Brunch with Mom. Hey, enjoy brunch with Mom. Say hi to Mom, and we'll see you later, Calico. Enjoy yourself. Hope you have a wonderful time. Thanks for being here. Thanks for all the support, and we will see you next time, all right? Hey!
Unicorn.
Unicorn? What? I'll say it for you because Brian doesn't know it's a bad word. Yas. Vogue Vague, thank you for the 100 yas bits. I appreciate it. I'm so confused. Thank you for the hype train that's going on, you guys. You guys are crazy. You wonder who was in the helicopter? What? Who's in the helicopter? Successful hype train with bits only. It's bits only in a subathon. I like it. Please keep it going, you guys. Nice. A-Star, thank you so much for the beautiful music. FBI, open up. FBI, open up. What made you laugh so hard? Was it that? Go. Zoom. Go faster. Oh, the unicorn? Oh, unicorn. Brian, it's totally just blameless. Totally doesn't understand anything. Leon, last name, what's up? Thank you so much for jumping in and saying happy birthday. How are you doing, Leon? I appreciate it. That's so sweet. It's so sweet of you to come in the chat and say hello. Oh my gosh, all the love in the chat, so cute. We got the salty love, and we got the Odie love, and we got the clicky wholesome. I don't know what that last one is, but it is cute. Thank you so much, Leon, for all of the hearts. It's very cute. Oh, it's this one again. Yes. What a lovely clip. I say, Brian never graduated kindergarten. Rest in peace. Oh no, now Leon knows my Twitch. There's Wolf Doggo right there. Ha 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 ha. You've been snagged. You got caught. Okay, here we go. Who's gonna win? Who's gonna win? What, you're crying? What happened? I'm confused. Did I miss something? Did I say something bad? Oh no, did I say a bad word accidentally? Uh-oh. Alright, here we go. Oh, Anne's in the front. Hang on. Anne might win. Oh, there goes Alina. Oh, you guys, thank you so much for the hype train. It's a bit only hype train. Congratulations. Thank you so much for the level 1 completed bit hype train. I don't think I've seen that in a while. You guys, can we put some hype in the chat for the 2,000 bits? You can run a hype train on level 1 for 2,000 bits? This is amazing. Thank you so much for the support, you guys. Yes, sweet beans. Anne lives. Anne! With the power of art on your side, the Anne mine has gotten #1 position with Alina the Rock straight behind. We've got Elfie right there for #3. Ariza got this at #4. Lion Quartz, Megan, Seaglass, Rosero. Wait a second. 2 Norwegians just made it down the ski slope. No surprise there. We've got Ariza and Anne. I'm not surprised at all. Anyway, Seaglass Games, Rosera, TGE Joe, and Mediocre Pigeon. Congratulations on making it into the top 10. The top 10. Huzzah! Professional skiers. Is skiers a word? That sounds almost like skewers. It's at that point of the night. We've reached delirium. I am truly hanging on by a thread. A thread. The only thing that could make this better is more smoke. More smoke. Oh, the best strawberry. Top strawberry in the chat. Very nice. And congratulations on your spicy strawberry related win. Very good. Next map. Alienated. I felt this way before in high school. I feel way better now. You guys know what to do. I'm gonna click the start button. Let's go. Hey, Random Guy, welcome to the race, my friend. I think Random Guy's gonna win. I'm putting my bets on them. Oh my gosh, Sands and Stars is here. Sands and Stars, welcome to the chat. How are you doing? How are you doing? Ooh, look at all these beans. We got a lot of people that are playing. 38 beans. 38 beans. Rush down the race. Let's go. Let's go, you guys. Yo, Shoe Polish, wonderful. Thanks so much for the follow. I appreciate it, my friend. Yo, Shoe Polish, God bless. God bless. You're welcome. You're welcome to the chat. Hey, let's go, you guys. If you're liking the vibes, let's hop on the wagon. Let's roll. Let's roll, y'all. Come on. Who's gonna be the first one down? Yo, Big Lad's still here. Heck yeah, Maddie. Let's go. Let's go. You got this. Sands and Stars. Hooray! Sands and Stars is here. God bless. Hooray! And Kaleidoscope, what's up? Looking fancy. Oh yeah, Pikachu onesie, most bourgeois outfit I've got. Listen, I wore this to my prom. I wore this to my wedding. I'm gonna wear this to my funeral. How are you doing? Oi, oi, oi! Kaleidoscoped! It's nice to see you. I know you. I know you. How are you doing? A Lemon Berry! Hooray! Lemon Berry's in the chat. Yeah. I appreciate it. Oi! Lemon Berry, we love you, friendo. Good morning, happy birthday. How am I doing? Whew! I'm hanging on by a thread, but it's the best thread in the world. The thread is the support of the chat. the chat supporting me is the thread that I'm hanging on to. So come on, let it go. Just kidding. I'm not gonna let it go. I'm holding on tight. Let's go, Megan. Come on now. Cake for breakfast. Ew, no cake for breakfast. That's like cookies for breakfast. That's like eating Cookie Crisp. No Cookie Crisp for me. I'm not eating Cookie Crisp for breakfast. Oh boy, oh, I know this one. This is the old snakeskin trickster map. This one, the stinking old exit moves around, man. Moves around. Oh boy, y'all are all gonna die. Every single one of you. Nobody's gonna make it. Cookie Crisp is a great cereal. No, it's not. It tastes like garbage. Tastes like liquid sugar garbage. Wolfie the Danged. Aw, snap. Also, isn't that Wolfie the Damed? It says Damed, right? As in Dame Judi Dench. Also, suck it. I win. Yeah, that's right. That's right. I'm the winner. I'm the winner. That's exactly right. Goodness. Goodness gracious. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for all of the applause, you guys. Please. Calling shenanigans? What? Shenanigans. I don't believe it. The Mysterious Stranger. Congratulations on number 2. Sands and Stars with number 3. Okay, let me read these out. Kenny, that's cheating. What did I do? Anyway, okay. The Mysterious Stranger. Congratulations on number 2. Sands and Stars. Define Ethics. Alina the Rock. Arisa got this. General Ascana. Alchemic Refuge KP and A-Star. Congratulations on the top 10s. Yo! Nice. Nice. Congratulations. Y'all did fantastic. You're making PB and strawberry jelly bagels? What, you just making a sandwich? You just making a bagel PB&J? I mean, that doesn't sound too bad. That sounds pretty good. Okay, I'm gonna hit the start button, you guys. We got like 45 seconds to get over in this pagoda. Okay, you see this beautiful pagoda over here? Look inside. We've got the big Lord Marble. Beautiful Lord Marble over here sitting down on its pillow of cush. I mean, wait, I mean like cushion. I mean like extremely cushioned seat. Anyhow, I'm gonna just move on out of here. Let's get this sucker started. Who's gonna win? Oi, oi, oi! Shush, not a valid user. There'll be no laughter in the chat. No laughter. Earl's rules. Earl's rules. I won last time, so there's no laughter. Kayla Lay! Kayla Lay's here! Hey! What's up? Oi, 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 oi! Kayla, welcome back. What? That's quote 203? What a hateful quote. I don't believe it. You got peanut butter and honey bagel? Mmm. No. I'm gonna, Wolfie, I'm gonna keep censoring it. I'm gonna do soft censorship, all right? Just gonna do some gentle censorship, like most countries do. Here we go. I am zombie food. Let's roll. Let's roll. Go, go, go. Zombie food is in the very front. With a cute PFP of a dog. You sleeped. Now I'm back. Hey, I hope that you got good sleeped. I hope that you sleeped good. Kayla, I'm glad to see you, my friend. Oi, 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 oi. It's my birthday. Yeah, 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 yeah. Here we go. Zoom. I am zombie food, still sitting at the front. I bet to head to the bamboo spinners. This reminds me of Kung Fu Panda. Everybody was Kung Fu. Ooh, you're suffering. Here we go. Why not stop at soft censorship? Go mad with power.
Yes, he's gone mad. He's censoring everything. He won't stop, my lord.
That just makes me think. And makes me want to play. What is it called? What's the name of that? It's not technically censorship, but it's where you run the stop for Aristotska. I can't remember what it's called. Papers, Please. That just makes me want to play Papers, Please. Thinking about censorship makes me hungry. Makes me hungry for justice. Starving. CK Dexter, what's up? CK Dexter, let's get that win. Go, 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 go. Zoom. You got it. You're right in front of Closeted Thespian. You can't censor all of us. Sure I can. Delete channel. Easy. Easy peasy. Delete channel. Never return to internet. I'm fine being censored. Wolfie, that's very sweet. Thank you. Hello? Hello? What's happening? Could y'all stop jumping off the edge? I can't focus on any of y'all. Olivia, the first one not to throw themselves off the edge. Be like Olivia. Keep living. Be like Olivia. Ooh, Earl trying to steal that victory. Not today. Not today. Olivia's got this victory in the bag. Or in the bag, as my northern friendos would say. Olivia, congratulations on winning! Congratulations on #1. Okay, if you're gonna keep saying classic Olivia, I'm gonna keep saying classic Olivia. Classic Olivia, congratulations on your #1 victory. The Earl of Suds cheating his way into #2. Echo, #3. Alchemic Refuge is #4. Midoriya, the Andmine. Elfie, KP, the Beffinator, and Rosero with the spicy victories. Congratulations. Got this in the bagel. You got this in the bagel. Delicious. Olivia Rose Goldlocks with the ultimate crab power. Congratulations. Congratulations. You made it, and you know what you win? You win a crab skin rug. That's the victory. That's a victory for you. Let's go. Let's go. Lupus Dream, happy birthday. It is Lupus Dream's birthday. It is Lupus Dream's birthday, and I don't think that I can sing happy birthday right now. I'm sorry. My voice is fried. Crab. I look like a sweaty crab. That's a good quote. You guys, boom, I'm already started. If you want to race along, put exclamation point play in the chat, but you better hurry, because I'm going at the speed of light. I've already hit the start button. I've already hit it. We're already schmoving. You don't allow puns in the chat, but you do this, Kenny. I do allow puns in the chat. They're allowed, just heavily discouraged. Zero Dog 1, what's up? Welcome back. Or welcome. Anyhow, welcome. Yo. I like all those happy birthdays for Lupus. Hey, Zero Dog, thanks for the follow. What's up? I appreciate it, my friend. Whoa, look at all these beans. Well, we got 42 racers. You guys, there's no way that you're gonna win. 42 is a lucky number. Let's go. Puns are shamed in the chat, but we pun on. We won't be censored. Last night, I dreamed I was swimming in an ocean of orange soda, but it was just a fantasy. Not mad. Just disappointed. Anyway, Elfie looks like they're winning. Let's go. Come on. Come on. Come on. You got this. You got this, Elfie. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. Come on. Also, I reset it. You can see the weekly totals. Holy crap. There's the weekly totals. All you got to do is refresh, and you can see the weekly leaderboard. It's pretty wild. Pretty wild, if I do say so myself. Toxic Princess with a win. Spicy victories. Nice. Congratulations, Toxic Princess, on your number 1 victory. Mediocre Pigeon at number 2. Zero Dog 1. It's good luck to have a follow. Look at that. You made it all the way into 3rd place. Gonda, Alchemic Refuge, Nasty Little Hobbitses, Kayla, Alfie, Vogue Vague, and the King of Squirrel with the top 10 positions. Congratulations. Congratulations. Aw, yeah. Post your cutest emote. Aw, they are cute. What cute emotes. Rosera, that's adorable. That's adorable. Aw, yeah. Congratulations on my top 10. My top 10. Not long to go. Jed Shepard, I'm holding on by a thread. Holding on by one mental thread, a shred of a thread. Arisa, you just wanted to spam emotes. That's all that's going on. You think that all your emotes are cute. You're just like, oh, put your cutest emotes. Now that's good vibes. Hey, yeah. I think that's sweet, sweet bed. I don't have a bed. Do you see this bed behind me? Just wood. There's wood over there. That's just wood. That's not a bed. I can't sleep on that. I ain't got no bed. I'm bedless. I'm a bedless streamer. Didn't you know that? I've got no place to lie my head. Last brain cell. Hang in there. I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best. It's still on your mat. I switch to the couch. Switch to the couch. I'm a couch sleeper now. Hey, Toxic Princess, are you a pig? You are a pig, Toxic Princess. Congratulations on winning number 1. Toxic Princess, congratulations on your first degree victory. We've got Mediocre Pigeon and Zero Dog 1 for the 2nd and 3rd place, respectively. Very spicy. Now, for a leap to remember. Dang, you were ready, Alchemic. You just busted out. You're busting out. Let's go. Whew. Ooh-wee, here we go, you guys. Oh, man, is this short? No. This is sizable, but there's a big jump. I'm going to put join and start, 45 seconds, you guys, and the countdown is rolling. You got to be quick. You got to be quick to be able to survive in this world, you guys. Listen, there's a quick and the dead. That's what my dad always said. My dad always said there's the quick and the dead. Did it count? What count? Where? I don't see any counting. What is counting? Down. Oh, what is it? Oh boy. What's happening? Only the count counts? What? The Earl is just being early? What are you talking about? The The count, 1 marble, 2 marble, 3 marble, A-Star has 1 victory. Go, go, go. A-Star is in the number 1 position right now, heading out of the gate with Tatted Cat straight behind and Kaylele on their tail as well. A-Star just going around the curve, looking to be the fastest at the moment with Tatted Cat straight behind Arizu got this, and Kaylele in a group with the Earl of Squirrel. Sorry, it's super vague. It was for Alchemic. No worries. Bye-bye, then. It was nice to know you. It was nice knowing you, but you know what? We'll have to see you in another life. Whee! Zoom! Look at everybody go! Who's in first right now? Lemonberry is dead, and the mysterious stranger is barely squeaking into first. Oh, it's looking suspicious. Oh, snap. I'm zombie food. Getting a lot of speed out of that. Lots of momentum there. I like this. I like this. We got a strawberry egg. Strawberry egg zooming down the course. I'm zombie food's looking like a pretty hopeful first place, but we'll have to see how the momentum gets. Ooh, slowed straight down there. Big choke. Big choke. Not sure about that. Oh, the mysterious stranger coming right around the corner, and boom, Rosera takes the first place lead. All it takes is 1 choke, though. All right, who's going to drop? That's the question. Who's going to drop down? Rosera seems to be caught. That's a good sign. Rosera's got the momentum in the right direction. The mysterious stranger straight behind. Here we go, Rosera. Almost in front of the record. This could be a big win. This could be a big win for Rosera and for streamers everywhere. All right, Rosera looks like they may have it in the bag over here. They might have it in the bag over here. Congratulations, Rosera with number 1 position. Number 2 position, Master Fat Hobbitses. And also Willow at number 3. Mediocre Pigeon at number 4. Our very own Jedi Aurora at number 5. Zero Dog 1. Number 6. I don't even know how to say. Is that Shazpa? I'm not sure what that is, but welcome to number 7. The King of Squirrel, Dinosh Vintage, and Megan. Hi there. Nice top 10. Nice top 10. K-Tronics is here. Yo, K-Tronics. What's up? K-Tronics, welcome. To your chat. How are you doing? So glad to see you. How am I feeling after almost 24 hours? I wish that I had Pikachu's energy. Pikachu hasn't even, his face has just remained static. Just remained static is incredible. A little dead inside, that's about, yeah. That's true. You look well. Thank you, I'm zombie food. Tatted Cat, you're making it. Come on now, you can do it. Go, 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 go. You look well by British standards. Oh, on zombie food, a little spicy, don't you think? Here we go. All right, Rosera, very nice. Congratulations on number 1. Rosera, Nasty Little Hobbits gets number 2, and Willow at number 3. Congratulations. Congratulations. You look like you could go for another 24-hour stream. I mean, soon, yeah, but not right now. I couldn't make it 48. 48 would be insane. Your Barbie survived. Hooray, General, you've done it. You've done it, General. Oh, I saw Anne say something about the piercing. Oh yeah, Kenny, piercing looks good. Oh, why thank you. Why thank you. I can't put a ring in it like in the art right now, but eventually I'll be able to. I'll have a checkup in a few weeks, and I might be able to switch it out for a ring at that point. But for now, it is a barbell. Besides, this is super duper safe material. I'm gonna just like hit the start button, you guys. Sorry about that. Took a second. Only an hour and 26 minutes to go. It's true. About an hour. This one's called Twisted Toothpick. I wouldn't pick my tooth with a toothpick like this. Oof, looks disgusting. This does not look sanitary, you guys. Please do not pick your teeth with dirty sticks. Keep dirty sticks out of your mouth. And well, look at all these beans that we got here. Holy moly, what supportive, sweet friendos y'all are. Thank you very much for hanging out and for supporting me during my birthday stream. We're hanging on. We're on the final stretch, you guys. Home stretch, baby. Home stretch. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the support. You should bruh instead. Bruh. All right, who's gonna be the first one down? Midoriel is the fastest one down, but there's lots of people around. Oh boy. Ah boy, taking the cutoff. We got Kim the I don't know taking the right side with General Ascana and mine on that side. Let me know if I win or if I die. You must shower. All right, go unstink yourself, Grandpa Pumpkin. I'm glad you're finally taking a shower. Oh snap. Anne was in the front, but General Ascana has the most amount of momentum. Looks to be barely in the front right now. Loop-de-loop and pull, and your shoes are looking cool. Oh wait, the King of Squirrel. Nice. The King of Squirrel is barely in the front. This is neck and neck, you guys. This is pretty much anybody's race. Look at all these beans. Who's first down? Will. Will is first down, first call. Oh boy, gonna get stuck here. Oh boy, who's making it through? Jedi Aurora, the hacker. Jedi Aurora, actual anonymous. The group Anonymous, other words known as Jedi Aurora, throws himself off the edge, proving that they are indeed not a corporation out for craziness. Zero Dog, here we go. Let's go. Zero Dog's got this one in the bag. I can feel it. Oh my gosh, Megan. Megan changed my mind, Zero Dog. I'm sorry. This is not your number one. This is your number two. Megan zooming into first place. Holy moly, what a move. What moves we see Megan making out here. Megan, I didn't know that you were a professional marbles player. That was all skill. I saw it. It was all in the wrist. Congratulations, Megan, on a number one victory. Zero Dog won at number two. Din, a mediocre pigeon, Toxic Princess, the Beffinator, Rosera, A-Star, Vogue Vague, and Chemic Refuge for the top 10 positions. Congratulations. I died a lot. I'm sorry, Tatted Cat. Listen, these things happen. These things happen. I guarantee you someday you will win. This makes up for me dying all those times. Megan, you did fantastic. You did fantastic this round. And you know what? This round's the only one that mattered. Congratulations on your number one victory. After 18 races, you got to win? That's not bad. It's not bad for having like 40 people in the chat. Or 40 people in the race anyway. Whew. Nose itchy. Everything itchy. Pain everywhere. Pain. Period. Okay, I'm gonna press the join button and the start button. Let's roll, you guys. Come on. Let's roll. Zoom, 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 zoom. Also, Green Crayon's still here. Hooray! Green Crayon. I think that maybe I should eat. My stomach is complaining, but I don't want to eat anything. Maybe I'll eat some pretzels or something. Eat? Snack? I don't know if my stomach could handle anything right now. You know, just a few more subs and I could get myself a little snack. You know what I'm saying? Eat egg. Eat egg. Drinky, drinky. Drinky, drinky, delicious egg. That might be fatal. That might be fatal. I'm gonna grab some pretzies after this stream. Let's go. Echo! Is that a challenge? Oh, no. That's not a challenge. I'm scared. No. Alfie. Ooh, Midoriel. I'm liking this. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. What's this?
Whoa.
Not a valid user. Yeah.
Not a valid user gifted a tier 1 sub to KP320.
Thank you for the gifted subs.
Whoa.
Oh my gosh. Thank you for the 2
Not
gifted
a valid
subs. I
user
so
gifted a
appreciate
tier
it.
1 sub to King
Hey,
_Astolfo.
thank you so much for gifting those subs to KP and King Astolfo. You know what?
You better eat. Or so help me, I'll throw food at you.
Not a valid user. I want to hit you up. I want to hit you up by putting you on this board over here. I'm pretty sure that you're not there yet, right? Not a valid user? Pretty sure you're not here. What kind of color do you want? Also, yeah, I thought that you left. Calico, thank you for the 100 bits. I thought that you were gone. Yada Cake and Midoriel are at the front, by the way. Here they are. I'm just going to follow Midoriel right here. Zoom. Pink always. All right, not a valid user. Let me put you on this board. I gotta put you on the board because you are a birthday bean. Thank you for the gifted sub.
Happy birthday, Earl. Birthday. Yes. And get some snacks at least, you will hee hee.
I thought it said girl. I thought it said happy birthday, girl. Okay, boom. Not a valid user. Okay, hang on. I'll post this in just a second. Happy birthday, birthday Earl. Birthday, yes. Get some snacks at least. Ooh, woo.
Kitty the birthday girl.
I thought that it said birthday girl. This is a cool map. Check it out. The Beffinator. Thank you for the gifted sub.
Beffinator gifted a tier 1 sub
for the
to
nasty
Hobbit. They have given 2 gift subs.
You've given 2 gift subs? That was number 2? The Beffinator. Thank you so much for gifting another sub. Oh my goodness gracious. I so appreciate it. Hey, put some hype in the chat. Kitty the birthday girl. Also, the Beffinator's got to go. Which Beffinator? What color would you like? What color would you like your name to be put up in? You've got your name up in lights, Beffinator. Whoa. What color shall it be? Blue? CK Dexter, yo, thank you for the prime.
I have to go, but have a fantastic day.
Oh my goodness gracious. What, leaving after giving a prime? Thank you so much for the Bezos bucks, my friend. Yo. I so appreciate it, CK Dexter, for the support. We'll see you later. Thanks for being here and for the happy wishes and for the resub. I appreciate it. The big gifts. So very sweet. CK Dexter, thank you so much. We'll see you later. Looks like Gonda's in first right now. Oh, I think Gonda's got this one. Gonda's got this one in the bag. Boom! Gonda with a victory. Nice. Nice. The Beffinator. Which color would you like? Did you tell me? Because you just gifted a sub, so that... Oh, you said purple. Okay, there it is. All right, the Beffinator. Sweet. Whew. Hoorah! 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 Oh my gosh! Oh goodness! Whew! Metopia, baby! Give me that sweet, sweet puzzle swap 3DS edition. What? Vogue! You can do it. You can do it. Let's go. Go. Boom! Vogue, congratulations. Okay. Oh, this Grand Prix is so close to being done. I'm going to cancel it, you guys. Grand Prix canceled. We're going to do a Battle Royale. Nobody cares about that anyway. Jedi totally won. Jedi won! And we're going to do Royale Prime. But while we're setting up for that, I'm going to slap these on the board really quick. I've got the Beffinator. Thank you so much for the gifted sub in the chat. I saw that one for Nasty Little Hobbitses. Thank you so much to the Beffinator. I'm putting it up. The Birthday Beans. You're part of the Birthday Bean squad. Also, not a valid user. Got your name right here. A valid person. Maybe not a valid user, but hey, we'll put it over here. All right. Let me just hook up some. I'm gonna follow somebody real quick. Oh, so that I can get a little snack. I need to get a little bit of a snack, you guys. So I'm gonna let y'all battle it out. Just put exclamation point join in the chat if you're ready to roll. Lilo, what's up? We're almost done. We're almost done with this dang old stream. Anyhow, yeah, you can still put play. I just wanted to put it up while I'm doing that. I'm gonna put my my manager. I'm gonna put my manager in this chair. I'm gonna give y'all several seconds. Mysterious stranger is gonna be followed home. And okay, so I'm gonna put this at 100. I'm gonna get some snackies, and I'll be right back. Okay? All right. I'll be right back. Now I'm gonna start the countdown, so y'all are gonna have to kill each other. All right? I'll see y'all soon. See you soon. I'm gonna put the manager right here. Alfie, get some sleep. Boop. Manager's right here. The manager's gonna be watching over the chat, making sure that everything's okay. We've got somebody being followed. We've got like a minute on the clock. Put exclamation point play, and I'll be back in just a moment. Probably before it's even over.
Hey, that's illegal!
Eat egg, 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 egg. Now.
What's all these lights all about? Hey. What's with the lights going off? Hey, what's the lights going off? What's all these lights all about? I see rainbow lights. Why are they? They've been going off for a while. What is happening? Oh my gosh! Whoa, 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 whoa! Holy moly! Alchemic! Oh my gosh! 43 gifted subs. That is. Oh my gosh! You pushed it all the way to 800. Whoa! Whoa! Holy moly! Alchemic! What the heck? Whoa! Thank you so much for the insane amount of support that you continue to give all of the time. And there's really no rhyme or reason. But I so appreciate it. Thank you so much, Alchemic, for always making the chats hype and always supporting. I so appreciate it. It's really a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot. It's so much. It's so much. It's really just, I mean, goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. He's vanished. He's vanished. Thank you for the follow, Square Donut. I appreciate it. Oh man, I can't even yell. I can't yell. Alchemic, thank you so much for the insane 43 gifted subs. For the insane amount of support. Does that say 200? Is that an even 200? Oh my gosh, you made it an even 200. Holy crap, for a week!
Kenny, SMH my SMH. I heard rumors about you calling me a weeb while I was asleep there 5 long.
Calling you a weeb? What? Who would say that? I had never said anything like that. That's impossible. That's impossible. What? There's no way that anybody leaked that information or that but nobody would say that. Nobody what? Weeb? What? I don't even know exactly what a weeb is. I was gonna ask you, Ann, do you consider yourself a weeb? I don't really know I don't even know really exactly what like the meaning of weeb is. I don't really. Can you explain to me what it means? I keep hearing people use it, but I'm not actually sure what it is. What? The bits? What? Bits? Help. What'd you say? Oh, whoa! Oh, Conda, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, I didn't even see that on the other screen. Thank you so much, Gonda, for the 1,000 bits as well. Goodness gracious. Okay, so OT probably? Huh? No, I would never tell OT that. Eat egg. That's the next thing, is eat egg. I don't really want to, but I gotta do it. I gotta do it, you guys. It's time to eat an egg. It's time to eat an egg. Egg time, y'all. You're an absolute grinder. Oh my gosh, Mr. Voodoo, what's up?
Rosera gifted a tier 1 sub to Serene MC.
Oh my gosh. Thank you so much for the what?
Rosera
Thank you so much for the 4 gifted subs. 805. It's so satisfying.
Whoa. Yeah.
Rosera gifted a tier 1 sub to Nargiza.
Whoa.
Holy moly, Rosera. Thank you so much for the 4
gifted
gifted
a tier 1
subs.
sub to Windy Inferno.
Wow, Rosera, thank you so much. Hooray! No, it's not supposed to be a cooked egg. It's supposed to be a raw egg, but I have a pretty bad gag reflex. I'm scared. I'm scared to do that. I don't want to do anything too disgusting on the stream, and I don't want to make a mistake, but I mean, I feel like it's time to put my money where to put my egg where my mouth is, you know? Raw, cook it please. Dude, why'd you set up these goals? Because it's fun. It's like 777 blessed. Eat egg. Eat egg, it's funny. It's at 777, it's blessed. Don't do it on stream, you've done enough. Don't do it on this stream? I mean, that's relatively fair. I mean, it has to be done, but that's how people get sick. Oh, don't worry, I'm already sick, Green. Cook it. No, we're not cooking anything. We're not cooking anything. I'm either swallowing a raw egg tonight or it's gonna be tomorrow. Either one. It's today or tomorrow. It doesn't make. I mean, I can understand wanting to wait, maybe until the very end. Maybe after the That would be funny to do, like right before the raid. We could do that. We could do that one right before the raid. That would be funny. Just swallow a raw egg and then be like, all right, you guys, put some hype in there, chat. Why raw egg, though? Why anything, Rurian? Why do we do anything? Why are we here at all? You want a super fresh one? A fresh one? Oh, snap. Whew. Goodness gracious. Okay, you guys, I'm gonna turn on like one more battle royale because I gotta figure out some stuff really quick. Goodness gracious, I've got to like my stomach is really upset, but it's okay. We'll make it work out. All right. What's the secret? Okay, hang on. Judge Shepard, I have to love you and leave you. I'm very sleepy. Get some sleep, Jet. We love you, Jet. Go get yourself some sleepies. No worries, Candace. We shall see you soon. Yeah. We love you, Jet. Thanks for being number one Australian. Ah, yeah. Okay, let me just, I'm just going to turn on, one more battle royale while I try to figure out stuff, okay? Just give me a minute, all right? Sorry about that. Secret complicated. Royale Prime is the same thing. Let's do one more. This is just like me buying time. Just leaving the Royale in the chat alone. I'm sorry. Don't do anything that would make you more sick. Yeah, I think that we're gonna save the egg for either next time or right at the end of the stream. Either one. We'll see how I feel right at the very end. I won't be too ridiculous. I mean, it's meant to be fun. It's meant to be gross. It's meant to be gross, not like painful. I'm not gonna dox your face. I don't know who doesn't have a face. Okay, there we go. Tallulah. There we go. Gonna grab this right here, and I'm gonna join as well. You guys, if you wanna be part of the battle royale, it's gonna be a little bit long. Just hop on in if you want to battle it out. I'll be right back. Okay? Yeah, save it for when you're feeling better. Yeah. I'm gonna save it for when I'm feeling better. Don't worry. I'm either gonna feel better in an hour or I'm not gonna do it. Okay. All right, I'm gonna get this started. I'll be right back. Enjoy the monkey rap, you guys. Boom. Where's my... Wait a second. Okay. Boom. Let's start it. Let's start it. Oh, whoa. This is taking forever. Holy moly. Okay, sorry. My family is aggressively calling me, actually. I don't even know what they're calling me about. I think that there's like some... I'm not sure what's happening. I'm not sure what's happening, but I'm ignoring it. Hang on. Why do I not hear anything? What's happening? Why is there no audio? Is there not music playing? What's going on? Oh, the music just paused. Well, enjoy your weird silent stream. Sorry about that. Sorry, the music just paused. What unfortunate timing. Unfortunate timing to like hop off of this moment. Ooh, jazzy. I'm not gonna actually play the lyrics song though. That's kind of sus. I don't want to get brapped. It just paused. I mean, it happens. That happens every time that you Okay, sorry, I'm just adjusting this. Yeah, the music just leaves. Eventually, YouTube is like, you're not listening to any music. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Wait, did I murder Kenny? What? Did you kill? Who did you kill? Oh my gosh. Sorry for leaving you guys. I apologize. Mandatory holiday. I mean, I'm sorry. My dang old family is aggressively. I was trying to figure out what was going on, but it's nothing important. Olivia, you just barely beat me, you monster. I can't believe it. Oh, we're down to the last hour, baby. We're down to the last hour. I say that we do like some basic, I do believe I killed you on your birthday. What? You killed me on my very own birthday? Okay. You went to the kitchen, so you took your phone. Twitch like glitched with no Kenny and blipped, and he was sitting there. Oh my gosh. In darkness, he teleports behind you. Attack! Okay, I think that we're gonna do like a couple of races, you guys. We're gonna do like a couple more races. Let me before I can like figure out what we're doing for the 800. Before 800 is announced. Okay, here we go. Aha, he came from inside the fog. I know it's spooky. It's spooky in here. There's so much fog. I actually closed up the other doors that were connected to rooms with what are they called? Smoke alarms. I gotta get rid of them. I gotta get rid of all the smoke alarms. I had to hide them because the smoke was like flying through the house, even just from me opening the door for a second. It wasn't good. It wasn't good. I'm gonna make like a tiny little four right there. Boom. Midoriya, well, congratulations on getting top in the battle royale. Ah, yeah. You guys, you could join up if we want to race together. He's like a weeping angel. If you turn your back, then he teleports behind you. Ah! All right, just go ahead and put exclamation point play in the chat if you're ready to roll. If you're ready to roll, hop on in. Also, Ollie, what the heck does that say? What is that, Ollie? Ollie? What is that? What am I looking at? Sorry. Oh, it's all right. I was just wondering what that was. All right, I'm hitting the play button, you guys. Whew. We're about to just chill. We're about to just chill and talk or something, you guys, because, oh, man, we're almost done. We almost made it. I mean, technically, it's in, like, 30 minutes. 30 minutes till it's a 24-hour stream. Holy moly. Holy moly. What a stream. Whew. What a day. What a day it has been. Oops. Oh, I'm sorry. Hang on. I'm going to press start now because this is way too long of a timer. Let's go. We're gonna do a little race with 32 beans. 32 beans, head down the course as fast as possible. Hope that you had fun though. Oh yeah, man, I had so much fun. It's always ending the stuff that's the hardest. That's always the part that's the most difficult. The most difficult part is always ending a hype stream. It's like ending the show is just like whew. It's just I don't know. It's tough for me. It's tough. And like finding a place to raid or something like that. It's always like, I don't know if streams could just like spontaneously end. If I could just say like, all right guys, night. You just like click a button. But that's weird and awkward, so I'm not gonna do that. But yeah, it's always like it's like the last effort push. The last effort push of being sociable. You've been awake for too long at this point. Jedi's gonna crash as soon as this is over. Me too. I'm crashing big time. You could just end. We wouldn't mind. I mean, we'll raid for sure. Like one of those stream decks? Where? What do you mean stream deck? I have a stream deck. What are you talking about? Mediocre pigeon, zoom. Do. Those things with the hotkeys? What, for ending streams? Is that what you mean, I am zombie? Should probably take some time to recover after this. Oh yeah, I mean, if I feel bad tomorrow, obviously I won't stream. I mean, it's a 24-hour stream, so I take whatever precautions. And obviously I'm gonna have to call my family, so they might want to see me tomorrow. I don't know. It's the Elgato Stream Deck thing. Yeah, I've got one. I just don't know what you're talking about. Zombie food. I just don't get what you're talking. What you're saying about it. Yeah, you should take tomorrow off. Oh yeah, I probably will, because my sleep schedule is gonna be all jacked up. It'll be all jacked up, and I'll fix it, and then we'll be Gucci. We'll be back on the grind. We'll be back on the grind. That's the funny thing about doing like 24-hour streams for me. For me, I don't finish them, and I'm like, oh, thank goodness it's over. To me, I'm like, oh boy, now I'm excited about streaming. Oh boy, now I'm excited about all those beans that were in the chat during that. Oh, I gotta get back. We gotta do some more streams. That's just generally the way that I think. It's energizing. It's an energizing activity, not during it, but afterwards. Afterward, the juice. I get the juice after a 24-hour. Go, mediocre pigeon. Come on, you got this. Like a button that auto handles everything? Oh no, I'm not worried about like shortcuts and stuff. I'm talking about like the mental side of things. I'm talking about like saying goodnight to everybody and finding a raid and all stuff like that. Like, yeah, I can just shut off a stream, easy peasy. All right, mediocre pigeon. Looks like you might win here. I don't know. Depends on the big slope. Oh no. Mediocre pigeon stuck. The king of squirrel might get a good example. Oh, the king of squirrel zooming along. Zoom! Lots of momentum. Oh boy, just so long as you can stick the landing. It's looking good. Oh, I like this. King of squirrel, boom, with a #1 position. Congratulations. Very nice. Very nice. Congratulations on #1. Please put some hype in the chat for my friendo, the king of squirrel. Oh yeah, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Nice. Boom. Mediocre pigeon. #2. The Earl of Suds cheats his way into 3rd place. Post-it notes on the monitor. Oh my goodness gracious. Just imagine. 1,000,000 post-it notes. Whoa, everybody's dying. The mysterious stranger got #4. Ariza got this at #5. Willow. Just another person like you. Toxic Princess. K-Tronics and Gonda. Boom. Congratulations. Bada bing, bada boom. Welcome to the winner's circle, everybody. Please don't die. Oh no, there goes Allie. There goes Skyward Zone. There goes Elfie. Look at all these dead beans. New record? Was that a new record, Ann? 317. 317 is the record here. I don't think it was a new one. You gotta go clean the bathroom. You'll BRB. All right, we'll see you soon, A-Star. Be back quick. The King of Squirrel, congratulations on your win. That is, what, 309? I don't think that's... Oh, it is a new record. Dang, nice. Yo, Robbie, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Robbie JB. It is a new one. You just beat Ann Mine's record. King of Squirrel, how dare you? How dare you? You crushed the record. Oh, my goodness gracious. Oh, my goodness gracious. Record destroyed. Rest in peace. I'm sorry about that, Ann. I didn't want it to happen like this. The King of Squirrel with evil squirrel intentions. You can just hop in the chat with an exclamation point play if you want to roll, you guys. If you want to roll. Come on now. I am ex-hosted. Let's roll, you guys. Come on now. There's nothing like a good old roll in the morning. I'm going to hit the start button. Boom. And you got way too much time. So I'm going to have to manually press start now in just a few seconds. I'll give it just a minute. You'll just have to take somebody else's record. Ooh. Oh, hi. My airplane ride is over. Whoa, Kuri. What? You rode it at airplane and you made it home and you've now entered the chat. That's a quick plane ride. Also, Morgan, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Morgan 1908, you're an old bean. Hi there, Morgan. All right, I've got to click the start button because that was way too long. Way too long. Corey, oh, you're still in the plane. Oh, your plane. Oh, hi, my plane ride is over. Oh, you're waiting to deboard. Oh, you're still on the plane. You're ready to get off the plane. That's how I say it. Off the plane. You're ready to get out. You're ready to get out and stretch your Legos. Whatever. Here we go. Cosmic Penguin, let's roll. Go, 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 go. The faster, the better, Cosmic Penguin. Don't slow down. Don't look backwards. If you look backwards, you get turned into a pillar of marbles. Oh, man, you're way ahead. Cosmic Penguin, how did you do this? How have you done this? Oh, why have you done this? I'm a win. I don't know, maybe. Maybe. You weren't born in 1908? I didn't imagine, Morgan. I was only teasing. You're as fast as a plane. Missed it again. Dang. I'm so. Oh, Jedi, did you miss the alert? I'm sorry. I went too quick. Did you just call Arisa Aries? Ooh. Are you feeling better? I'm feeling a little bit better. I think that I'll probably, like, right before we end playing marbles, I'll probably take like one more little break. I'm like trying to sneak some food into my system. I'm like eating a pear. I was eating a pear and some what are they called? The pretzels. I was getting some pretzels and pears. So get a little bit of fresh fruit, get a little bit of carbs. Oh no, Dan. Oh dear, you're dead. You're dead, Dan. Dead. Maybe we're all dead, Dan. Oi! Mystic Silver Moon, nice number one!
$20. Happiest of birthdays to you, Kenny. Thanks for making so many people smile every day.
Oh my gosh, Taiyaki-san, thank you so much for the $20 tip. Oh my goodness gracious. So sweet. Thank you so much for the happy birthday. You are so... Oh my goodness. Taiyaki-san, thank you so much for the $20 tip. Holy moly. You guys really know how to make a person feel special. Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. Mystic Silver Moon, congratulations on what appears to be your first win ever. You guys, please put some hype in the chat for my friend Taiyaki-san dropping big fat tips in the chat. Thank you so much. Hey, Mystic Silver Moon, congratulations on your win. Yeah. Taiyaki, I'm sorry that I can't scream. My voice is shredded. And my mind is numb. I am so appreciative, Taiyaki. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the generosity. Oh boy. Into the game fund. Hooray. You guys, let's play a game. I'm gonna do some rolling, you guys. We're just gonna do a few more races. I think this is gonna be our last Grand Prix. We're gonna do a quick battle royale, and then we're gonna end out the stream just talking, you guys, just talking. Just vibing. And we're gonna skip the egg tonight, and I'm going to eat the egg a little bit later. Hey, Dabby Wabby. I like that it's Dabby Wabby 1 2 3. It almost makes it even better. Okay, I can fix the countdown now. I'm gonna turn it to a tiny 30-second countdown, and I'm starting it right now. Boom. We're skipping the egg today. Oh my gosh, Dabby Wabby gives a follow. Thank you so much. I'm so glad to have such a beautiful username in the follow list. I appreciate it, my friend. Thank you so much. I'm sorry. The hype has died down. The Earl is chilled out, you guys. I sound like a real chilled out guy. Oh yeah, he's smooth. He's really relaxing to listen to. Gotta go. Mom is here at the bistro. All right, we'll see you later, Calico. Bye. Man, it's so funny how quickly I crashed. Goodness gracious. It's just always in the last hour. It's probably because the hour is like arriving. I would probably like hold on a lot stronger. If I didn't know what time it was. If I had like no timers, I'd probably keep up the energy like a lot. 100 to 0 real quick. How do you like me font? Aye, Morgan, ye font is amazing. Ye font is stellar. Very stellar. Amazing, Morgan. Code Earl. Thanks for using our code. You now have received good vibes. Good vibes for the low price of 1 alert. Shoot, did I miss the secret? No. It's gonna be at the end. We're gonna do 2 races. I'm gonna give y'all a battle royale. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and eat a little snacky. Then we're just gonna vibe till the end of the stream. Toxic Princess, zoom. Dead? Dead Toxic Princess. Oh no. Too toxic, too fast. Too toxic, too furious. Back with some sweet, sweet caffeine. Oh yeah. Echo, what's your caffeine of choice?
Pick your poison.
You say that, and I've been playing the Sea of Thieves. It's so much fun. I've got the Sea of Thieves, and I've got to play a little bit with Salty and Oaty. It's not my favorite game, but it definitely has some fun to do.
Don't eat food in the bathroom. What? Why not? I'm not going to do that, but I'm not gonna do that today. But like, eat food in the tub. Like that's Pog right there. That is living like a king. Grapes while soaking. That's incredible. Vogue Vague, congratulations for number 1. Yo! Congratulations, Vogue Vague. Boom. Number 2, Wolfie. Number 3, Rosera, Will, Midori, Kila Cat, Willow, Animal Crossing Alley, Static, and Yatake. Congratulations. Yo, Aphrodite, we still going. I'm so close. We so close. You got a cup of black coffee. Yeah, just like the Earl like shit. That's the Earl style right there. Earl Style's black cup of coffee with nothing in it. No sugar, no creamer, no nothing. Straight out the pot. Straight out the pot. Here we go. Who are we waiting on? Who's around here? Just another person. Lens. What's happening back here? What's popping? What's popping, Lens? Zoom. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Zoom, 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 zoom. I bet that you could make it if you hurry. If you hurry, you can do it. Oh, yeah, you got this. You got this. Congratulations, Vogue Vague. What a cool marble you have. I love it. I love it. Let's do the next map, you guys. Last one. The House of Pain. The House of Pain. Very scary. You're not brave enough to do no sugar quite yet? Oh, yeah. The sugar's kind of weird. Sugar's not, I don't like sugar at all in it. Okay, I'm gonna hit the start button, you guys. Y'all ready to rock? Let's go. Let's go. Your favorite type of coffee is a mug with no coffee in it. Ooh, Willow, that is some of my favorite. That's a real good brew. Aphrodite, thank you so much for the 200 bits. Oh my goodness gracious. I so appreciate it. Aphrodite, can we please put some hype in the chat for Aphrodite? Dropping the sweets, the sweet 200. Oh my goodness, so sweet. Thank you for the happy birthday stuff. For the happy birthday stuff. That's how I'm gonna describe it. Boom, and we're ready to rock, you guys. I hope you're in. 47 racers. Holy crap, you guys. Let's freaking go. Let's go. We got beans for days. We got beans for days. Ooh. Makoto. Oh no, hang on. This looks body. Have we got bots, you guys? Question mark? Pretty sus. Yeah. This looks like bots. You want to turn on follower mode? Looks body. Body thotty. I'll do it if somebody doesn't. Oh, is it already on? Oh, boom. Thank you, Alchemic. Awesome. Appreciate it. Thank you, sir. That does indeed look a little bit body, does it not? I think so. Sorry about that. If you're in the chat and you're trying to play along with us and you're not following, I'm sorry. It's the stupid old bots. I wish that I could leave it open for anybody. It's really cheesy to make people follow, but you know, this game's just cursed. Like, this community is just kind of a little bit toxic sometimes. You could just blame the stupid old bot creators. Sorry about that. Let's go. It's mostly the category. I know. It's just yeah, it's cursed. It's just crappy. It's just crappy. It's totally just crummy old bot people. Let's go, Earl of Dragons. You can get this one. Oh, snap. Barely made it past. Whoa, getting smacked around. Earl of Dragons OG crowd. OG win, question mark. Oh, OG. Boy, we got an OG winner right here. Look at that sweet, sweet color. OG is the first month of that it was possible to sub right there. Earl of Dragons, Elisar. Congratulations on number 1. OG wins the last normal race. Heck yeah. Nice to have you here, Earl of Dragons. Do. Also, let me just say, Vogue Vague, congratulations for number 2, Tallulah Fluff, General Escana, just another person like you, Rosera, Olivia, Static, and Jedi. Congratulations on being in the top 10. Top 10, you just woke up here. Hi there. Hi there, Elazar. Glad to see you. Oh, thank you for the happy birthday. Yes, sweet bean. Thank you so much. Oh, do you mean that bot accounts joined the game? Yeah, it looked like they were doing some botted joins. It looked suspicious. They were going too fast, and they were new names. I don't know, a little concerning, a little sus, I'd say. But it's only a hunch. It's only a hunch. Oh, Malice, hey, we made it! Fantastic. We've been going for 23 hours, 50 minutes. How are you doing, Malice? Thank you so much for the congratulations. Thanks for surviving. Hooray! The Earl of Dragons, congratulations. Your first win. Oh, yeah, my friend. All right, you guys, like I said, we're going to finish this Grand Prix. This is just a goofy little award ceremony. Hey, we'll check it out, though. Who's got number 3, you guys? I got no idea. It was only 4 races. The King Oscuro at number 3. Number 2, Rosera. Ooh, fancy. Sword and Vogue Vague on number 1. Congratulations. Okay, you guys, I'm going to need just a little bit of a break. Then I'm going to hop back. I'm going to let y'all do a battle royale while I'm gone. And then we're just going to talk until the end of the stream. So let me just turn on y'all's battle royale. Hopefully I'll be feeling fantastic. Oh, thank you for the follow. Is that Lucio? I appreciate it. I'm sorry if you're following because you want to race along with us. Dang old bots. Let's do Royale Prime. Let's do the race. You know what's up, you guys. I'm going to give you 100 seconds to be able to join in on this battle royale. And I'm going to just make this 100. Okay, now I'm getting really... Makoto, hey. Thanks for the follow. Oh, no. Squishy, thank you for the follow. Oh, no, now I'm scared. I hope that these are legit people. Hi there. Hope that those are legit follows. I appreciate it. If it is, let's see. Kenny's on edge. After only a few hours of streaming, Kenny thinks that everybody's out to get him. All right. So, I'm going to... click the start button, you guys. Enjoy the battle royale. I'll be back as soon as possible. Let me just get ready for the final vibe, you guys. For the final countdown. Boom, and I'm gonna air out the room a little bit. Okay, there's the starting round. We got you, friend. No worries. Oh, thank you. Also, the music should keep going, hopefully. So there we go. Let's roll. Switch to just chatting. Sure, you can switch to just chatting right now. Whoa! Yeah! Gosh, Butterfly, thank you
Fleety
so much for the
gifted a tier 1 sub to Cas 100.
Oh my goodness gracious. Butterfly, thank you so much. I gotta put you on this board like right now. Oh my gosh, it's Felix. Holy moly, it's Felix. Oh my gosh, there's a raid right now. What the heck? Holy moly, Felix, I am dead inside. How are you doing? Everybody coming in for Felix. How are you doing? Yo. We are at 23 hours and 56 minutes right now. How are y'all doing? Thank you so much for the happy birthday raid, you sweet bean. What's up? Felix, how are you doing? Oh my gosh, I'm sorry if I was a little bit late saying thank you for that. Hey, hello, Felix. Hi. What's up? Oh my gosh. Whew. Thank you so much for jumping in the chat. Hi there, friends of Felix. My name's Erla Suds. We're just vibing in the chat. Like, as you can see, there's 30 minutes left to a 24-hour stream, so I am exhausted. So I apologize if I'm not as hyped or as engaged as I normally would be, but hey, we're just doing our best out here. Thanks so much for the raid, Felix. You're so sweet. Yes, so sweet. Are you tired yet? Yes, I am tired. And also, I am very convinced that even though the smoke is non-toxic, I am 100% sure that smoke is messing with my throat. I mean, how could it not? It's absolutely messing with my throat. So I might have to give my voice a nice rest. I'm probably gonna have to take it nice and easy. Definitely for the rest of the stream, I'm gonna take it easy and also probably either take a day off or I may have to maybe take possibly a day off or just stream like this, just nice and low. You don't have asthma, do you? I actually do have asthma, Jedi Aurora. I've had asthma most of my life, but it's thankfully it's not that bad. It's gotten a lot better over the years, so I doubt that's going to be much of a problem. Will, congratulations on your victory. Very, very awesome sauce. Hey, Will, congratulations on getting up there. And hey, the Bethanator, you got number 2. The Early Dragons, Dirty Dishes, and Tatted Cat got number 5. Very nice. Hey. Oh yeah. I've got some asthma, but it's all right. Doesn't matter. Just stream like corpse. That could do it. Well, it's not smoke. No. It's not smoke. It's not smoke. You guys, don't worry. Deep Kenny grew up. Yeah. So no. That's not even what my normal voice sounds like. I'm just goofing on y'all. Yo, congratulations, Will. Congratulations on your number 1. Boom. You got yourself a sweet situation right there. Thank you for the sip. I'm gonna take the sip first. Let me write down all you guys. I hope that y'all enjoyed all the races. Hey. The races was kind of just a goof, you guys. I'm not going to lie. I was just holding it together. I was just barely holding it together with duct tape. I hope that y'all enjoyed just the goofiness and hanging out for a little while. I mean, that's kind of the point of marbles, right? That's kind of the point. Okay, so did you eat eggs? I'm not going to do that today because I'm feeling bad. My stomach is not feeling good enough. Felix, I'm going to drink a raw egg next stream. Whenever the next stream is, I will eat a raw egg. Guaranteed. Raw egg, drink. Did you tell Secret yet? No, that's what's coming up. Hang on, let me just real quick. Butterfly gifted a sub, and I really want to put them on this board. Butterfly, you're not on here, right? And you are a green username, right? Correct. Does anybody know what Butterfly's the color is? He's green, right? I'm actually staying ahead of this. Back whenever we did ornaments, I got behind for a little while. Hello, I am here. Humanoid, how are you doing? What's up? Oi. Oh, it's orange. Oh, did I put you up as orange? Butterfly, I see your name as blue and I see it as green. So let me just look if I can see your name on the board. Because your color is changing all the time. Butterfly, 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 butterfly. I don't see you on the board, so I'm going to play it safe, and I'm just going to put you on it, okay? Because you're a beautiful bean, whether or not you're on the board twice. So I'm slapping you on. You said... Okay, so you're saying orange. Sweet. Well, it's not orange, but here, I'll put it on as orange. How about that? Boom. I'm going to put butterflies, the beautiful bean butterfly onto the bean board. Butterfly, spelled cool. Butterfly, thank you so much for being a supportive bean. I so appreciate it. You guys are absolutely crazy. You guys are so sweet. You made it! Yeah! Woo. We made it, baby. We made it. Yeah, technically 24-hour stream, but hey, we still got a little bit of the timer left, you guys. Get farm fresh eggs. They're better for raw consumption. I mean, I can. Oh my gosh. MTG
Whoa!
Pyro. Yeah.
Pyro00 gifted a tier 1 sub to baby_3.
You want to be on the board, my friend? Awesome sauce. What color would you like? Sweet business. MTD. Let me see. I've got all these colors, and I thought I had one more. And purple. Yeah, and purple. Which color do you want me to put you up there as? Thank you so much, MTG Pyro. Thank you so much for that sweet gifted sub. For the sweet generous gifted sub, I will slap you up on that board. Just tell me which color you'd like to be. Kenny is really tall. He's 1 whole foot over me. I'm just average height, I think. I'm 5'11", so I'm just, I'm pretty normal height around here in America, Felix. Not crazy tall, not crazy short. The bot calling out. Oh, snap. Malice Vitterfolk ruined the 20 times combo. How dare. Aw, pink. Hope is for a baby girl. That's so sweet, MTD. Oh, I got you, MTD. That's so sweet. MTG, excuse me. Magic the Gathering. Whoa! Yeah!
I hope your birthday is as great as you are, Kenny, Earl of Suds.
Aphrodite girl, that's so sweet. Thank you so much for the sub for 4 months. Yo, thank you for keeping it running. I appreciate it, Aphrodite. Your continued support is how I stream every single day, and I so appreciate it. Boom. Pink for a hopeful girl, MTG Pyro. Thank you so much. Bada bing, bada boom. Did he take a sip? I gotta take it right now. We gotta take that sip right now. Boom. Get the sippies. Get the sippies on. Wait, what time is it where you are? It's 10 a.m. It's 10 a.m. It's just in the morning. 5'9" is the average male height in the U.S., so you're tall-ish. Yeah, that's just a couple inches, Just a couple inches. Thanks for all the wishes. Early Dessa is still sleeping. That's so sweet. You gotta say hello for us whenever they wake up. You gotta say hello. I say they. I know that it's a she. I'm sorry. I'm just using the general my general language. MTG, you gotta tell her our congratulations and give her some love. Hey, Miss Johnnon, what's up? Oh, it's different time for you. Oh my gosh, the sun's already back up. It is. It's back. Okay, let's sing, you guys. Whew. Okay, I'm gonna try to turn on a little bit better of music for our. Also, I want to just look like right now. I'm just curious who's on. We're not gonna raid anybody yet. We still got some time that we're just gonna chill. I'm just curious. Nami's on. I think we're going to get Nami. Or we're going to go to Joy. Joy or Nami, either one. But regardless, let me switch over to something a little bit more chill. For us to just kind of chill for a minute. Joy is so sweet. I just haven't ever rated Nami. Oh, this is good music. Oh, I like it. Oh, okay. Thank you so much for a nice beard. I appreciate it. That's so kind of you. You guys, we've practically made it. I mean, we technically made it for 24 hours, but we still got like 20 minutes. So, boom. Let me just switch over to my chat thing. Boom, Nami raid. No, that's not how Nami's spelled. It's Nami. Normie raid? No! We're not gonna raid Normie, how dare. You've never met Joy or Nami before. You spelled it right. No, you spelled it right. You're totally right, Felix. You had it. Shiny, so cozy, so cute. Okay, let me just look at this list. So we made it up to 808 subs, and that is so satisfying. You guys, holy moly, thank you so much for all the support. Y'all are absolutely, I mean, do y'all have any idea? Do you have any idea how much support that is? Do you have any idea how much it means to me? I don't think you could. I don't think you could. And I don't think you know how far past we've broken records of. I don't think that you know how far we've broken past records of anything that we have ever gotten. Any amount of support that we've ever gotten. We are currently sitting at 1,429 subs. This number, if you're looking at maybe say a Minecraft streamer, if I was a Minecraft streamer, with this sub count, I would expect to have at least 500 viewers. If you go and you look at streamers that have their sub numbers out, and you look at somebody that's playing Minecraft or something like that, they are gonna have hundreds and hundreds of people in the chat before they even approach 1,000. There's also people that have very, very similar to me, and they don't receive anywhere near this number. You guys are ridiculous, and it is so much more than necessary. I can survive on so much less subs, so much less, but because of how much it is, I mean, I just want to feed it back into the stream. I just want to feed it back in. I want to take it and just reinvest it and just, hey, boom, make streams more fun, you know, try to get maybe a new computer and try to just make things more fun. I mean, I've been trying to soup up things. You could probably tell things have been improving. I'm trying to make things more fun. I'm just like buying games whenever I see them, and that's essentially what I hope that I can continue doing, is that I can just, if I see a game that I'm like, this is gonna be fun, we should try this out, then I should just be like, boom, just buy it. I don't care. I don't care. Just go for it. Like, and then if we play it one day and we're just like, it's not fun, then I don't feel bad about it. We could just jump straight in and just get whatever. You guys are ridiculous and supporting me so much more than what I need to survive. So we can make the stream even more fun, because it's not just me. And I mean, I don't talk too much about it, so I don't know if anybody knows. I feel like y'all do know. I feel like I talk about it enough, but I drive a car that I paid $6,000 for, that I think I bought 3 years ago, and it was $6,000 because it had hail damage and it had damage on the side of the door, and that's been my car that I've been driving this whole time.
Happy
Emerald
birthday again, Kenny. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day and get some rest. You are an amazing person and content creator. And though you believe yourself to be small, you have affected so many people's lives. Bring positivity and happiness into their days. Keep being you, and you'll bring those who truly love your content less than 3.
That's so sweet. Thank you so much, Emerald Artist. I so appreciate it. Goodness gracious. Thank you, Emerald Artist. So sweet. So sweet. Happy birthday. How old are you now? I'm 24. But yeah, what I was saying is that I've got that car that I paid $6,000 for back in 3 years ago or whatever, and I paid it off immediately because I had the money to pay for it. But I mean, the point is, and also I moved into an apartment that is cheaper than my apartment was already. The point being is that I live a very, very modest lifestyle. I don't buy anything expensive. I don't buy brand name anything. I don't get expensive food. I don't go out to eat. I mean, I just live a very quiet lifestyle. So it just means a lot to me. This extra stuff is just, you know, it's not going to be used on ridiculous things. I can just use it on the stream. That's why I can just like buy a nice monitor or buy nice lights, is because I just don't spend money in other ways. I don't waste money, essentially. I've got my TV in the other room is it's a TV that I got on Black Friday like 6 years ago. So it's just you know, whenever I want to buy like a new $100 keyboard or something, there's nothing else that's competing for that. So I'm not, yeah, like I don't do anything too crazy. Like I'm not even going to concerts anymore. But even then I was trying to go to like small metal concerts that were like, you know, $15 tickets or something. But yeah, I'm just living life out here, and you guys are providing so much more than I need. So I'm honestly having to look at myself and be like, what can I do to make streams more fun?
I have returned. Hello.
Fairykin's here. Yo, thank you so much for the 13 months. I appreciate it. Fairykin, welcome. Hey, Havis here, just in time for the end of the stream. But yeah, that to say, all of the support is so much more than I need, and it means a lot to me specifically, because I just don't need stuff and don't want stuff like other people. You're so sweet, Jesse's Acoustics. Thanks so much for being in the chat.
Last of the bits. Egg, frying an 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 egg.
Kinda. Thank you so much for the most beautiful, ridiculous bits.
Frying an egg, frying an egg, Avodago. Hope you enjoyed your cookie cake.
Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you so much, Conda, for the bits. I appreciate
Unnecessary Things Fund.
Unnecessary Things Fun. Hey, Opsty, thank you so much. The Unnecessary Things Fun.
Birthday bits.
Birthday bits. Thank you so much for the 100. Hooray! Avodago. It's beautiful. The Indian stream hype train is ridiculous. Hey, but yeah, you are one of a kind, Kenny, and it shows through the community. Never have I felt so unwanted here. Never have I felt unwanted here or put down, and I can express my innermost feelings without feeling judged. I know that I can attest to this. There's so many toxic places on Twitch. Oof.
It's a new friend.
Oh, the monster was taken. What the heck? Thank you for the sub at tier 2. Whoa, what? Monster was taken. I don't even recognize that username. Thank you so much for the tier 2 sub. I don't even know what that. I don't know if I've even met you. Thank you so much for the tier 2 sub. Yo, welcome to the party, my friend. I'm happy to have you on board. Kayla, thank you for the 7 bits. I appreciate it. Combo breaker. Good job. You broke it. Now the combo was only 5.
Hey, that's illegal.
Monster was taken. What? Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Oh my gosh. What's happening? Do I know you? Wait a second. Who are you? Monster was taken with the 5 gifted subs for the Green Staples, Selena Sniper, Chipotle Lord, Stalesay, and Colette. Golly, gee whiz. Kenny, you may think that you're small, but you have the biggest heart. That's so sweet. I may be new here, but you made me feel so welcome. You're not new. Look at you, Wolfie, with your poison badge. With your poison badge. Who are you? I have seen you since the beginning, and I'm super proud of what you've accomplished. Keep going strong and and being such a wonderful human being. So sweet. Thank you, Malice. Malice has been here. Malice is a 100% OG, excuse me. Is that Zay? Formerly Zay was taken? Zay was taken? Is that the name? Monster was taken. Thank you so much for the tier 2 and for the gifted subs. Goodness alive. Thank you so much. I hope that you enjoy the tier 2 emote. It is upgraded and beautimous. Aphrodite, thank you for the 10 bits and the 10 bits. Oh man, no.
Hey, that's illegal.
Oh man. Oh man.
I'm
Dang
not
it.
dabbing, I'm looking at the floor for cheese. Thief dab.
Who said that? Who said
A
that?
Vodago. Just kidding. Happy birthday, Kenny. You inspire me a lot, and your positivity is contagious. Life has been poopy, and I really appreciate your presence. Felix Pat, thanks for cheering me up on times I need it the most.
Oh, Felix, that's so
Heart.
sweet. Felix, I'm so happy. I'm so happy that you've gotten any quality out of this stream. I'm glad that you got any encouragement that you could. Pivots is in the what? Is that Pivots? Yo, what? Is Pivots in the chat right now? Whoa, Jordan, what's up? Hey, chilling in the chat. Yo, that's my friendo Jordan. Yeah.
A_star_.
How are you doing, my friend? What's up? Pibs in the chat. Oh, snap.
They have given
you gotta
in the channel.
You gotta tell Anti-Darkheart that I said hi. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. Monster was taken. What's going on? What's
Hey,
happening?
that's illegal.
Oh my god, Monster is taken. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Whoa! 5 gifted subs. Jesus Christ. The end of the stream is overwhelming. I know. I'm trying to get out of here, but it's popping off. Goodness gracious. You will pivots. I'm glad that you've been getting your work done, my friend. I know that you've been a busy bean. The chat is going nuts. I don't know. It's crazy, Pivot. I don't know what's happening, Pips. I don't understand. I hope that you've been doing well. I hope that you're doing mentally all right and you're taking care of yourself while you're working so hard. I don't know. I'm proud of you, my friend. I'm proud of the work that you're doing. I love your stuff. Hiding that partner badge. Oh boy. Oh boy. I know. I noticed. I was immediately like, that's not Pivs. There's no partner. I know that Pivs is a partner. Look at the chat. Go, wow! The chat is popping. Monster was taken. Thank you so much for the 5 more gifted subs. A-Star, thank you for the 1 month that you gave to Pivs. Also, I love the I'm not dabbing. I'm looking at the floor for cheese. One of my favorite videos. MTG, thank you so much for the cheer. 45 bits. Whoa. Wish that I could party with you, buddy. Hey, it is a party right here. Oi. I think you got to choose to show it. Oh, maybe. I don't know. I don't know how it works. Oh my gosh. I can't speak for everyone, but we can all agree that we've made one massive group of friends. Happy birthday, Kenny. Oh my gosh, Wolfie, you're so sweet. I'm so glad. The people probably want unwholesome Kenny. See, Kenny, point proven. K-Tronics, you're too sweet. Okay, I gotta scroll up. Wow, all the subs into the stream is overwhelming. I feel like I missed something up here, but I don't see it. Pips dropped in the chat, and I was just like, my brain is cooked. My brain is cooked. I could have swore that I was reading something up here. Oh, Felix said, you inspire me a lot. Your positivity is contagious. Life has been poopy, and I really appreciate your presence. I hope that I can help you more in the future, my friend. Hope that you feel better in the future. Things are looking up, my friend. Things are looking up. Okay, I'm sorry I fell asleep for some of this. Do not apologize for that. You've been working so hard. This is an actual party. Yo, happy birthday. Thank you so much, Phoenix. This is just insane party. I mean, I got cake right over here. Earl of Dragons, thanks for the chaotic positive vibes and for understanding that at times I couldn't control my filter and could not enjoy the stream and chat. Happy birthday, of course. Yeah, I mean, I totally just love you guys, and I want y'all to enjoy the chat as much as possible. I want y'all to enjoy yourselves. I want you to be happy. I mean, There's definitely that. If you love me, let me go. I mean, like, it's sometimes you just gotta take a break, and hey, that's exactly right. That's totally fine. Like, hey, you gotta take a break. If you're doing that, boom. I'm so glad for you. If you gotta take some time off. Yo, hope you're having a great day, boy. Oh my gosh, Jordan, you're so sweet. Yes, I'm having a fantastic day. I'm super tired, but yeah, it's been a fantastic day. I am run down. Kenny, it's all right to be humble, but you also need things that are not so affordable but necessary. Remember to support you. Yeah, I mean, I'm taking care of things. Like, I got a car, like I can drive. I don't need anything. I didn't need anything. That's basically what I was saying. Is that I don't get things that are unnecessary. But to be honest, most of the time I stay up at night because of overthinking. I feel you, Felix. I got that overthinking too. He even got furniture. How have you not slept? Mumbles, what's up? Okay, the hype train's over.
Whoa!
Divey, oh
yeah,
my gosh. Divey's here.
Die 101 gifted a tier 1 sub to Mr. Something or Nothing.
Divey, thank you so much. I already put your name up there as your full name. And Monster was taken. I'm supposed to put you over on this board too. Monster, what color would you like me to put your name down in? Would you like me to put it in green? For some reason, I'm getting a green vibe. But I'll do whatever color you want. Dang. You guys are so sweet. Holy moly. Okay, so if we could just are we just oh my gosh, there's so much hype in the chat. You guys are crazy. You guys are crazy. 12 times. You feel so special getting full named. Die got full named. Die got full named. Tayaki is the only one that has numbers. Felix is the only one with a face.
Yeah.
Odie and
Aphrodite's
Human
Girl gifted a tier
are the
1
only
sub
ones
to
that
Flashbang
have
125.
are the only ones that have two names.
Anonymous
Anon
tipped
is the only one with hearts.
$4.20.
Aw, what? Anonymous, they give me the 420. I appreciate it. Aw. Thank you so much for the big 420. I appreciate it. Yours got cut short. What was the other thing? Aphrodite, thank you for the gifted sub for Flashbang. I appreciate it. Yo. Odie and Human 1 gifted too? Yeah, they both did. I don't think that there's any other special ones on the board. I tried to keep it really. Oh, the Crane couple have hearts too. Annan and the Crane couple both have hearts. I had to make it special for the couples, but but yeah, Odie was here earlier. And we were talking some yang about and mine. Thank you for the follow, kid. I appreciate it. Kitten Fangs, what a cute name. Thanks so much for jumping in the chat. 3 minutes. Oh snap. Oh yeah, 3 minutes. So tired. I know. I am super duper tired. It's been a long one. I can't remember how I came to your stream and followed. Okay, I have no idea. I mean, we had several raids today. I mean, I played in a bunch of different categories. Did you come over from Pokemon Snap? Or did you come over from Marbles? You just woke up and even I am yawning. Hey, Leela, good morning. Good morning. Kenny, read the highlight message above. Oh, Renzelnut, I'm sorry, I missed it. I returned for the end. Sorry, I've been busy and not active in your stream and been off and on for a couple months, but it's been one of the best years. So glad that I found you on Twitch. Hooray! Renzelnut, don't apologize for not being in the chat. I've said like 1,000 times, just think of me as like a stand that's in your local town that you can just like visit whenever you want to. Like, I'm here whenever you want to hang out. That's what it is. It isn't that you're supposed to hang out with me. It's that I'm here if you want to hang out with me. That's you come to me, not me beg for you. You come and hang out with me whenever you want to. You came from Land Fork? Okay, there we go. But Renzelnut, it's been nice to see you recently. But don't stretch yourself. Don't stretch yourself. Just like Alisar was saying earlier.
Monster _ taken tipped $4.20. Green Pog.
Green Pog. You don't have to donate it. You don't have to donate messages. Monster was taken. Boom, I'll hit you up. Boom, Monster was taken. Thank you so much. Bada bing, bada boom. I'll put you up on the board. Wholesome Bean, Monster was taken. I get it done. The shirt with Snorlax sleeping and it says
Hey,
mood.
that's illegal.
Cute. Monster. Oh my gosh. Oh my. Oh my gracious. Thank you so much. That indeed. Thank you, Mumble. You just reminded me what Anne's catchphrase is. Indeed. I was trying to remember that last night, but I couldn't remember. Oh my goodness, Monster was taken. Thank you so much for the gifted subs. Let me scroll up. Let me scroll up. Fairykin said, Kenny, I'm so happy for you and everything that you've accomplished. You naturally have a lot of joy to share with the world, and you show it well. You're a fantastic human being. So sweet. And I hope that your journey growing and learning stuff about yourself is fantastic. It's been great so far, Fairykin. Thank you so much. You're so sweet. So sweet. Guys, my mom got me a Pokemon shirt for you. Oh, it's the Snorlax shirt. That's the one that you got? Hooray! Hooray! I know, I found the click, shaking my head. Oh no! Anne, I'm sorry for throwing you under the bus, but it had to be done. The timer's almost up. Here we go. And another successful 24-hour stream has hit the end. Boom. The alarm has gone off. The timer is up. The timer is up, and now the stream is over. The stream is over. We made it through another 24-hour stream. I believe that this is the 6th 24-hour stream, right? Or something like that. We've got thank you everybody. If who all made it through the whole thing? Is it just Alchemic? He did it again. Happy birthday! You guys are so sweet. I'm pretty sure that Alchemic was the only one that stuck through the whole thing, but so many people left the stream running the entire time. Jedi, you've been here the whole time? You didn't take any breaks? Holy crap, Vogue Vague. Hey, thank you for the happy birthday. Hooray! Jedi was here too. Holy crap. Oh my gosh, Jedi, what a champion. What a champion. I said to the mods, I said I would never ask or expect any mod to stay for 24 hours, and yet I had 2 of them that stuck the entire time. You guys are so supportive and absolutely crazy, both of you. Thank you, everybody, so much for watching, and yeah, so let's look. The official tally is 833. So we did a face reveal, a stupid joke, obviously. Draw mascot, which I didn't think would happen at the exact time as reveal mascot. Geography test, we didn't even properly do that. We just played GeoGuessr, which was fantastic. Pikachu 1Z was supposed to be worn for 6 hours, and it ended up being more like 10. Discord Nitro giveaway was a success and was given to Ollie Metalheart. Giant Lego streams is going to be like a 12-hour stream with the Lego set that's over there. The gigantic Lego set that I've had for like 2 years. What was next? G Fuel Pizza was disgusting. Disgusting. Horrible indeed. And then cooking stream has been enabled. We will talk about what we're going to be cooking. We'll talk about that together. We did at 420 take a shot of extremely spicy water, extremely spicy Russian water, and it was a big shot too. Made cosplay is going to happen sometime in the future. So is a VR stream. I'm surprised that I've promised so many streams. Like, I got a lot. I've got a lot to do. I've got a lot to give y'all. And then VOD YouTube channel is going to be opened up for the people that want to watch VODs that are super old. We'll have them. We'll have them available. Let's see. We've got a Gothic Outlast stream that is going to be one of the least viewed streams that I ever do, because most people in this community don't like horrifying games, and that is a horrifying game. And let me go down to new YouTube video. My least favorite thing on this list is the new YouTube video. So I'm gonna have to start working on that. Eat egg. We're gonna do that next time. We're gonna do that next time on a different stream. And tell chat a secret. Well. You don't like doing YouTube videos? I used to work for a YouTube channel for almost a year, and I had to do 2 videos a week, and I did like all of the filming. Not I wasn't the person in the shot, but I did all of the filming and I did all of the editing, and I burnt out, man. You haven't toured new places. You could do that for a YouTube video. Oh, we haven't toured the new place. I could. I don't think I'm gonna do that though. Please wait 2 minutes. Dessa just woke up. Oh, I won't be gone by I won't be gone in 2 minutes. Don't worry. Kenny's yearly YouTube video. That's about right. That's about right. Yearly. I like it. Ooh, horror. You love horror movies and games, Natasha. How are you doing? So I don't want to build up this secret thing too much, you guys, because it's not really that big of a deal. And also, I feel like half of the people are gonna say, that's what I thought. Half the people are gonna say, oh, that's exactly what I thought it was. And then the other half are gonna be disappointed. That's basically what it is. The I mean, I put it here as just for fun. I put it here just for fun. It's not that exciting. So don't get your hopes up. I'm sorry if I made a big deal out of it. I don't think that I've even really mentioned it. But it's not that big of a deal. Yeah, because I didn't think that we would get this high. Oh, hey, Dork Dessa's here. Hooray! Congratulations, Dork Dessa. Congratulations. We're so happy for you. Hooray! Hooray, hooray. It's gonna be like Kenny likes pizza without G Fuel. Let me see. What was I gonna say? Oh, Pikachu is your actual manager. I was gonna say, yeah, because I basically made like a decent list, and then I filled out some like middle spaces. So this was one of the middle spaces. MTG Pyro, thank you so much for the gifted sub for Dork Dessa. So sweet. And Kitty Fangs, you love the Pikachu onesie? Yeah. That's Professor Glueon.
Pyro gifted a tier 1
Professor
sub to Dork
Glueon
Dessa.
is so sweet.
They have given 8
I'm so glad that you got
gift
to
subs in
catch
the
it. Happy birthday. Oh, thank you for the happy birthdays. I appreciate it, Kitty Fangs. Thank you so much for jumping in the chat. We love Dr. Glueon. He's a real sweet bean. Did I miss something? Combo breaker. Chat is too hype, even when it doesn't need to be. Kenny, if it's not the most fabulous thing I've ever heard, I will rage. Okay, so, how am I supposed to go about saying this? Because it's making my stomach turn a little bit. How do I say this? I'm thinking I see like two different ways of approaching it. I would just say that ever since I had Deep Breath and Go, I'm just trying to pick like the right direction to go about it. I think that I'm just gonna do it this way, even though I don't like how the reveal will happen. But yeah, the secret, the small secret that it is that I basically whenever we started streaming, like I didn't know a lot of people, and then as we got to know people better, then I got a little bit closer with some people, and I got particularly close with one person, and I've talked to them a lot, and you know, over months and months and months and months that it has been, with definitely 100% in a relationship at this point. 100%, definitely a real relationship at this point, and that person would be Arisa. Got this in the chat. So we're definitely 100% in a relationship, and I just thought that I would tell y'all so that it wouldn't be kind of weird. We just kind of kept it under wraps basically. But it was yeah, we were just basically talking a lot on the down low and playing games and stuff, and we just kept getting closer, and we got to work with all the art that we did, and we got to work on Squirrel together and all of that, and it's yeah, we haven't gotten to meet each other yet because of COVID, but we would have it's unfortunately we're completely locked away from each other, but unfortunately we're completely barred from each other at the moment, but that's not gonna last forever, so as soon as possible. And with that being said, I would feel a lot more comfortable streaming with Arisa again. Sometimes, just like a rare little fun stream or something with 2 or more. I mean, Arisa included. I was just purposefully avoiding it because I was like, I don't want it to be like awkward. I don't want y'all to be like, oh, Kenny's flirting with Arisa. Like, that's kind of weird. Because we encountered that before, and I mean, obviously we were, but so yeah. Now I'll feel a lot better about hanging out with Arisa on stream sometimes. You know, sometimes we might like play Terraria or something. Just something rare. But the chemistry in Fall Guys streams was undeniable. Well, you all know that Arisa is an adorable human being, so did I see Alchemic? You said you were worried that I was gonna say you thought the same, Alchemic. You were about to be so sad. You thought that I was gonna say that you were gonna stop streaming soon? No, that's not it. Not at all. Not at all. Anaya, that's so sweet. Thanks for jumping in. Yeah, I'm definitely embarrassed and a little bit bashful. Definitely a little bit bashful. I'm way too much of a baby about this sort of thing. I wasn't even the one that approached her. She approached me. She's Yeah, I totally messaged Arisa, like, if it's something bad, please stop him. No, it's nothing bad. Gotta go, don't be embarrassed. See you later, Aphrodite. But I just wanted to tell y'all because, you know, it was weird keeping it under wraps, and it's just fine, you know. No, I'm definitely not going to be no, there's no bad announcements. There's no bad announcements at all. I have I have no plans to stop streaming. I have no aspirations outside of streaming. So I will be sticking with this as best as I can run it, as best as I can. If I can keep surviving on streaming, that's what I'm going to be doing. I might, you know, adjust things a little bit if I start a YouTube channel so that it's maybe less, but even then it's like nothing like that. The music is jamming, the fish are swimming, and I still don't have a whammon. That was inaccurate whenever it was quoted. That was now he's got to learn Norwegian. I've already been taking some courses on Norwegian. But yeah, that was inaccurate at the beginning. How am I supposed to sleep after that exciting reveal? Oops, you're so sweet. That's so wholesome. I mean, it was just, you know, it was very natural. I mean, that's what happened. I mean, whenever I don't know. I was gonna say, yeah, whenever she's like creating art of me the entire time, it was just like, this is impossible that this is not gonna work out. Aphrodite, we'll see you later. Bye-bye, Aphrodite. Get yourself some rest or enjoy the rest of your day, my friend. Thank you so much for hanging out. This is such a good ending and a start to a birthday. Yeah, it's such a weird thing to announce on your birthday. That's a weird thing. Norwegian is a beautiful language. Lucky Kenny. You have to go to church. Hey, we'll see you later. Bye-bye, Linz. Good luck with church. Sorry, oops, now he's taken. What? How dare you? I'm truly so happy. You're so sweet. So no wonder when I suggested a trip to have a mod gathering, Kenny was like, yes. What? Did I say that? I don't remember saying that. I don't remember saying that at all. Felix, you're very sweet. What did you say? Let me, woo, Kenny. Felix, hooray. I did? I don't remember doing that, but maybe I did. I was like, yes. It's not weird. It's super sweet. You guys are very cute and very supportive and very sweet. I'm glad. I mean, I don't know. I don't know why I felt like it was a bad thing or that I shouldn't mention it, but yeah, I think that it'll make things more fun, honestly. I mean, he can't look at the camera. I just you know, I'm a little embarrassed, but it's all right. I'm pretty much ready to end the stream. Pretty much, you know. I did my deal, all right? No more hiding! No more hiding! Yeah, right. Arisa was originally going to be on call whenever we were going to announce this, but said that she didn't want to do it, so all right. You could tell me about who's embarrassed now. Don't be embarrassed. I am slightly embarrassed. Kenny, your face is red. You're blushing. Oh, come on. That's what you get. So I mean, understandable, keep personal life separate from stream. Yeah, I did that for a while. I think we did that for a while because we weren't sure if it was serious enough. We didn't know if it was serious enough to announce it, and we didn't want to make it awkward if something happened. But we've taken steps at this point that it's definitely serious enough that it's not a big deal. I can see that you're happy about it, so don't feel embarrassed. It's nice to have people happy about things. Hooray! You think that you missed something trying to fix your headphones? Oh no! You guys are very sweet. You guys are very sweet and very supportive. But anyway, I think that we should just go ahead and end the stream, question mark. I mean that's a pretty nice ending. That's a pretty cozy ending. I'd love to hang out with y'all more, but I am super tired, so I should probably go to sleep. We can talk more later. Wow, stream ending. I'm sorry, Felix. Goodness gracious. You only rated me like an hour ago. Felix, you're so sweet. Thanks for the stream. Hooray. Thank you so much, Animal Crossing Alley. Yeah, I'm relaxing that voice. Gotta relax it right now. The Sandy Devil. Hooray. Gotta go cook an egg. Perfect ending to a perfect stream. Goodness gracious, you guys. Thank you so much for the stream. I don't feel like I made the stream. Y'all made the stream. Y'all made the stream absolutely crazy. Thank you so much. Get some rest. I'm gonna go get some sleep. And good sleep. Can you get some rest? All right. Thanks so much for the stream. Of course. Get some good rest. Sounds like a deal. Get some sleepies. Get some sleepies and resties. Hooray. The mysterious stranger. I'm glad that you enjoyed. Thank you, Olivia, for the happy birthday wishes. Hooray. Good night, everybody. Hope that y'all have a wonderful evening. That's the wholesomeness I needed. Aw, so sweet. A-star. I'm glad that you got the wholesomeness. The ending was great. Hooray. Okay, so we're gonna raid somebody because we have so many beans in the chat. You guys were so supportive. Thank you so much for sticking around for so long. This has got to be like one of the record-breaking natural streams. I don't think that we had a single raid that was above 100 people. And this is an insane amount of people that were hanging out during this birthday stream. Thank you so much for making my birthday special. Y'all are so sweet. I appreciate it. And I think that we should rain some love down on our friendo, Joy. I think that we should go say hi to Joy. I never get to raid Joy. I'd love to go raid Joy. She's playing Stardew Valley. I wonder if her bunny is available. Oh, it's intended for mature audiences. Since when? Since when? What's Joy doing? What's Joy doing? Nobody better click the leave raid button. Everybody, we gotta go together. We gotta be in a big party. Big party, big party, big party. Hey-o, we gotta go say hi, you guys. I got some raids. I got some raid message right here. It's my goofy raid messages. Boom, I got one right there. And I got one right there. Boom, aren't you glad we raided? I don't know why I can't see that. Is that a busted emote? Is that a busted emote? Yes, could we please put some hype in the chat for the mods? I'm about to like shout out. Okay. Oh no, I see them. They're working. Okay. There's some messages, you guys.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Anaya,
happy
so
birthday
sweet.
to Kenny. Happy birthday to you.
Anaya, thank you so much. Thank you so much. The Earl of Suns is officially raiding. Yo. You guys, I will see you over in Joy's stream. I will see y'all as soon as my voice is feeling better. So probably like in a couple of days, maybe on Tuesday, we'll do a stream. I'm excited. We've got our new squirrel. We've got the mascot. We've got a relationship unveiled. We got a bunch of stream stuff that we're planning. It's gonna be awesome. I look forward to seeing all of y'all there. I'm gonna get this raid started so that we can say hi to my friend Joy, who is very, very sweet. Hopefully they have a bunny. Hopefully they have the bunny available. And let me just click the start raid and let me very quickly read off the people in the chat. Please, can we put some hearts in the chat for the mods right now? Could we please make the last part of this stream a lot of love for the mods who have been watching over the chat? Jedi and Dai were here the entire time. Arisa was watching over the chat. Alchemic and Dai. Alchemic and Jedi were here the entire time. And Dai and Arisa supported so much. I'm struggling. Thank you so much, Dai and Arisa, for helping out with the chat. And a special crazy shout out to Alchemic and Jedi for hanging out in the chat the entire time. Please put some love in the chat for them. They're doing all of this pro bono and just to watch over and make it a more comfy stream, just for the love of the stream and love of the streamer and love of the chat. Thank you so much, VIPs. Shouts out to Lemonberry, A-Star, Anaya Falcon, Celestial, Earl of Dragons, Fairykin, Indigo Nebula, Kuri, Lime Meringue, Lupus Dream, Malice Bitterfolk, Mini Mix, Oops, and Rosera. Thank you so much for being my VIPs. I look forward to adding more VIPs in the coming year. I look forward to an entire year of more streams and another exciting birthday stream soon. We're gonna have really fun stuff on Halloween. We're gonna have fun stuff around Christmas. We're gonna have New Year craziness. I got plans, you guys, and I'm looking forward to all of it, and I'm not stopping anytime soon. So stay tuned. I'll see you guys soon. All right, now let's go give some love to Joy. See you later. Bye-bye. Nighty-night. Or good morning. Bye. Bada bing, bada boom. Goodness gracious, that's going to be a fat VOD right there. Ho, 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 ho.